Halstead Telephone Company and R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is proud to present to you this broadcast on yourliveevent.com.
And a good Saturday morning. Welcome to another edition of wrestling, a playoff edition or a postseason edition of wrestling, as it's the Region 1 Dual Tournament getting underway here this morning at Lemoore High School, as all 8 teams will be competing, with the top 2 teams moving on to the state dual tournament with a chance for one team to challenge. I'm Joel Morgan, Brett Dick, alongside me here on our Irie Insurance pre-match show. Let's take a look at how this bracket is shaped up. Lisbon will be the number 1 seed. They'll take on number 8 Linton. And then it's Lemoore Litchfield Marion, the number 4 seed, against Kindred, the number 5 seed. Those 2 matches will be in the first round of competition. And then on the second round of competition, it will be number 3 Oaks against number 6 EEK, against number 2 South Border, against number 7 Napoleon Gackle Streeter. Again, we will have dual matches placing all 1 through 8 teams in the 8-team Region 1 dual tournament. Brent, looking at the way things seeded out here, no surprise really to anyone, at least looking at 1, 2, and 3 with Lisbon, South Border, and Oaks.
Yeah, Lisbon been the number 1 team all year long, but they've been pushed by South Border in that duel that they had at the beginning of January. That came down to a couple matches, 2 or 3 matches that were either won in sudden victory or a point. So this thing is still wide open, and any team, top 3 teams, have a shot at making it to state this year.
Yeah, you look at our top 3 teams, as you mentioned, any one of them really could come through. I think our top 3 teams fill a majority of their weight classes, which will be a big factor today. And looking at some of our lower-seeded teams, Linton at number 8, Napoleon at number 7, EEK at number 6. I know the latter 2 don't fill all weight classes, so that's a big factor in how they're going to perform today. But we're going to see a lot of matches that we're probably going to see rematches coming up next week in the individual tournament.
Yeah, that is one thing that plays out in these region duels is sometimes, you do get that premier head-to-head matchup, but then at other times you'll see where a team may forfeit a weight class because of the seedings for next week in that Region 1 individual tournament. Maybe they don't want that head-to-head matchup. So, we'll see everything play out here today from Lemoore High School.
This is coverage of the Region 1 Dual Wrestling Tournament live from Lemoore, and our Irie Insurance pre-tournament show getting underway here. We'll take a break. We got a whole lot more coming your way next.
Investment. Call Chad at 701-430-0182 to get your water problem solved. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. 701-430-0182, helping farmers grow.
Take a good look at Hillsborough. You probably know that the people are friendly, and you know about the quality of healthcare available at Sanford Medical Center. Maybe you've been to the Hillsborough Sports Complex to cheer on the Burros. Look at the businesses on Hillsborough's Main Street. The Hillsborough Economic Development Corporation provides financial help to local child care providers, and they're interested in supporting local businesses. For more information, contact the Hillsborough Economic Development Corporation at growhillsboroughnd.com.
Wallach Johnson Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals celebrating over 40 years of service. As an experienced independent insurance agency, they have access to highly rated insurance companies and can shop around to find you an affordable solution for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. Visit them at one of their locations in Lisbon, Gwinner, or Rutland and get a free quote started today. For more information, go to nd-insure.com.
The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters is a group of parents, coaches, and community members whose mission is to enrich the Lisbon High School athletic community by providing financial support for Lisbon High School athletic programs and events. If you are interested in getting involved, they invite you to join the Bronco Athletic Booster Group on Facebook to learn more. The Lisbon Athletic Boosters send a good luck wish to all athletes competing today.
Honesty, loyalty, integrity. At Bank North, we've remained true to these values for generations. They shape the way we do business, work with customers, and support our communities. We've been here for more than a century, helping people grow farms and businesses, finance homes, and pursue their dreams. It's values-based banking, and it's all about working together to strengthen the common threads that bind us together. Bank North, always true.
Emery Vistos Implement has been family-owned and operated since 1935. Located in Oaks, North Dakota, they sell CarQuest automotive parts and numerous lines of agriculture parts, from edible bean equipment to air compressors and pressure washers. Plus, you'll have to stop by and check out their Ariat clothing selection at Emery Vistos Implement. Anything you need is under one roof. Stop in just south of Oaks on Highway 1 or go online to vistoimplement.com. That's vistoimplement.com.
Growers, here at Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, we are your water management contractors. We can help you with tile drainage plans, surface drainage plans, or both. Remember, water management is a lifetime investment. Call Chad at 701-430-0182 to get your water problem solved. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. 701-430-0182, helping farmers grow.
And welcome back to our Irie Insurance pre-match show, wrestling coverage on yourliveevent.com. But as a Region 1 dual tournament, we'll have coverage. We have coverage going on right now of the Region 2 dual tournament. That is out in Harvey. Jake Berkemeyer out there for the coverage of that. And then next week we'll have coverage of the Region 1 individual tournament in Oaks. That will be an audio-only broadcast, but you can get it right here on yourliveevent.com. We got our first two matches going on mat number 1. It will be Lisbon and Linton. Linton H&B, and then on mat number 2, Lemoore Litchfield Marion against Kindred. Those quarterfinal matches will get underway when we return on yourliveevent.com.
Adapting to challenges in the field for generations, Columbia Grain and Agronomy is here to help on every acre with the highest quality products and expert local service. Contact the Agronomy Centers in Climax at 218-857-2165 or Arvilla at 701-343-6273. Columbia Grain and Agronomy, committed to cultivating growth through a diverse mix of products and expert knowledge. Contact them today and make the most of every acre. Call Climax at 218-857-2165 or Arvilla at 701-343-6273.
It's time to take down planting with Green Iron Equipment. Our sales team will match you up with the best machinery for an undefeated season. Our service department will help you escape any setbacks or downtime. We've got all the right parts to beat the competition. Use Green Iron Equipment to help pin down your data in the John Deere Operations Center. Good luck to all teams from Green Iron Equipment.
Have you adjusted your crop insurance policy to reflect the increase in commodity prices and input costs? Hi, this is Bethany Rentz, crop insurance agent with Irie Insurance. We want to partner with you to provide you a comprehensive policy structure to protect your farm's revenue and preserve your equity. Give us a call today to set up a time to meet with an Irie Insurance agent prior to March 15th. For contact information, please visit our website at irieins.com.
You're protected and appreciated at Irie.
Irie Insurance is an equal opportunity provider.
Jacobson Red Angus Annual Bull Sale, Friday, March 18th at the ranch near Hitterdall, Minnesota. 52 of the region's highest quality Red Angus bulls, along with 11 head of April calving heifers. The sale will be broadcast on DV Auction, and you can request a catalog today by emailing gjrangus@feltontel.net. Call them at 701-361-3189. The Jacobson Red Angus Annual Bull Sale, offering 52 of the region's highest quality Red Angus bulls, along with 11 bred heifers. Friday, March 18th at 1 o'clock.
The Kindred Vikings Booster Club is an organization of parents and community members that supports and encourages the advancement to Kindred athletic programs, focusing on wholesome school spirit, promoting good sportsmanship, and developing high ideals of character. For more information, or if you'd like to be part of the Kindred Vikings Booster Club, send an email to kindredboosterclub@gmail.com. That's kindredboosterclub@gmail.com. Go Vikings! The Kindred Public School District looks to collaboratively cultivate an environment that challenges learners to reach their full potential in a student-centered, community-supported environment while building authentic relationships that promotes active engagement in learning, literacy, and life. Kindred Public Schools' mission is to educate, prepare, and maximize student potential. Kindred Public School District, student-centered, community-supported. For more info about upcoming school events and news, go online to kindred.k12.us. The friendly staff at Lemoore Drugstore reminds you from school supplies, greeting cards, or prescription requests, you can find it all at Lemoore Drugstore. They deliver any day of the week upon request and will answer any general health questions you have. Watch out for the monthly flyer for monthly sales. Let Lemoore Drugstore be your one-stop shop. Lemoore Drugstore is located in the center of Lemoore in the Bank North Mall. For more information, go to LemooreDrugstore.com. That's LemooreDrugstore.com. Lemoore Hardware carries your everyday items for plumbing, electrical, automotive, and more. Check out their latest selection of snow and grain shovels alongside Milwaukee tools. Plus, stop by Lemoore Hardware today and browse their sweet pickin' section. You'll see brand new furniture and decor. Lemoore Hardware is your community one-stop shop. For more information on all the services Lemoore Hardware offers, go online to LemooreHardware.com. That's LemooreHardware.com.
The Lisbon Public School District ensures that all students will learn, experience success, and be good citizens from elementary through high school. The school staff and community takes great pride in providing meaningful and innovative opportunities for our students who continue to maintain ACT scores above state and national averages. Watch your kids continue to grow within the Lisbon Public School District from the playing surface to the classroom. For more information, go online to lisbonpublicschools.com.
And welcome back here as we're just set to go for our quarterfinals. Mat number 1 will feature Lisbon and Linton HMB. Mat number 2 will feature Lemoore, Litchfield, Marion, and Kindred. We have our scoreboards for you up on our screens, and they have announced our first matchups. On mat number 1 will be Grant Lyons against Aaron Hoffwald from Linton HMB. Still to be announced our 106-pounders to get going on mat number 2. So captain's meetings going on right now, and then we'll get things rolling for you. Don't forget, if you miss any of this action, will all be archived for you on yourliveevent.com. And Brent, it is pedal to the metal from this point forward. Tournament next week, this week, next week, and state tournament.
Yeah, this is where you throw everything at it here. You know, throw the kitchen sink at it. You get all those wrestlers that have been sitting around in your wrestling room. Maybe they didn't get a lot of time on the mat during the season, but those guys now are involved here with the dual team tournaments and pushing on to the region individuals for state.
So they're checking in our wrestlers on mat number 1, and our wrestlers from mat number 2 about to make their way forward. So we are just about set to go here for this dual coverage on yourliveevent.com.
Yeah, mat number 1 is Grant Lyons. We're going to start at 285 on mat number 1. So Grant Lyons going out for Lisbon Broncos. They'll take on Aaron Hoffwald from Linton HMB. Their Grant Lyons coming off a New Salem East-West Championship. He defeated A.J. Hines in overtime. That was a sudden victory overtime. He defeated A.J. Hines 5-3.
Still waiting to check in on our wrestlers here on mat number 2, and I believe both will have heavyweight open, both Kindred and Lemoore. Now I'm seeing a Kindred. I think we'll have a heavyweight come in and take the forfeit for Kindred. So that's what it looks like here on mat number 1. It will be an open weight class, and Kindred will take a 6-0 lead.
Yeah, Lyons and Hoffwald now. Match is underway on mat number 1. Lyons and Wall just sitting in collar ties. Now Lyons going to go over the top. He's going to try to snap him down. He brings him down, scores 2 points for a go behind.
Cole Richard will take the open weight class at heavyweight for the Kindred Vikings. So Kindred against Lemoore. That's the 5 and the 6 seed. Kindred already out to a 6-0 lead.
Yeah, and Lions are working on top, over the top with the crossface. Now he's going to an armbar. They're down to a minute to go in the first period. That's on mat number 1.
Mat number 2, Gavin Rude from Kindred against Logan Potts from Lemoore Litchfield Marion. And it's a takedown right away from Potts. And the Lobo wrestler jumps out to the early lead. That is over on mat number 2, where it's 6-0, Kindred leading on the dual score.
The Lions, nothing working with that armbar. Now he's going crossface to a screwdriver, and he's going to try to pull that over the top. And he does have Wall going over to his back, collecting near fall. The Lions working for the fall for the Broncos. That's Matt 101. He's going to win by fall, start things out for Lisbon. So Grant Lyons wins by fall over Hoff-Wald from Lytton HMB. Broncos go up 6-0.
Look over at mat number 2, and it is a 2-0 lead for Potts. Potts from Lemoore Litchfield Marion against Rude from Kindred. This is 106 pounds. This is the second match of that duel, as that one 50 seconds left to wrestle in the first period over there.
Yeah, wrestlers now checking in for mat number 1 between Lytton HMB and Lisbon, the 106-pound wrestlers.
It looks like Rude's going to score an escape, and that will be 2-1, 30 seconds left to go in the first period. And Rude goes for the double leg, and extending out will be Potts. And they're going to call a stalemate. Those two wrestlers will return up to their feet.
Yeah, mat number 1, 106 pounds, is Cruz Ranke for Lisbon Broncos, taking on Hauser Bridwell, Lytton HMB. Ranke, a 7th grader for Lisbon, and Hauser Bridwell, a sophomore for Lytton HMB. That match underway on mat 1.
And final 10 seconds of the first period on mat number 2. And Potts scores another takedown. Logan Potts leading 4-1, and this period will end with a 4-1 lead for Potts leading Rude from Kindred. Again, this is the quarterfinal round of this Region 1 dual tournament here this Saturday morning at Lemoore High School.
And Ranke picks up a 2-point takedown, and Bridwell's able to score an escape on the edge of the mat, on the near edge of the mat. So we're back up to the center of the mat. Both wrestlers on their feet with a minute 13.
Second period starting on mat number 2, and it will be Rude on the top position to begin this period. And Potts will get to his feet, and Potts gets away and extends his lead to 5-1.
Cruz Ranke has big double leg takedown, nice elevation, takes Bridwell down to the mat. He's now up 4-1 and riding on the top with 45 seconds to go in the first period. Now working over the top for a crossface, Cruz Ranke for the Broncos.
And Potts will get 2 for a near fall, and he extends his lead to 7-1, trying to get the Lobos on the scoreboard. They forfeited the heavyweight class at 285, so they're looking to get their first points. It was Cole Richard from Kindred who took the open weight class there to get points for the Vikings.
Cruz Ranke working a crossface, almost had it cradled up on Bridwell. Bridwell's able to get stood up, and they get a potentially dangerous call for a restart with 19 seconds to go. Ranke's up 4-1 in the first period.
Both dual scores right now at 6-0. Lisbon leading on mat 1, Kindred leading on mat 2. 47 seconds left in the second period, with Potts leading 7-1 against Rude. And Potts trying to put in some sort of a pinning combination, and they're going to hit someone with a stall, it looks like, and we'll get a point coming the way of Gavin Rude. So 7-2 the score, 30 seconds to go in the second period. And another takedown for Potts, his lead at 9-2.
And that's the end of the first period. Going into the second, Cruz Ranke is now up 4-2. We got a caution on red for improper hand placement.
And blood time over on mat number 1. It's Potts being tended to by the coaches, so a stoppage over on mat number 2.
Bridwell and Ranke now on their feet. Just trading head position, working some hand control. Ranky has a 2-on-1. It's a 4-2 score with 1:38 to go in the second period.
And still looking at blood time on mat number 2 as the staff is out there tending to the mat and the wrestlers. So a stoppage here in our second match over on mat number 2, that featuring Lemoore Litchfield Marion against the Kindred Vikings.
Ranky working a double leg. Gridwell able to get off the mat for a restart. Ranky still up 4-2 with 1:16 to go in the second period. Both wrestlers on their feet. Back to the center of the mat for the restart.
And it looks like we're ready to go, just about ready to go on mat number 2. That is Gavin Rood from Kindred, Logan Potts from Lemoore Litchfield Marion. It's a 9-2 lead for Potts.
Ranky back working a double leg on Bridwell. Takes him down. He'll have 2 points for a takedown. He is now up 6-3. So Bridwell still had an escape point there that wasn't up on the board, but it's now a 6-3 lead for Cruz Ranky with 45 seconds to go in the second period. And Bridwell working a sit-out, has hand control, able to get stood up once again. He's going to get away. Now a 6-4 lead for Cruz Ranky with 30 seconds to go in the second period.
23 seconds left to go in the second period on mat 1, and Potts is going to let Rood go to begin the reset. So now 9-3 the score, and Rood goes to shoot. Potts will get the takedown, 11-3 his advantage. 10 seconds to go in the second period. Again, that one just resuming after some blood time.
And Lisbon leads this duel on mat number 1, 6-0 from a Grant Lyons pinned over Wald from Lytton HMB. So Lisbon's up in the duel 6-0. That's the end of the second period. Cruz Ranky takes a 6-4 lead. It's his choice going into the third.
Second period ends on mat 2. Potts with an 11-3 lead over Rood from Kindred, and they'll be both wrestlers on their feet to begin the final 2 minutes here of this matchup, this 106-pound matchup.
At the start of the third, Ranky on a single now switches up to a double. Going to try to elevate it and keep Bridwell on the mat. Bridwell's going to cross-face Ranky and take him right down to his knees.
Potts gets another takedown, 13-3 his lead. His team down 6-0, would like to get that fall here. Has the major decision bonus points coming his way so far. 1:20 to go, and he has control as he works the upper body right now of Rood.
Yeah, Ranky and Bridwell scramble on the edge of the mat on that far side of the mat. They get a stalemate call. Bridwell gets a takedown here. He ties it up. Right now, Ranky has a 2-point lead, 6-4 with 1:09 to go in the third period.
1 minute to go in the third period on mat number 2, and the lead for Potts 13-3, and we're going to get stoppage for blood time again here in this 106-pound matchup.
Yeah, we're down to 55 seconds remaining in the third period with Ranky leading 6-4. Wrestlers tied up in the center of the mat. Ranky working a 2-on-1, and Bridwell goes collar tie. Bridwell, nice duck under, hits a super duck. He gets around for 2 points, so he ties it up 6-6 with Ranky. Now 35 seconds to go. Bridwell's able to tie it up. Ranky head down in the mat. Bridwell riding a half Nelson on the far side. Ranky stands up, 20 seconds to go, pushed out of bounds for a restart.
And just a few seconds away from resuming our match over here on mat number 2. We'll jump back to that here coming up momentarily.
And Cruz Ranky has 15 seconds to score here. This one's going to go to overtime. Down to 10 seconds. Bridwell wide and tough over the top, has a leg ride in. Ranky head down in the mat, not able to get anything going. Oh, we do have a technical violation, so that's 1 point to Ranky. It was a full Nelson put on by Bridwell, so Ranky's up now 7-6 with 2 seconds left. And that'll do it. Cruz Ranky wins by a score 8-6. Bridwell at the end of that match with that 2 seconds left let Ranky go for that extra point. So Cruz Ranky wins by decision at 8-6. Broncos go up 9-0 in the duel.
Over on mat number 2, 25 seconds left to wrestle, and Potts leading 13-4 over Rude. Again, the scores you see on your screen, those are the dual scores. We'll keep you updated on the individual match scores as we continue on here on this Saturday morning, this Region 1 dual coverage on yourliveevent.com.
At 113 pounds on mat number 1. That is Grayson Lyons out there for the Lisbon Broncos.
13-4, Potts gets the win over Rude, so major decision points coming for the Lobos, and they cut that deficit now to 6-4.
And Grayson Lyons taking on Gerard Goldaddy from Linton HMB. That's on mat number 1. Match just underway with 1:30 to go in the first period. Broncos lead the duel 9-0.
So far in our Kindred Lemoore Litchfield Marion duel, Cole Richard took the open weight class at 285. Gavin Rude wins by major decision. And that's where we stand so far, as it is now a score of 6-4.
And Goldaddy scores 2-point takedown, doubled up on Grayson Lyons, takes him down to the mat. He's up now 2-0 with 55 seconds remaining in the first period.
Pounders checking in right now over on mat number 2. Again, the winner of these duels will wrestle each other in the semifinals. Losing teams will wrestle each other in the consolation round of this tournament. Only the top 2 will advance on to state in dual competition. They will have matches, though, to place everyone through 1 through 8 here today, as it's Noah Swenson from Kindred against Joey Hyde from Lemoore Litchfield Marion, underway 113.
Yeah, and Grayson Lyons on the mat number 1 gets a reversal, and he has Goldaddy on his back. He's going to pick up 2 near fall, so he will be up 4-2. And that's down to 6 seconds to go in the first period, so Grayson Lyons go up 4-2 over Gerard Goldaddy on mat 1.
Joey Hyde will get the takedown over Swenson, and will jump out to a 2-0 lead just under 90 seconds to go in the first period at 113 pounds over on mat number 2.
Goldaddy's choice, he's going to choose neutral to start the second period. Goldaddy did score the first takedown, or that takedown in the first period, with Lyons now leading 4-2.
And Hyde has had that Nelson in, and he's just unable to get a turn on Swenson, as Swenson will work his way back over to his base. 50 seconds left to go in the first period over there at mat number 2.
And Goldaddy has Grayson Lyons. A 2-point takedown now as a headlock. And Lyons trying to defend, is going to get around behind Goldaddy. Goldaddy still hip into the mat. Lyons trying to counter.
And a deep headlock for Hyde, and he's going to start getting some back points against Swenson. He's going to drive him. Looking for the pin is Joey Hyde at 113 pounds over on mat number 2. And it's that shoulder that he's finally able to get the turn on, and a good bridge coming the way of Swenson to keep this match going. But some elevation on the head right now. The official seeing some daylight with 10 seconds left to wrestle on mat number 2.
And Lyons scores a reversal. He's up now 6-4. Goldaddy did pick up a takedown with that dump to headlock combination. Lyons reverses it, so he's up 6-4 with 45 seconds remaining on mat 2.
Hyde will get a 3-point near fall to end the first period at 113 on mat number 2. Hyde leads 5-0 against Swenson. Dual score right now 6-4 in favor of the Kindred Vikings.
And Grayson Lyons wins by fall, slaps on a cradle, takes Goldaddy over to his back. Grayson Lyons winner by fall.
And second period beginning over on mat number 2, and it's 2 more points coming the way of Joey Hyde for the Lobos. They are up to 113 pounds over on mat number 2.
And up to 120 pounds on mat number 1. Have Noah Anderson going out for the Lisbon Broncos. The Broncos up in this duel 15-0. Picked up a pin at heavyweight by Lyons. Ranky won by 8-6 decision. And now Grayson Lyons comes out and wins by fall over Goldaddy.
And Hyde picking up some back points on mat number 2. Didn't like his approach against Swenson. He will let him get back to his base as there's two more coming the way of Joey Hyde. 9-0 his lead. A minute to go in the second period on mat number 2.
And mat 1 is Noah Anderson from Lisbon wrestling Holter Bridwell from Lytton HMB. Holter Bridwell, a senior for the Lions. And Anderson in on a single leg is going to try to double it up, run the bar on Bridwell. Drops down, secures the legs. He gets 2 points takedown. Anderson's up 2-0 with a minute 10 to go.
Hyde got two more on a near fall. His lead at 11-0. Noah Swenson able to come around the front, and he has a leg of Hyde and has not been able to establish control as he tries to get a turn on Hyde, and Hyde will come right over the top and immediately will get some back points against Swenson as he has him on his back. On his side, picking up near fall points, 20 seconds to go. And there will be a fall, so Joey Hyde will get the fall over Noah Swenson, and the Lobos will pull in front here against the Kindred Vikings. Now 10-6, their lead.
Yeah, mat number 1 down to 30 seconds. Noah Anderson is still up 2-0 on the far edge of the mat. Anderson's on top, just riding a deep waist. Bridwell's going to try to Granby through, doesn't make it. Now broke belly down on the mat. Now Anderson goes crossface. He has 15 seconds to get a turn, and working for that crossface screwdriver. Is going to try to pull Bridwell over with 10 seconds.
It's Brock Johnson from Kindred against Jaden Paul from Lemoore Litchfield Marion. This is 120 pounds and a quick takedown for Brock Johnson as he immediately starts turning that right into back points. Johnson looking for an early win here and trying to get the Vikings back in front. 2 will come on the near fall, and right away it's a 4-0 lead for Johnson.
And end of the first, start of the second, Noah Anderson takes a 2-point lead. He's up 2-0 over Bridwell. Bridwell right away off the whistle, stands up. Anderson's able to return him back to the mat, goes crossface right away on Bridwell.
And Johnson sets the cradle in on Paul, and it's close. The official right there, and it will be a pin. Brock Johnson will get the fall victory here. He will pin Jaden Paul from Lemoore Litchfield Marion. So Kindred back in front, 12-10.
Now mat number 1, Lisbon leads this duel 15-0. We're at 120 pounds with Noah Anderson wrestling Holter Bridwell. Anderson on top with an armbar at a minute 20 to go in the second period. And Anderson trying to walk this around. You got to watch the arm of Bridwell.
And we're going to have an open weight class. We'll see who takes that open victory for the Lobos, as it's now 16-12 in favor of Lemoore Litchfield Marion.
There we are, down to 50 seconds still. Bridwell on the mat now attempts to stand up on Anderson. We get a potentially dangerous for a restart back in the center of the mat with 44 seconds to go in the second period.
So it's Jay Stuffy who will take the open weight class at 126 for the Lobos. Now Miles Thielgis from Kindred against Dustin Ketterling from Lemoore Litchfield Marion at 132 pounds. That is over at mat number 2, where the Lobos lead this one 16-12 against Kindred.
And Anderson with 30 seconds to go still on top. No change of position in the second period.
And a stalemate called on mat number 2 as both wrestlers on the mat, Thielgis and Ketterling just scrambling around. And they'll reset with a minute 27 to go first period there on mat number 2.
Oh, Anderson has a cradle locked up on Bridwell. Bridwell trying to work hand control and stretch that leg down to 2 seconds. So Anderson does pick up 3-point near fall. He's up now 5-0 over Bridwell from Lytton HMB going into the third period. Anderson choose bottom.
Minute to go over on mat number 2. Still no score. Again, both wrestlers right out the gate went right for each other and had a scramble. Now we're going to have a takedown, and I believe that will go to Thielgis. Yeah, Miles Thielgis will take a 2-0 lead. 40 seconds to go there in the first period.
And Anderson scores a reversal, hip and arm over. Now has a half Nelson locked up. Head and arm, goes to head and arm on Bridwell. He's going to pick up 2 reversals. He's up 7-0.
And Thielgis will pick up 2 on a near fall. His lead at 4-0. And
Anderson on mat 1 working out front the far side of the mat. And Bridwell does have a double leg locked up. He's going to try to elevate that, but Anderson right now working too far out of bounds.
9 seconds left to go in the first period. Miles Thiel just a 4-0 lead, and looks like they're totaling up a couple more near fall points. I believe he'll have 3 more. Yeah, he will have 3 more once that scoreboard hits 0 for the end of the first period. It does, and Miles Thiel, just the 8th grader from Kindred, a 7-0 lead over Dustin Ketterling from Lemoore Litchfield Marion.
You know, Anderson, mat number 1, has the inside cradle locked up, goes head in the hole. He's going to try to get Bridwell over to his back. He has 45 seconds to work for the fall. Has Bridwell going. He's going to pick up near fall. Now Anderson will reset. Not in position to score that fall. Ties up the back leg. Takes Bridwell over once again with 30 seconds remaining.
Thiel just on top to begin the next period. Ketterling tried to sit out, and Thiel just gets him right back out to his belly. 90 seconds to go in the second period. They're at 132 pounds.
Time expires. Noah Anderson has a 13-0 lead, and he will win this match 13-0 over Holter Bridwell from Lytton HMB, scoring a major decision. 4 more points on the board for the Broncos. They're up 19-0.
Results so far over on mat number 2. Cole Richard took the open weight class for the Vikings. We'll tell you more about that, but first we're going to have a stoppage. It will be 3 on a near fall that comes for Theelgis, and then a stoppage of potentially dangerous. So Theelgis is lead over Ketterling at 10-1 as Ketterling will get that point. Logan Potts from LLM defeated Gavin Root 15-4 on a major decision. Joey Hyde from LLM a win over Noah Swenson at a fall at 3:38. Brock Johnson from Kindred over Jaden Paul. That's a fall. 47 seconds is at 1:20. Jay Stuffy at 1:26 took the open weight class, while Miles Theelgis wrestling Dustin Ketterling right now at 132 pounds, and it is a 10-1 advantage for Theelgis.
Yeah, mat number 1. Caden Robertson for Lisbon Broncos came out, took down Blake Midlighter, had him cradled up. Midlighter almost reversed it. Now Robertson has Midlighter broke back down, scoring near fall. He's up 5-0. That's a mat number 1 with 1:19 to go.
27 seconds left to wrestle, second period on mat 2. And it's Theelgis putting Ketterling to the mat. That shoulder, a lot of movement on that interior shoulder, and Theelgis wants to try and approach again.
And Caden Robertson has his cradle locked back up. It's tight. Robertson keeps that motor going. He's going to pick up 3 near fall. He's up 10-0 with 45 seconds to go in the first period.
13-1, second period ends on mat 2 at 132. And it's Theelgis, a 13-1 lead over Ketterling.
At mat number 1, we are at 126 pounds with Caden Robertson and Blake Midlighter from Lytton HMB. It's a 10-0 lead with 20 seconds to go in the first period.
Theelgis shooting in on that single leg, and a driving forward on Ketterling will get 2 more on a takedown, so 15-1. And he's in line for maybe a tech fall. If he gets a turn, if he doesn't get the pin, he'll still get the victory here with 90 seconds to go in the third period.
Yeah, mat 1, Caden Robertson with 3 more near fall, racking up a lot of points in that first period. He's up 13-0, working that cradle, able to score a lot of near fall for the Lisbon Broncos in that first period.
And we'll get a tech fall, and a victory comes for Theelgis, 18-1. He is the winner. And the Lobos leading 17-16.
Yeah, good back and forth battle on mat number 1 between the Lobos and the Vikings. And Robertson has his cradle locked up again on mat number 1. He'll try to work for the fall, goes bottom knee in the side, trying to get those shoulders of Midlighter flattened out. Down to 1:25 to go, so he has a while here to work on the back, work for this fall, and pick up some more bonus points for the Broncos.
Fisher Johnson from Kindred against Maddox Shockman from Lemoore Litchfield Marion. That is 138 pounds underway over on mat number 2.
And your winner by tech fall is Caden Robertson over Blake Midlighter. So Robertson picking up 5 points for the Broncos. Broncos are now up 24-0. That's on mat number 1 between Lisbon Broncos and Lytton HMB. Lisbon leads 24-0.
Again, this is our quarterfinal round of this Region 1 dual tournament. We'll have 2 more quarterfinal matches coming your way after this one wraps up. Over on mat number 1, it will feature Oaks and EEK. South Border against Napoleon Gackle Streeter on mat number 2. Those will be coming up after this as a takedown. Maddox Schuckman will get the takedown and will lead 2-0 with less than a minute to go in the first period on mat number 2.
And mat number 1, 132 pounds, Cashton Wadeson for Lisbon Broncos, wrestling Zach Doctor for Lytton HMB. Doctor's a sophomore with an 18-21 record. Broncos lead 24-0, still scoreless in the first period. Now Wadeson's going double underhook. Has body lock on Doctor. Going to try to return him to the mat. Not able to do it. Doctor escapes. Now Wadeson drops down to double. Scores 2 points for a takedown. He's up 2-0.
15 seconds and counting left on mat number 2. And Maddox Schockman with that 2-0 lead. And the tapper comes out. This one looks like it's going to end with Schockman leading Johnson 2-0. Or at least this first period, I should say, is going to end with that score. And both wrestlers turn, and no one's going to get any points out of that, as Schuckman will take the 2-0 lead into the next period.
Yeah, 40 seconds remaining. Cashton Wadeson has an armbar locked up, now walking it around. Does score some near fall. And Wadeson working for the fall now against Zach Doctor from Lytton HMB with 20 seconds remaining.
Second period just underway on mat number 2. Again, 17-16. Lobos leading the Kindred Vikings.
And Wadeson now jumps across, goes head and arm. The Doctor trying to fight off his back now with 5 seconds remaining. And your winner by fall is Cashton Wadeson, 132 pounds for the Lisbon Broncos.
Schockman will get the escape and the takedown. At least they will score the escape, have not scored the takedown. Now they will. It is 5-0. Schockman's lead.
The Broncos open up their duel on mat number 1 with the pin by Grant Lyons over Wald from Lytton HMB. Followed up by Cruz Ranke, winner by decision 8-6 over Hauser Bridwell. Grayson Lyons followed that up with a pin over Gerard Golddaddy from Lytton HMB. Then Noah Anderson for Lisbon Broncos defeated Holter Bridwell by major decision 13-0. That was at 120 pounds, 126 pounds. Caden Robertson won by tech fall 16-0 over Blake Midlighter. And now Cashton Wadeson, 132, wins by fall over Doctor from Lytton HMB.
Maddox Schockman will get the pin over Fisher Johnson at 138 pounds. So now it is 22-17 Lobos.
Yep, we had a couple open weights here at 38 and 45, and 52. So now we're at 160 pounds on mat number 1 with Blaze Ranke. Ranke right away all off the whistle scores. No, actually no takedown awarded. And Ranke and Blake Ketterling. Ketterling has on a whizzer. Now Ranke able to get behind him for 2-point takedown with 1:30 to go in the first period. The Broncos lead this duel 42-0. Had a series of forfeits by Lytton HMB. And now Ranke working for the fall against Ketterling. He's going to win by fall for Blaze Ranke. That's 6 more points on the board. Broncos go up 48-0.
Braden Steffes from Memorial Litchfield Marion against Tanner Benji from Kindred. That is 145 pounds, and it's scoreless over on mat number 2. (22-17) Lemoore Litchfield Marion currently holding on to this lead against the Kindred Vikings. 53 seconds to go in the first period. They're at 145 pounds.
All right, mat number 1, now we're on 160 pounds. That was 152 between Ranke and Ketterling, so Ranke wins by fall. Now we have Eli Lyons wrestling Noah Alderaan. Lyons goes double overhook on Alderaan. They get thrown out of bounds with a 2-point takedown for Alderaan from Lytton HMB.
Still no score over on mat number 2, 25 seconds ago in the first period. And Steffes looking like he has some control, just trying to free up that leg to come around. And he comes around, but did not maintain his control all the way through. No one with control. Benji will come around. He is not going to give control. Both wrestlers are going to release. And Benji will come in and shoot. He'll get a late 2 points and will take the lead going into the second period at 145 pounds.
In mat number 1, Noah Alderaan has a 2-0 lead. Right now, Eli Lyons works a reversal. He ties it up 2-2. Lyons kind of dug himself in a hole, going double overhooks and getting it tossed out of bounds, but now he ties it up 2-2 with 45 seconds to go in the first period.
Benji will be on top to begin the second period over on mat number 2.
Yeah, 30 seconds to go in the first period. Alderaan scores 2-point reversal. Lyons had a nice bar half hooked up on Alderaan, but Alderaan's able to sit up and counter, rolls Lyons through for a 2-point reversal. He's now up 4-2 over Eli Lyons.
Steffes at his base trying to pop up. It was Steffes who looked like he had control late in that period to get the first 2 points. As he sees his feet, turns around. Benji drops levels and is able to get a 2-on-1 on one of those legs. As Steffes is now going to walk him around. If he can pop that leg free, he will tie things up at 2 with a reversal. And that's kind of how the first period ended between these two. Benji able to keep his control here with a minute 20 to go in the second period.
And Eli Lyons on mat number 1 scores an escape, so it closes the gap just a little bit. Now down 4-3 to Noah Alderaan from Lytton HMB. Alderaan's choice to start the second. He chooses bottom.
This is Region 1 dual coverage on yourliveevent.com. Quarterfinal round. We'll have our next 2 matches coming up. As soon as these ones wrap up, things will get rolling here. All places will be wrestled through here at this tournament, with a chance for the third place winner to challenge the runner-up for that spot at state. 44 seconds left to go in the second period at mat number 2. Tanner Menji from Kindred 2, Braden Steffes from Lemoore Litchfield Marion, no score.
Yeah, Lyons still down 4-3. Noah Alderaan trying to work a reversal. He's on top of the situation position. The Lyons working underneath, going to try to go forklift and regain control.
$15 seconds left to go on mat number 2. We're going to get a stop for potentially dangerous, and I wonder if it's going to result in points. Yeah, that will be Braden Steffes will get a point out of that one. He trails 2-1 with 15 seconds to wrestle in the second period.
There was no change of position on that edge, on the edge of the mat, with Alderaan trying to score that reversal. Lyons able to hold him down with a minute to go in the second period. And this is one of those key matchups that you go head-to-head here in Region 1. These two haven't met up in the regular season. The winner of this match, that'll play into the region seedings next week at the individual tournament.
Restarting here for the final 14 seconds over on mat number 2. Steffes comes around, trying to free that leg in this final 5 seconds. Nice job by Menji to drive forward and maintain his control. And trying to get him on his back, but runs out of time. The official is about to start the count for the near fall. And it'll be 2-1 going into the final 2 minutes at 145 pounds on mat number 2.
Yeah, mat number 1, Eli Lyons goes down by fall to Noah Alderaan. Had a scramble. The wrestlers get stood up. Lyons tries to go double overhook, force the move. Alderaan falls on top. He wins by fall. Well, Lytton HMB now on the board. Lisbon leads 48-6.
Brandon Steffes, who is down 2-1, chooses to be on top to begin this final 2 minutes. Over on mat number 2, his Lobos team leading 22-17. Again, the winner of this will wrestle the winner of Linton HMB and Lisbon next.
And 170 pounds, Bowden Greenlee going out for the Broncos, working for a fall. First 5 seconds had a takedown. He's going to go for the fall over Landon Schumacher. Bowden Greenlee, 4-time state champion. Landon Schumacher this year ranked number 8. Bowden Greenlee number 1 at 170 pounds.
Tanner Menji will get the escape here, and it's a 3-1 advantage for him against Braden Steffes. A minute to go in the third period at 1:45.
Down to minute 20 with Bowden Greenlee working for the fall. Chest on top, and he's going to do it. Has that reverse half thrown in, and he wins by fall on mat number 1.
Less than a minute to go on mat number 2 in the third period at 145 pounds. Tanner Benji from Kindred 3, Braden Steffes from LLM 1.
And 182, Levi Spem, your winner by forfeit. I think that'll do it here for the duel over on mat number 1. 195, also open on Lytton HMB, so Gabe Lyons for the Broncos receives a forfeit. And 220, also open for Lytton HMB. And Drew Anderson receives a forfeit. That'll do your final dual score on mat number 1. Broncos win 72-6 over Lytton HMB. They'll advance to the semifinal round.
Down to the final 17 seconds on mat number 2. And we'll shift our focus here to mat number 2. Again, our final 72-6. Lisbon victorious, as we're going to get a final over here on mat number 2, and it's a victory. Menji will get the win over there on what was a battle at mat number 2. And it's a decision, so it keeps LLM in front at 22-20. Currently on mat number 2. Again, our final on our scoreboard on mat number 1, Lisbon 72, Lytton HMB 6. So the winner will wrestle against the Kindred, a winner of this, a Kindred and Lemoore, will wrestle against the Lisbon Broncos, with the losing team to wrestle against Lytton HMB.
Yeah, this is a great duel going on here on mat number 2 between the Vikings and the Lobos.
And Cale Hebel will get the takedown right away against Jeremy Knight. Leads 2-0, and we'll get 3 on a near fall, as he will give another push here to try to end this one. Will Hebel against Knight in the first period.
And one of the things that sticks out for this duel is Kindred able to fill most of their weight classes. So putting on a competitive duel today with the Lemoore Lobos. Lobos, they brought back 10 state qualifiers for last year, so this says something about the Kindred Vikings as far as their wrestling program.
Absolutely. 3 more points will come the way, by the way, of Hebel. Will make it a 5-0. And they've been competitive. Even those losses, they've been very competitive, and it's been a very good mat number 2. We talked about that to get things rolling, Brent. It's going to come down to who can fill weight classes.
Yeah, it is. Yep, and it's good to see out of Kindred. Kind of what you alluded to at the beginning of this is that, some of these wrestlers, maybe they weren't in the varsity lineup at the beginning of the season.
Hebel will get the fall victory here and extends the lead now to 28-20.
But these wrestlers now, they've had time to season up a little bit, got some of those JV matches out of the way, and now they're here in the varsity lineup helping out their team, trying to make it to the state tournament.
Yeah, making our way to 160, and I think this point forward we're going to have all weight classes filled, I believe, and I might be speaking too soon, but I believe both teams will fill up from this point forward. Gavin Niemeyer from Kindred against Henry Lettenmeyer from Lemoore Litchfield Marion. And Lettenmeyer right away with the takedown and a 2-0 lead. So much strategy goes into your dual competition. You're sometimes it's damage control. It's giving up the least amount of points, and when you can fill weight classes, you put yourself in that advantage.
Yeah, and it even goes down to the flip of the coin. Which team has to show the wrestler first, and you have your different courses of action based off of that.
And Lettenmeyer getting a turn here for some back points. Niemeyer able to bridge himself out there a little bit to avoid the fall. They'll come out of bounds. It'll be 3 on the near fall. And Lettenmeyer now extending his lead to 5-0.
Lettenmeyer with the nice had chicken wing tilt hooked up on the edge of the mat.
Minute 10 to go. First period at 160 pounds over on mat number 2. Again, our final on mat number 1 was Lisbon 72, Lytton HMB 8. Starting to see some wrestlers populate mat number 1 to try to start getting limber and getting loose for the next 2 quarterfinal matches. Less than a minute to go, first period on mat number 2 here at 160. Lettenmeyer just trying to find a pinning combination that's going to work. And he'll start getting some movement there on Niemeyer. Had him, and he rolled right into it on that interior shoulder. So Lettenmeyer trying to work the outer shoulder. 20 seconds left to go.
Yeah, Lettenmeyer in a good position now, going chest on chest over the top. Just working against the clock.
And it'll be a fall, and it's Lettenmeyer who will get the win. Henry Rettenmeyer, a fall over Gavin Niemeyer from Kindred. And 34-20, Lemoore Litchfield Marians with the lead. Next 2 wrestlers will check in. Look at how this duel has gone, as this will be an open weight class in favor of the Lobos. So now looking at a 40-0 advantage. It's Garrett Hebel at 170 who will take that forfeit, by the way.
We still have 3 weight classes to go here now at 182 pounds.
Tyson Johnson from Kindred against Brock Wendell from Lemoore, and Wendell right away, I didn't see if they scored. It's not on the scoreboard, but I believe he should have 2 coming his way here and potentially more on a near fall, as right away, right out the gate, Wendell is able to take down Tyson Johnson. And then they'll put the 2 there on the scoreboard. Tagging up near fall points as Johnson has just constantly been moving there after getting taken down, and they'll finally call him out. It'll be 3 more coming the way of Wendell, and a 5-0 lead for him.
Yeah, I think Johnson's effort there on the bottom, bridging back and forth, was able to pull Wendell out of bounds for this restart.
Wendell on the season, 23-9. Johnson, 9-11. And official, I believe, issuing a caution red. As now a reset here, minute 20 to go in the first period. Get up to 182 pounds. Last night was the girls' East Dual Tournament out in Carrington, and Central Cass earning a spot as the East Dual champions last night. So Central Cass girls on to state, their boy counterparts trying to make their way now on to the state tournament. As the Region 2 dual tournament underway in Harvey, we have that on yourliveevent.com. Is Wendell able to get a turn on Johnson? And Johnson fighting his way through. 45 seconds now left in the first period.
Yeah, Johnson just missed the counter on that. When you throw that armbar on, if you sit up and roll through, you're able to get out of that. Just missed it.
And Wendell coming in a little bit tighter and gets the fall. Brock Wendell, a fall over Tyson Johnson at 182 pounds. 46-20 Lemoore, so the Lobos will wrestle Lisbon, who defeat Linton HMB by a final of 72-6. They will wrestle in the semifinals of this tournament.
Yeah, Brock Wendell, the senior in that match, knew what had to happen there. He needed that pin to seal a victory for the Lemoore Lobos.
And I believe Lettenmeyer will come out and take 195. So Brady Lettenmeyer will take the open at 195, and 220 we will have a match coming here at 220. So we will have one more to go here, but it is 52-20. Lemoore Litchfield Marion with the win. So both higher seeded teams victorious here in the first round of this tournament. We'll have a break, a little bit of an extended break coming up after this one wraps up, and then we'll get you ready for the next rounds of competitions over here on Mat 1 and Mat 2 of this tournament. Rodney Wolf from Kindred. Sage Gus's from Lemoore Litchfield Marion. This is 220 pounds. Again, we started at heavyweight for that first round of competition. I believe they said staggered weight classes moving forward.
Yep, I think we'll start the next round at 106, I believe.
Yep. Quarters 285, semis 106, placing rounds 113 is what we'll have going on here today. As two coming on the takedown for Wolf for Kindred. Next week, the individual tournament will be at Oaks. We'll have that an audio-only broadcast at yourliveevent.com. And then the state tournament audio-only broadcasts the following week, beginning on Thursday.
Yeah, Wolf just manhandled Gushis there, just threw him over. Has that leg locked up, he'll pick up some near fall.
Yeah, Wolf 17-11 on the season, a 220-pounder for the Kindred Vikings.
Yeah, Rodney Wolf, one of these wrestlers coming on in the second half of the season, made his way to the championship at the Storehog.
Picking up some back points here. 10 seconds left to try to close this out with a fall in the first period at 220. A fall here would end this duel. And Kindred will go on to the consolation round as Wolf will get 3 points and a 5-0 lead. Wrestlers will choose to have them on their feet to begin the second period. So far here, the results up until this point, Cole Richard from Kindred took the open weight class at 285. For the Lobos, Logan Potts at 106 defeated Gavin Rude with a major decision, 15-4. Joey Hyde from LLM over Noah Swenson at 113 via fall. Brock Johnson from Kindred over Jaden Paul via fall at 120. Jay Stuffy for the Lobos took the open weight class at 126. At 132, Miles Thielgis over Dustin Ketterling, a tech fall 18-1. At 138, Maddox Shockman from Lemoore over Fisher Johnson, a fall at the 257 mark at 138. At 145, Tanner Benji from Kindred over Braden Steffes, 4-1 decision. Cale Hebel at 152 for the Lobos, a win over Jeremy Knight via fall. At 160, Henry Lettenmeyer, at 160 over Gavin Niemeyer, a fall at 148. The Lobos getting a win at 170. Garrett Hebel taking the open weight class. Brock Wendell over Tyson Johnson, a fall at 182. And then Brady Lettenmeyer, the open weight class at 195. Bringing us here to 220, where Rodney Wolf now with a 7-0 advantage and less than a minute to go in the second period, as he's looking like he's going to end this one with a fall. If he can secure those shoulders, chest to chest, he gets it. So Wolf gets a fall to end it, and that will bring our final score 52-26. The Lobos and the Broncos will meet in the semifinals, and then it will be the Vikings taking on the Lions in the consolation semifinal round of this tournament. We'll take a break. We'll have more wrestling coming your way next on yourliveevent.com.
At Mobility Plus Rehabilitation, our mission is to provide exceptional physical and occupational therapy with highly skilled therapists who live in your community. Mobility Plus looks to minimize your pain and maximize mobility that quickly allows you to live the quality of life you desire. Your mobility is our top priority. To find a location near you or for more information, go online to mobilityplus.biz. That's mobilityplus.biz.
Winter is a planning season for farmers, a time when your mind is on your fields. But the shorter days doesn't mean there's less work to be done. At Sis van der Haaf, we know that lower temps won't cool your passion for production. We're continually striving to develop sugar beet varieties that thrive despite the pressures from disease and the challenges of nature. Because sharing the pride of success starts with sharing the passion to achieve it. Sis van der Haaf, a passion that grows.
Thunder Seed has over 4 generations of experience in the field. Through innovation, technology, and hard work, we put farmers first by providing high-quality products. We pride ourselves on developing quality soybean, corn, wheat, and corn silage seed for dealers and growers across our region. We are invested in being your partner throughout the full cycle of your harvest. Thunder Seed, first in the field, family owned and farmers first.
My roots run deep. I dream of a world where planting a seed can bring forth the food and knowledge our world needs right now. The field is my classroom, and I have the power to make a difference. I am going to feed the world someday.
Abuse can affect anyone, and each person's experience is different. Abuse is about power and control, and it is not always black and blue. A loving relationship should not be threatening, accusing, isolating, or include violence of any kind. The Abuse Resource Network provides services to start living the life you deserve. For more information, visit abuseresourcenetwork.org.
Folks, it's tax season, and the best way to teach your kids about taxes is by eating 30% of their ice cream. And the best way to learn about your tax situation is contacting Olson Accounting. They'll answer any question you have from an individual or business point of view. Let Olson Accounting set up your tax plan and eliminate any problems by visiting colsoncpa.com or call 701-683-2700. Olson Accounting of Lisbon.
From on-site farm repairs to maintaining the condition of your vehicle, trust the staff at Welton's Tire Service. They've served the Lisbon area since 1972, guaranteeing customer satisfaction and workmanship from farm equipment, tire services, and preventative vehicle maintenance. You'll find it all from affordable prices, free estimates, to their knowledgeable technicians answering any question. Welton's Tire Service is locally owned and located on Main Street in Lisbon. For information, go online to weltonstire.net or call 701-683-5136.
The American farmer has been adapting to challenges in the field for generations. Columbia Grain and Agronomy is here to help on every acre with the highest quality products and expert local service. Contact the Agronomy Centers in Climax at 218-857-2165 or our villa at 701-343-6273. Columbia Grain and Agronomy, committed to cultivating growth through a diverse mix of products and expert knowledge. Contact them today and make the most of every acre. Call Climax at 218-857-2165 or our villa at 701-343-6273.
This is Chris from RDK Enterprises, your local precision planting dealer. We are less than 90 days until spring planting. 90 days. Are you ready? Is your maintenance plan in place? Do you have parts on hand? Are any upgrade options decided on and purchased? We can help. Spring will be here before you know it, and we will help you meet the challenge. Contact RDK Enterprises at planterdoc.com. That's planterdoc.com.
Abuse can affect anyone, and each person's experience is different. Abuse is about power and control, and it is not always black and blue. A loving relationship should not be threatening, accusing, isolating, or include violence of any kind. The Abuse Resource Network provides services to start living the life you deserve. For more information, visit abuseresourcenetwork.org.
Growers, here at Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, we are your water management contractors. We can help you with tile drainage plans, surface drainage plans, or both. Remember, water management is a lifetime investment. Call Chad at 701-430-0182 to get your water problems solved. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. 701-430-0182, helping farmers grow.
Take a good look at Hillsborough. You probably know that the people are friendly, and you know about the quality of healthcare available at Sanford Medical Center. Maybe you've been to the Hillsborough Sports Complex to cheer on the Burros. Look at the businesses on Hillsborough's Main Street. The Hillsborough Economic Development Corporation provides financial help to local child care providers, and they're interested in supporting local businesses. For more information, contact the Hillsborough Economic Development Corporation at growhillsboroughnd.com.
Wallach Johnson Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals celebrating over 40 years of service. As an experienced independent insurance agency, they have access to highly rated insurance companies and can shop around to find you an affordable solution for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. Visit them at one of their locations in Lisbon, Gwinner, or Rutland and get a free quote started today. For more information, go to nd-insure.com.
The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters is a group of parents, coaches, and community members whose mission is to enrich the Lisbon High School athletic community by providing financial support for Lisbon High School athletic programs and events. If you are interested in getting involved, they invite you to join the Bronco Athletic Booster Group on Facebook to learn more. The Lisbon Athletic Boosters send a good luck wish to all athletes competing today.
Honesty, loyalty, integrity. At Bank North, we've remained true to these values for generations. They shape the way we do business, work with customers, and support our communities. We've been here for more than a century, helping people grow farms and businesses, finance homes, and pursue their dreams. It's values-based banking, and it's all about working together to strengthen the common threads that bind us together. Bank North, always true.
Emery Vistos Implement has been family owned and operated since 1935. Located in Oaks, North Dakota, they sell CarQuest automotive parts and numerous lines of agriculture parts, from edible bean equipment to air compressors and pressure washers. Plus, you'll have to stop by and check out their Ariat clothing selection at Emery Vistos Implement. Anything you need is under one roof. Stop in just south of Oaks on Highway 1 or go online to vistoimplement.com. That's vistoimplement.com.
Growers, here at Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, we are your water management contractors. We can help you with tile drainage plans, surface drainage plans, or both. Remember, water management is a lifetime investment. Call Chad at 701-430-0182 to get your water problems solved. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. 701-430-0182, helping farmers grow.
And welcome back here on mat number 1. It's number 3 Oaks against number 6 EEK. Mat number 2 South Porter against number 7 Napoleon Gackle Streeter. 6-0 our score across the board as open weight classes. So Oaks a 6-0 lead. South Porter a 6-0 lead as forfeits coming at heavyweights.
They're at 106 pounds on mat number 1 now between Matthias Dahlstrom and Walker Miller. And Walker Miller goes out, takes Dahlstrom down. He's up 2-1. There are minute 7 to go in the first period and called out of bounds.
And I think we might see an open weight class at 113, or rather 106, over on mat number 2. So there will be points given out here. I think actually that's back-to-back open weight classes. We'll have to get kind of our scoring straightened out over on mat number 2. As we continue on here, this is our other quarterfinal round matchup. Winners so far today, Lisbon and Lemoore Litchfield Marion.
And Walker Miller scores another takedown. He's up 4-1. Now Dahlstrom Trying to work his own takedown here. Had a reshot. And Miller's gets a stalemate, so he's going to lead 4-2 with 24 seconds to go in the first period.
So here's where we're at over on mat number 2. Jordan Haas from South Border took the open weight class at 285. We'll tell you about what's going on at 120 here first, as it's Christopher LeBrand who will get a takedown. Actually, he has not established control for the takedown against Brody Michelson at 120 pounds. Dalton Feist took the open weight class for Napoleon Gackle-Streeter at 106, Alexis Snyder at 113. That brings us here to 120 pounds and a 12-6 lead for Napoleon Gackle-Streeter.
Yeah, mat number 1 into the first period, going into the second. Walker Miller has a 6-2 lead over Matthias Dahlstrom.
And it will be Brody Michelson who will take the takedown. Will get the takedown at 120 on mat number 2. Looked like LeBrand had him down, and Michelson able to get himself through to get the 2 points, and now trying to extend the body of LeBrand and trying to get a fall here.
Yeah, Dahlstrom attempts a stand up on mat number 1. Miller chomps over the top, has Dahlstrom cradled up.
Remember, mat 1 will be the red mat. Mat 2 will be the white mat.
And he does score 2 near fall. Miller's up 8-2. Now Dahlstrom scores a reversal. 8-4 score with 1:29 to go in the second period. Dahlstrom now with a little bit of momentum midway through the second period.
And blood time over at mat number 2.
This duel during the regular season, Oaks won 42-33 over EEK. This may have been one of those matches, or maybe one of those matches that kind of decide the duel here at 106.
And we're getting back underway over on mat number 2. Brody Michelson from South Border, a 2-0 lead over Christopher LeBrand from Napoleon Gackle-Streeter. The Imperials a 12-6 lead after taking 2 open weight classes.
The wrestlers went out of bounds into the restart. Dahlstrom has Walker Miller broke down, now working a chicken wing. Going to try to tilt him over right here on the edge of the mat. And no near fall given up by Miller. And Dahlstrom has Miller in trouble now. Going to pick up a couple near fall. He's looking to close the gap here in the second period with 20 seconds to go.
Mat number 2, first period ends at 120. Michelson 2, LeBrand 0. Again, that is number 2 South Border against number 6 Napoleon Gackle-Streeter. All these quarterfinal rounds of this tournament.
And Dahlstrom at the end of the second period picks up 3 near fall, now an 8-7 lead for Walker Miller from EEK. He's up 8-7. And
neutral position to begin the second period at mat 2.
Yeah, mat 1, same thing, neutral position.
That's Michelson who shot, went for the single leg, and LeBrand setting in a cradle, and just the way he came in, no room to turn, as Michelson will stand up, and they're going to call a stalemate between the two.
Yeah, Dahlstrom's taking control of this match on mat number 106 pounds. He's up now 9-8. This took Dahlstrom a little while to get his motor going this morning. Able to come back here now. He's up 9-8.
And LeBrand will have Michelson on his back. You got 2 and then a near fall, and then I think we're going to see a reversal and a fall coming here. Yeah, about 6 points between the two coming around, and then Michelson able to come away with the win. So South Border will get some points, and they will tie it up at 12. It's just 2 quick 120-pound wrestlers, and a nice job. Brody Michelson was able to hang on there and get the reversal and into a fall and get the victory. So 12-12 the dual score between Napoleon Gackle-Streeter and South Border.
Yeah, mat number 1, 106 pounds between Dahlstrom and Miller. Still a 1-point lead for Matthias Dahlstrom. Wrestlers go out of bounds. They're in the third period with 45 seconds to go.
Moving on to 126 at mat number 2. We'll see which wrestlers they had checked in here.
And wrestlers on the restart. And Miller attempts a stand-up. Dahlstrom able to keep him down on the mat.
Joe Keller from South Border against Bryce Schneider from Napoleon Gackle Streeter at 126. Keller 19-12, Schneider 4-18 on the season. And going for the single leg is Keller, and able to gain control of Schneider, but they come out of bounds. No one will get any points out of that.
Yeah, 22 seconds on the restart on mat number 1. Matthias Dahlstrom up 9-8. Dahlstrom able to keep Miller broke belly down. Down to 10 seconds in the third period. We do have a warning for stalling, but that will come a little bit too late here with 7 seconds remaining in the third period.
Schneider went to shoot on mat 2, and sprawling out is Keller. And Keller just trying to walk himself around, and Schneider not in the best position right now as Keller's changed his approach. He's just trying to drive him forward to get him on his back.
Yeah, this match on mat number 1 is going into overtime. We had a technical violation for clasping on Dahlstrom. That ties it up. Going to the sudden victory. First takedown wins it in the first period of overtime.
And Keller will get the 2 points here, and will take a 2-0 advantage over on mat number 2. 27 seconds to go in the first period between Schneider and Keller.
Yeah, mat number 1, 45 seconds to go in the first period. Walker Miller in this first period of this match was dominant on his feet. We'll see if he can come away with the victory. We've got a potentially dangerous for a restart. Now to 41 seconds.
5 seconds left to go on mat number 2. And Keller still with that 2-0 advantage.
And Dahlstrom with the double leg takes Miller down. He's going to win here by decision. He goes on to win 11-9, sudden victory overtime. That was 106 pounds on mat 1.
Second period beginning at mat 2, and both wrestlers will be on their feet. It's Keller from South Border 2, Schneider from Napoleon Gackle Streeter, no score.
They're moving on to 113 pounds after 106. Oaks leads this one 9-0 over Edgeley Allendale Culm. We had an open weight class at 285 by EK. Oaks picks up the forfeit. Now Matthias Dahlstrom wins by decision for the 9 points.
12-12, our dual score over on mat number 2. And a takedown coming for Keller. His lead now at 4-0.
And mat number 1, Ethan Tazarek from LLG Culm scores a 2-point takedown on Ben Wagner. And Tazarek working over the top. Now Wagner able to get hand control. Going to try to pass that over his head and hip heist out.
Wrestlers came out of bounds at mat 2, and they are going to reset. Keller on top and trying to get up to his feet with Schneider. Sets himself up for Keller to put him into a cradle, and Keller trying to tilt back will release the hold and will try coming around the front as he breaks down that arm of Schneider. 47 seconds left in the second period.
And Tazarek has his cradle locked up on Ben Wagner. He has near fall. Down to 55 seconds to go in the first period. Wagner now able to break free, gets belly down. It's a 5-0 lead for Ethan Tazarek from EEK.
24 seconds and counting left on mat number 2, and Joe Keller from South Border, the freshman, with a 4-0 lead against Bryce Schneider from Napoleon. Schneider up into his feet, and Keller trying to set a cradle in. He's going to release as Schneider gets the escape, makes it 4-1 with 7 seconds to go.
Tazarek up 5-0, has the cradle locked up again on Wagner. Looks tight, and he's going to win by fall for EEK, so Ethan Tazarek wins by fall. That'll put 6 points on the board. Now 9-6 dual score on mat number 1.
Third period begins on mat number 2. Schneider will be on the top position, trailing Keller 4-1. That is 126 pounds. And sitting out right away is Keller. He comes around, hits a quick reversal, and 6-1 his lead. Strike that he didn't get the points on that, didn't come all the way around, so Schneider just reestablishing control. I'll double check the scoring to make sure that was the case. Yeah, so Schneider did not lose control. Keller did not come all the way around. So Schneider keeping the control and down 4-1. Just over a minute and a half to wrestle, third period at 126 pounds on mat 2.
Yeah, mat number 1, 120 pounds, finally catching up here to mat 2. It was Weston Soren from Oaks taking on Jager Sand from Ellendale Edgeley Calm. Sand leads this one 2-0. And they are in the first period with a minute 25.
Keller got to his feet, got away, extends his lead to 5-1. Now just over a minute left to wrestle here at 126 pounds.
It is Sand on top, just trying to dig out a wrist, work for an advantage. He's able to tilt Sorm over. Does have 2 near fall coming. Now trying to work a 5 count.
And both of our wrestlers will come out of bounds over at mat number 2. Winners again so far today in the semifinals will be LLM and Lisbon.
Oh, Jager Sand goes head and arm, and he wins by fall over Weston Sorm. So 6 more points. The EK takes the lead 12-9 over the Oaks Tornadoes on mat 1.
Final 37 seconds on mat number 2. Keller from South Border 5, Schneider from Napoleon Gackle Streeter 1.
And working our way up to 126 pounds. Now caught up to mat number 2. Yeah, Blaine Wald for Oaks Tornadoes.
Ten seconds to go here, and Schneider kind of selling out on that final move, knowing he needs some points and not a whole lot of time to get them. As Keller trying to just rat out this final couple seconds, he will, and it becomes a final. Keller from South Border defeats Schneider from Napoleon 5-1, and that will break the 12-12 tie and give South Border a 15-12 lead.
Yeah, mat number 1, Blaine Wald picks up a 2-point takedown. He's up 2-0. We do have potentially dangerous. He's taking on Carson Henningsen from EEK. Wald, a senior, 13-12 record. Carson Henningsen, an 8th grader, 9-13.
We're going to have an open weight class in favor of Napoleon. So now the Imperials will take the lead 18-15 against the Mustangs. That was Daxon Elsinger taking the open weight class at 132. And now 138 Brody Hoffman will take an open weight class. So now South Border 21-18 the lead.
Yeah, Blaine Wald, your winner by fall, hooks up a hammerlock. Able to get another head and arm on Henningsen. Turns him over for a pin. Now 12-15 dual score. Oaks is up 15-12 over EK.
And we swap some open weight classes yet again here on mat number 2. So 27-24. We'll let the scoring kind of get caught up over there on mat number 2 with all the open weight classes as Marshall Lindgren will take an open weight class at 152.
Yeah, mat number 1, 132 pounds. Jazane Allender for the Oaks Tornadoes wrestling Ethan McBride from Ellendale Edgeley Combs. Allender has a cradle hooked up. And working for a foul, and he'll do it. Wins by fall for the Oaks Tornadoes. Another 6 points. Oaks leads this one 21-12 over EEK.
So an update on mat number 2. We've had 4 straight open weight classes. Marshall Lindgren takes the open weight class at 152. Cole Stock at 160. So now the lead for South Border, 33-24. And now we will have our first match here, and that will come at 170.
Yeah, mat number 1, he had open weight class at 138, so a forfeit by EEK. Moves the dual score 27-12. And on the mat now at 145 pounds is Max Chernlin for Ellendale Edgeley Calm, wrestling Grant Wagner for the Oaks Tornadoes. Wegner, senior, 27-14 records. Chernlin for EK, a sophomore, at 16-11.
And Jay Snitschke from South Border at 170 takes down Gage McDonald and will get him on his back for a quick fall. So Nitschke the victory, and South Border now leading 39-24.
And we are scoreless in the first period on mat 1. Wagner is going to hit the goal behind takedown. He's up 2-0 over Chernlin at a minute 19 to go in the first period.
So again, went to about 4 or 5 straight weight classes over on mat number 2, which resulted in forfeits. Our score is 39-24, though South Border with the lead, and now a match here at 182 pounds about to get underway, or already underway. Aaron Meyer from South Border against Eric Zalazar from Napoleon.
Grant Wagner hooks up a cradle on Chernlin, is going to turn him over. Working for a fall, has that bottom knee in the side. He's going to win by a fall. Grant Wagner for the Oaks Tornadoes over Max Chernlin on mat number 1. Now a 33-12 lead for the Oaks Tornadoes.
No score, 24 seconds into our match over on mat number 2 at 182 pounds. Salazar from Napoleon, Meyer from South Border. Pair of upperclassmen wrestling it out. And it'll be a takedown for Aaron Meyer and a 2-0 lead, a minute 10 to go. Meyer 8-8 on the season, Salazar 11-16. And Salazar looking like he could have had a reversal and just lost control of the head of Meyer. And he's now at his base, and Meyer trying to set up a pinning combination here with less than a minute to go in the first period at 182.
Mat number 1 are at 152 pounds between Rylan Wald from Oaks and Greg Fuhrer. Fuhrer has a takedown and going to work on top with a half Nelson. In that match in the first period with a minute 20 to go, Greg Fuhrer leads that one 2-0.
And Salazar looked like he was going to come around for a reversal, and Meyer just drives forward and maintains his control. 30 seconds to go in the period. Meyer with the 2-0 lead.
And Rylan Wald reverses Greg Fuhrer on the edge of the mat, now working for a fall. He ties that one up. You'll have 3 near fall.
And now Zalazar will finally hit that reversal, so Eric Zalazar has tied it at 2. 17 seconds left to wrestle in the first period.
Yeah, mat 1, Greg Fuhrer had a leg right in. Wald was able to catch his ankle, got his reversal, and picks up 3 near fall. He's up 4-2. Now picking up more near fall.
15 seconds left to go on mat number 2, and a 2-2 score at 182 pounds.
And Rylan Wald, mat number 1, leads 7-2. If you're not able to get off the bottom with 10 seconds remaining, Wald looking to score some more near fall before this period's over.
And first period ends at mat number 2. Meyer from South Border 2, Salazar from Napoleon 2. That is 182 pounds. Just a few more weight classes left there at that duel with a 39-24 lead for the South Border Mustangs. We still have 95 and 220 to wrestle after this.
The start of the second period, we're in the neutral position between Wald and Fuhrer. And Blaine Wald leads 7-2. That dual score on mat number 1 is currently 33-12 in favor of the Oaks Tornadoes.
Meyer and Zalazar will be on their feet to begin the second period at 182 pounds.
We're going to make a switch, and Lisbon and Laura will be wrestling on mat 2 as soon as South Border Napoleon gets done.
And they just announced that Lisbon will wrestle their semifinal soon as this duel gets done at mat number 2 as Salazar scores another takedown. Should be 4-0. The lead for Salazar. They're going to say it's 5-0 Salazar leading for Napoleon Gackle-Streeter. And now he's going to get a turn against Meyer. And Meyer comes back up, but 2 on the near fall for Salazar, and 7-2 his lead. Minute to go, second period, 182 pounds. It was kind of a methodical match up until this point. And then Salazar explodes for 5 points here to take a 5-point lead.
Yeah, 59 seconds in the second period. Ryan Wald still with a 7-2 lead, had a scramble on the edge of the mat. Fuhrer not able to gain control. He's still down by 5 at 152 pounds on mat number 1.
40 seconds left to go in the second period over on mat number 2. Salazar sets the cradle, has the turn against Meyer and loses control, and Meyer bellies out. Salazar able to not lose his grip completely on Meyer.
Yeah, Ryland Wald has Fuhrer down, now scores a 2-point takedown. A 9-2 lead for Ryland Wald in second period with 20 seconds to go.
.13 seconds left to wrestle in the second period at mat number 2, and a 9-2 lead for Eric Salazar from Napoleon Gackle Streeter.
End of the second period, 5 seconds remaining. Fuhrer now able to score a reversal, working for near fall on Wald. We're going to run out of time. That period's over, no change of position. So 9-4 lead for Ryland Wald going into the third.
Second period ends on mat number 2. On to the third, 9-2 Salazar leading Meyer from South Border. Again, we're going to go right into our championship semifinal match coming up, featuring Lemoore, Litchfield, Marion, and Lisbon. That will be on mat number 2 as soon as this duel, which is on its final of 3 weight classes here on the championship semifinals, is underway. Meyer, knowing he's down 7 points, went to shoot. Salazar will swing himself around and take an 11-2 advantage, so he has a major decision lined up. His team down 39-24.
And mat number 1 had potentially dangerous for a restart. And Greg Fuhrer riding on top. He's down by 5, 9-4 to Ryland Wald with a minute 41 to go in the third period.
Minute and a half left to wrestle over on mat number 2. That is 182 pounds in the third period. Salazar leading 11-2. Trying to set the Nelson in on Meyer, and Meyer just extending the arm now. Salazar driving, coming around, trying to go chest to chest, but Meyer extending the arms and preventing him from planting down. So the match continuing on here.
And mat 3 down to minute 10 to go in the third period. And Fuhrer not able to turn Wald. Now Wald working for reversal, has a switch going.
Salazar will get the fall from Napoleon, defeats Aaron Meyer from South Border. Makes it 39-30.
And down to 45 seconds with Fuhrer and Wald. It's on mat number 1, still 9-4 lead. Fuhrer trying to get a turn on Wald. Wald not having anything to do with it, now working for a reversal.
Daniel Schumacher from South Border against Devin Gatter from Napoleon. This is 195 pounds. Schumacher 19-1, Gatter 6-18.
And Ryland Wald gets that reversal. He's all up 11-4, and that score holds. He'll win by decision. That'll do it on mat number 1. Your winner by decision at 152 pounds, Ryland Wald, 11-4 over Greg Fuhrer. That dual score now 36-12 in favor of EEK.
39-30, South Border leading Napoleon Gackle Streeter. Schumacher with a 2-1 advantage, now a 4-1 advantage immediately into back points against Gatter. And 3 on an ear fall, so 7-1, and it looked like Schumacher was getting set to cut him loose. Instead, he'll keep control with just over a minute left to go in the first period at 195 pounds.
Yeah, at 160, Isaiah Caruth for the EK Thunder wrestling Caleb Larson. Caruth out quickly with a double leg takedowns, takes Larson straight to his back. And EK looking to pin out here to close this one up, and Caruth wins by fall. Now 36-18 dual score. That moves us to 160 pounds.
47 seconds left to go in the first period on mat 2. Schumacher from South Border 7. Gatter from Napoleon 1. That is 195 pounds.
So EK looking to make up some ground here at 160. After that pin by Isaiah Kruth, it's Tate Thorpe for Oaks wrestling Drew Thorpe from EK. And Drew Thorpe, an 8th grader, picks up a 2-point takedown. Tate Thorpe with the escape from Oaks. He's up on his feet. That's a 2-1 lead for Drew Thorpe from EK.
Schumacher getting the turn. And locks chest to chest. Daniel Schumacher will get the fall win over Devin Gatter. So South Border 45-30. They will get the win with one more weight class to go. So South Border into the semifinals with opponent to be determined, looking like well on its way to becoming Oaks.
And Drew Thorpe with another takedown for the EK Thunder. He's up 4-1. An 8th grader, 9-12 record.
We'll get a double forfeit at 220, so that becomes a final. South Border with the win. And South Border will be on to the semifinals.
There, dual score 36-18 on mat number 1 between Oaks Tornadoes and EK Thunder. EK still in this duel. They currently have the lead here in this match at 170. 4-1.
And so Lisbon and Lemoore will wrestle next. They're getting warmed up. That will be on mat number 2.
And Tate Thorpe from Oak, he locks up a Peterson. He's going to pick up near fall at the end of the period. That's a 5-point move he has going. Oh, he does pick up 2 near falls, so he picks up 4 points at the end of the period. So he should be up 5-4. They have 4-3 on the scoreboard. So that's a 5-4 lead for Tate Thorpe from Oaks.
So again, our semifinalists now, Lemoore, Litchfield, Marion, and Lisbon. And those 2 teams will wrestle next. And then it's going to be South Border against the winner of this duel here as they're at 170 pounds going on mat number 1.
The battle of Thorpe's on mat number 1. Tate Thorpe from Oaks, Drew Thorpe from EK. He locked up in the center of the mat. Just trading head position and hand control. And Tate Thorpe from Oaks is a junior, 13-10 record. Drew Thorpe from EK is an 8th grader, 9-12 record. And Tate Thorpe has a quarter Nelson locked up. Going to try to shuck this one and drag it over. Drew Thorpe tries to follow, able to hang on. A good effort by Drew Thorpe to hang on to that leg, preventing that go behind takedown by Tate Thorpe from Oaks. He's able to work into a stalemate with 1:04 to go. Tate Thorpe from Oaks wearing the black singlet with the orange trim leads this one 5-4. And we have a little discussion over on the side.
It's coverage of the Region 1 Dual Tournament here on YourLiveEvent.com. Region 1 individual tournament coming up next week live from Oaks. We'll have that as well, an audio-only broadcast. Region 2 coverage on the air. Let's see if we can get you some updates from there. Let's see. Central Cass, a first-round bye. Grafton. Let's see if let's update our bracket before we get you, or refresh our bracket, I should say. So over in Region 2, semifinals. Central Cass against Harvey Wells County. Pembina County North against Carrington. That will be the semifinals over there in Region 2.
And got a restart here in the second period, about a minute on the clock. That's still a 5-4 lead for Tate Thorpe from Oaks. And now we do have another official's whistle for a restart with 53 seconds remaining. 170 pounds. The quarterfinal match between EK Thunder and the Oaks Tornadoes. Now Drew Thorpe on a high crotch. He's going to elevate this. Not able to secure it. And Tate Thorpe works that quarter Nelson. Now Drew Thorpe from the Thunder. Doubles up to go out of bounds. Has those knees in reversal here. Tate Thorpe able to get over the top. He scores 2-point takedown. He's up now 7-4. This wrestlers continue to chain wrestle, not giving up on that takedown attempt. So Tate Thorpe able to come out on top. He's up 7-4 with 20 seconds to go in the second period. This duel during the regular season, Oaks was victorious 42-33 over EEK. And now down to 10 seconds in the second period remaining. It's a 7-4 lead for Tate Thorpe from Oaks. Drew Thorpe stands up, trying to score at the end of the period. He's going to get away. Oh, and no separation given. No point awarded. Tate Thorpe dives in, saves that escape. Keeps the lead 7-4 going into the third period. And Tate Thorpe hits a sit out. Does have those hips cleared. Now working underneath in the situation position. Still no loss of control. And Drew Thorpe has Tate Thorpe hit a cement mixer on him. Not able to roll through. Going for the big move there. Now down 9-4. Drew Thorpe kind of going for the home run, maybe took his shot a little bit too early on that. Had plenty of time. Down 9-4. And down to a minute to go. Still a 9-4 lead for Tate Thorpe from Oaks. The dual score 36-18 in favor of the Oaks Tornadoes. And the winner of this duel will take on the South Border Mustangs. They're victorious over Napoleon Imperials. And Drew Thorpe with a little sit out, went to the head. He's trying to hit a stand up in an escape. Now goes standing switch. They're running out of time with 20 seconds. Tate Thorpe with the lead from Oaks. You got to restart with 13 seconds to go. Still not out of the realm of possibilities in Class B wrestling for this match to go into overtime. Just a 5-point lead. Takes a Granby in the back points or a Peterson in back points. We do have a false start. So false start, caution on red. And now down to 8 seconds. Drew Thorpe attempting a stand-up. Goes to the head. Not able to secure it. And that'll do it at 170 pounds. Your winner by decision, 9-4, is Tate Thorpe from Oaks. Puts on 3 more points. So 39-18 lead for the Oaks Tornadoes over the Edgeley-Ondale Calm Thunder.
Mat number 2 still inactive right now against South Border, defeating Napoleon Gackle Streeter 45-30 to put the Mustangs into the semifinal. Lisbon and Lemoore Litchfield Marion will wrestle at Mat 2 coming up here shortly, and then they'll roll right into the other semifinal over at Mat number 1.
They'll roll into 182 pounds on mat number 1. Oaks Tornadoes lead this one 39-18. They do secure the duel with 3 weight classes remaining. And that is Joshua Meal for the Oaks Tornado wrestling Bennett Geisler for EK. And Josh Meal picks up 2-point takedown, goes immediately to head and arm. And he will work for the fall. And Meal has this leg turked. An arm behind the head. Those shoulders are flattened up just by a little bit, and he's going to win by fall. Josh Meal, a 45-18 dual score, going on to 195 pounds. The Oaks wrestler checking in at 195. Normally that is Ivan Caruth for the EK Thunder. Not sending him out. Now we go to 220. So a 51-18 dual score, 220. We will have two wrestlers report in. We're at 220 pounds. Quarterfinal bout between Oaks and the EK Thunder. It's a 51-18 lead for the Oaks Tornadoes.
Yeah, kind of no surprise Caruth didn't come out there at 195 with Potasic, a potential opponent. Because, again, that'll be a big factor coming up next week.
Yep, it definitely could play into that head-to-head proceedings next week. And Noah Klusman will win by fall. Put 6 points on the board for EK, but that'll do it. Your final dual score on mat number 1, 51-24 in favor of the Oaks Tornadoes. They advance to the semifinals against the South Border Mustangs.
All right, well, our next round will begin. We'll have the semifinals on mat 2. Mat 1 will be the consolation round. We'll take a break. More coming up on yourliveevent.com.
The American farmer has been adapting to challenges in the field for generations. Columbia Grain and Agronomy is here to help on every acre with the highest quality products and expert local service. Contact the agronomy centers in Climax at 218-857-2165 or our villa at 701-343-6273. Columbia Grain and Agronomy, committed to cultivating growth through a diverse mix of products and expert knowledge. Contact them today and make the most of every acre. Call Climax at 218-857-2165 or our villa at 701-343-6273.
It's time to take down planting with Green Iron Equipment. Our sales team will match you up with the best machinery for an undefeated season. Our service department will help you escape any setbacks or downtime. We've got all the right parts to beat the competition. Use Green Iron Equipment to help pin down your data in the John Deere Operations Center. Good luck to all teams from Green Iron Equipment.
Have you adjusted your crop insurance policy to reflect the increase in commodity prices and input costs? Hi, this is Bethany Rentz, crop insurance agent with Irie Insurance. We want to partner with you to provide you a comprehensive policy structure to protect your farm's revenue and preserve your equity. Give us a call today to set up a time to meet with an Irie Insurance agent prior to March 15th. For contact information, please visit our website at irieins.com.
You're protected and appreciated at Irie.
Irie Insurance is an equal opportunity provider.
Jacobson Red Angus Annual Bull Sale, Friday, March 18th at the ranch near Hitterdall, Minnesota. 52 of the region's highest quality Red Angus bulls, along with 11 head of April calving heifers. The sale will be broadcast on DV Auction, and you can record.
And welcome back to yourliveevent.com, and it is our first championship semifinal matchup, and that is featuring Lemoore Litchfield Marion against Lisbon. Cruz Ranke for Lisbon against Logan Potts from Lemoore, and 2-0 the lead for Logan Potts as he's trying to get Cruz Ranke on his back. I'm Joel Morgan Brentek with you here over at Lemoore High School for this Region 1 dual tournament. And that first round, kind of how we thought things were going to look, maybe a few surprises here and there, but I think coming into today, we thought it would be Lemoore against Lisbon, and that's what we're looking for here in the semis, as right now Cruz Ranke trying to avoid giving up the fall.
Yeah, Lisbon dominant in their opening win against Lytton HMB. Lemoore and Kindred battle back and forth until those later weight classes, but a good duel to open up for Lemoore against Kindred.
50 seconds left to go in the first period here at 106, and Potts will get the fall, and the Lobos scoring first will be 6-0. So Logan Potts the win over Cruz Ranke at 106 pounds. And I don't think we're going to see very many open weight classes coming here in this duel. Lemoore got the win over Kindred. Kindred gave him a run for the money in that duel. Kindred getting ready to wrestle Linton HMB. That one will get underway in about 5 minutes on mat number 1. That will be the consolation round of this tournament. Again, as we will wrestle through all places here on this just about to become a Saturday afternoon at Lemoore. Grayson Lyons from Lisbon, Joey Hyde from Lemoore Litchfield Marion.
Yeah, this match between Lyons and Joey Hyde, it's been back and forth battle. Hyde took the first 2 matches, won both of them in overtime, and Grayson Lyons at East-West able to pick up a win.
And it's Hyde with the takedown, and right away starts working the upper body of Lyons. Minute 27, a lot of time left to go in the first period, and Grayson Lyons has done a good job keeping himself moving on the bottom, but Hyde starting to reel him in here a little bit.
Yeah, Hyde switched right away to that half Nelson, trying to chain wrestle and turn Lyons. Lyons able to fight off.
I think if you look at the lighter weight classes, I think you'll see a lot of advantage coming the way of Lemoore, and this is where Lemoore can jump out to some really early points right now against the Broncos.
Yeah, that duel in the regular season, Lemoore did take the first 2 weight classes, a pin by Potts, and then Joey Hyde defeated Grayson Lyons in sudden victory for a decision.
Yeah, so Potts over Ranke, a fall at the 107 mark at 106, and then on to 113. Again, still waiting for the wrestlers to be ready to go on mat number 1, which would be the consolation round of this tournament. Once we get mat number 1 going, I'll go back to our dual cam shot and get you coverage of both as we move through this tournament.
Yeah, Lyons on mat number 1 try to stand up. They're down to 20 seconds to go, not able to roll through.
And Hyde just came right for him and had him on his back. A nice job by Lyons again to just bridge himself out of there.
Yeah, sometimes it's just mat awareness, knowing where you're at on the wrestling mat. You see that out of bounds. Just keep rolling for it and get out and get that restart.
10 seconds left to go here in the first period at 113. The Lobos with a 6-0 advantage here against the Lisbon Broncos. Again, the top 2 teams out of this region will move on to the state wrestling tournament, which will be 2 weeks from now, beginning Thursday. Actually, it would be 2 weeks total for the dual tournament, which has become a Saturday-only affair the last couple seasons.
The start of the second period at 113 pounds on mat number 1. So a 2-0 lead for Joey Hyde.
And looking like they're about to get underway over on mat number 1, which would be the consolation round of this tournament. And Hyde with that 2-0 lead, as we mentioned, and Lyons got a hand behind each leg of Hyde, and Hyde extending out. Lyons trying to drive, and if they don't come out of bounds, I think we'll see a stalemate, and they came out of bounds. So the wrestlers making their way over to mat number 1, as both mats will be going here. Mat number 1, the red mat, will be the consolation round of this tournament. The best that these 2 teams now could do would be 5th place. Minute 25 to go in the second period at mat number 2 at 113 pounds. Again, Hyde with that 2-0 lead.
Yeah, mat number 1 starting at 106 for this round is Hauser Bridwell, Lytton HMB, wrestling Noah Swenson from Kindred. That match just underway with Noak Swenson picking up a 2-point takedown and going to work on top.
And Lyons went for the double leg. Hyde was able to extend him out and come around for the takedown. So Joey Hyde running his lead to 4-0. 50 seconds left to go in the second period at 113. Again, championship semifinal round of this tournament.
Yeah, Noak Swenson maintains that 2-0 lead. Bridwell with the stand-up, not able to fight those hands and get away. Noak Swenson returns him down to the mat. Oh, Bridwell arms over, is going to pick up 1 point and escape on the edge. The 2-1 lead for Noak Swenson with 50 seconds to go in the first period.
And Lyons was able to get up to his feet twice and right away sensed Hyde trying to come in and set the cradle, and is able to bring himself out of bounds to draw the restart with 27 seconds to go in the second period. Joey Hyde with a 4-0 lead. The Lobos with a 6-0 lead. Again, trying to move on to the championship of this tournament. Remember, if you go to third place, the hopes of state aren't over, as if you win third and the second place finisher is a team you have not wrestled, you can challenge for true second on that spot on to state, which if you have that opportunity there, I don't think there's been a team since they went to that has not challenged for a trip on to state. As the second period will end, and Hyde from LLM will take a 4-0 lead into the final 2 minutes against Lyons.
Yeah, Bridwell is able to secure an escape and a takedown. He now leads 3-2 over Noak Swenson. They're down to the last 2 seconds of the first period, so take a 3-2 lead into the second period at 106 pounds on mat number 1. And Bridwell's choice, he chooses bottom.
Neutral to begin this final period here at 113. And going for the double leg was Lyons. Sprawling out again is Hyde. Hyde has kind of had his patience with Lyons here in this match and has let Lyons pull the first move, and it's paid off to the advantage of Hyde as he has a 4-0 lead. And now trying to turn Lyons. And Lyons just 2-on-1 on that leg, and they're going to call a stalemate.
Yeah, Bridwell and Swenson still locked in a battle at 106 pounds on mat number 2. A 3-2 score. Now Bridwell stands up. Swenson trying to return him down. Bridwell doing some hand fighting across the mat.
Down to our final minute and 10 seconds of the third period, and going for the double leg again is Lyons. Sprawling out is Hyde. Lyons just keeps driving forward, and Hyde a little bit on the defensive side this time around, at least on this sprawling out. Now looking to get a turn against Lyons, using Lyons' momentum against him.
And Bridwell able to secure a switch for 2-point reversal. He's going to go up 5-2 with 1:03 to go in the second period. Now has Swenson. Swenson able to reverse it on the edge of the mat. 2-point reversal, a 5-4 lead for Hauser Bridwell.
37 seconds left to go in the final period. We're going to get another stalemate. Lyons has 37 seconds to pull off a big move here and try to overcome this 4-0 deficit against Joey Hyde. Lobos looking for a 9-0 lead to start out this dual semifinal. 30 seconds left to go.
A restart after going out of bounds with that reversal by Noak Swenson. Both wrestlers still working that center of the mat. Swenson has a half Nelson locked up on Bridwell.
Lyons went to shoot, but had a lot of distance between him and Hyde. Hyde's going to tie him up high. 10 seconds to go, and looking for a throw was Lyons, and Hyde's going to get right behind him, and Lyons trying to free the hands. 5 seconds left to go. Hyde brings him down. 2 more for the takedown, and Hyde will get the decision 6-0 here against Grayson Lyons, and the Lobos jumping out to a 9-0 dual lead here on the semifinals against the defending Region 1 champion Lisbon Broncos.
And that'll do it for the second period. Still 5-4 lead for Hauser Bridwell. Swenson able to ride Bridwell out. It is Noak Swenson's choice to start the third. Looking over at his coaches, he's going to choose bottom.
And up to 120 pounds, it's Anderson right away. Off the whistle, Noah Anderson going for 2. Anderson against Andre Van Eden from Lemoore. And 2-0 the lead for Anderson.
A minute 40. Noak Swenson still on the bottom. Now stands up at his mat. Bridwell's able to take him out of bounds, returns him down for a restart. And Swenson goes down in pain. And injury time started.
Anderson gets the fall, and 9-6 will be the score. The Broncos are on the scoreboard, and that looks like a switch situation where Lemoore was trying to play a little bit to their strengths by bumping around Noah Anderson. As we now move on to 126 pounds. Lobos leading 9-6. Jay Stuffy for the Lobos. Caden Robertson for the Broncos.
And Swenson still down. And Bridwell had his arm kind of locked into his body when he took him down, returned him to the mat. And Swenson landed right on his shoulder.
And both wrestlers just kind of tying up here as Robertson had the leg of Duffy. Duffy was able to get it free, and now Duffy with control of the upper body of Robertson. Robertson comes around. If he can pop the head, maybe we'll get some points. He does, but doesn't have the same control, as it's just a scramble for both wrestlers here right now. And now Robertson comes over the top. He'll get the takedown. So Robertson will have the 2-0 advantage.
And Swenson able to get back up here on the restart. Gets those hips away. He scores 1 point. He ties it up. Noak Swenson ties her up. It's 5-5 in the third period with 1:20 to go.
50 seconds left to go in the first period at 126. Caden Robertson looking to put the Broncos in front and trying to end it with the fall, and he switches to a cradle, but we're going to get a whistle for blood time, and Jace Duffy will take a trip on to the scorer's table here to be tended to by his coach, and that came at the right time if you're Jace Duffy, because it looked like Robertson was about to put in that big cradle and start collecting back points.
Yeah, Robertson definitely with the advantage in that hookup. Duffy fortunate to get out of there on blood time.
Yeah, this is round number 2. Mat 1 featuring the consolation semis. Championship semis at mat number 2.
Yeah, mat number 1, Hauser Bridwell scores a takedown after that escape by Swenson. He's up 7-5 on the restart, down to 40 seconds to go. Bridwell locks up an armbar on Noak Swenson at 106 pounds. We're still on our first match of the duel between Lytton HMB and the Kindred Vikings on mat 1.
Man, looks like that blood time's going to come to an end as everyone's ready to go here on mat number 2. Just about ready to go. Jace Duffy trailing Caden Robertson 2-0, and that's 126 pounds. And right away, Duffy going for the sit-out and up into his feet, and Robertson looking for a big mat return here. And he gets it.
And Bridwell still riding on top. He's up 7-5. Noak Swenson broke belly down. Has 15 seconds here to tie it up. Take this one into overtime.
Duffy with the reversal as Robertson was going for a standing cradle and then dropped down to a single leg, and Duffy took a big step to get himself free and swing around. So 2-2 the score, and was trying to put Robertson on his back. Robertson will swing around the front, and Duffy looking for one last push with 7 seconds left to go as this period just about to come to an end. And it does.
And mat number 1, your winner by decision, Hauser Bridwell from Lytton HMB. He wins 7-5 over Noak Swenson from Kindred. Puts Lytton HMB up 3-0 over the Vikings.
Duffy deferred his decision to Robertson, and Robertson will be down to begin the second period. 2-2, he is tied against Jace Duffy. 9-6, our dual score in favor of the Lemoore Litchfield Marion Lobos.
And mat number 1, 113 pounds, Gerard Goldaddy secures a takedown, 2-point takedown over Gavin Rude from Kindred. So Goldaddy goes up 2-0 at the start of this first period. And Goldaddy secures crossface cradle, has Gavin Rude in trouble, has knee to head.
Duffy looking for the Nelson, rather looking for the chicken wing, and kicks his legs around to start getting a turn against Robertson. Will turn Robertson, but Robertson right on top. If he can pop himself around, maybe would get himself some points. And Duffy kind of sensed that Robertson was skirting loose, so will he turn him back to his stomach. A minute to go, second period here at 126, tied at 2.
Yeah, Gerard Goldaddy still up 2-0 on mat number 1 with 50 seconds remaining in the first period.
Duffy has the chicken wing in, has Robertson over for some near fall points, some daylight in the shoulders, and Robertson went to turn to try to bridge out, and it may have put Duffy in a better position to try to end this one with a fall. And the official in close has not tapped the mat, and he'll come right in there, and it's Jace Duffy over Caden Robertson. And the Lobos will extend their lead to 15-6.
In mat number 1, Goldaddy with the cradle locked up on Gavin Rude. The final 5 seconds. Try to work for the fall, has a bottom knee in the side.
And it was the lighter weight classes, the smaller weight classes, as we thought, where the Lobos could make up some ground and build a good foundation. They lead 15-6 as on to 132. Cash waits in for the Broncos against Dustin Ketterling for the Lobos.
And Gavin Rude defers. Goldaddy chooses bottom position to start the second period. He leads 5-0 and picking up 3 near fall at the end of the first period.
Waitson goes right for that low single leg and jumps out to a 2-0 lead here against Ketterling. Waitson has the cradle, was a little high, releases his grip. Ketterling will come back to his base, and Waitson will try a different combination.
Yeah, mat number 1, Gavin Rude attempts a cradle, gets a little bit high. Goldaddy able to roll through, scores 2-point reversal. He leads 7-0 on mat number 2. Minute 30 to go in the second period.
Waitson sets the cradle, gets the fall. Cash Waitson defeating Dustin Ketterling from Lemoore at 132 pounds. And the Broncos now trailing 15-12.
And Goldaddy and Rude. Rude's still on the bottom doing a little bit of hand fighting. And Goldaddy getting high. Rude still trying to work those hips free. And down to a minute to go in the second period. 113 pounds on mat number 1.
138 pounds, Carter Wallner from Lisbon, Maddox Shockman from Lemoore. Here's our results so far. Logan Potts defeated Cruz Ranke at 106. Lobos then got a win at 113. Joey Hyde over Grayson Lyons. Noah Anderson an early fall against Andre Van Eden at 120. Jay Stuffy over Caden Robertson via fall. And now Cash Waitson a fall over Dustin Ketterling, bringing us to our match right now here at mat number 2. Wallner against Shockman. That is 138 pounds, with the Lobos leading 15-12 against the Broncos for a trip on to the Region 1 championship match.
Yeah, mat number 1, Goldaddy with the cradle hooked up again on Rude. Gonna hop over the top, try to hip over. Rude able to hold his base. They're down to 13 seconds to go in the second period. Now Goldaddy's able to throw Rude over. Gonna pick up near fall here with 7 seconds remaining in the second period. Gerard Goldaddy steers near fall. Rude able to get belly down.
Both wrestlers scrambling, either one with control here at mat number 2. And I think we're going to see a stalemate coming here pretty quick. As now Wallner able to get his shoulders around. So that might help to his advantage. If he can free the leg, he'll get the takedown. So Wallner will get the takedown. He kind of kept fighting. Again, I thought they were very close to a stalemate, but Wallner slips himself through and is now trying to extend Shockman here. 30 seconds left to go in the first period, and what has been a battle at 138 pounds at mat number 2.
Yeah, Gerard Goldaddy goes up 9-0 with those near fall at the end of the second period. We're in the third period, minute 38 to go. He leads 9-0 over Gavin Rude. Right now, Gavin Rude rides on top with Gerard Goldaddy.
Wallner coming around the side of Shockman. Shockman is trying to stand up and goes back to his base as we're inside the final 5 seconds of the first period. And the period will end. Carter Wallner 2, Maddox Shockman 0.
And Gavin Rude trying to work a firearm tilt, has that hand secured, now going up to a chicken wing. And Goldaddy able to break through, doing some hand fighting. He maintains a 9-0 lead, has a win by major decision right now with 50 seconds remaining in the third period. Now warned for stalling. Actually goes against Gavin Rude, so Red now warned for stalling.
Wallner will get an escape to start the second period. His lead at 3-0. Shockman going for the single leg. Wallner comes over the top and around the back.
And mat number 1, Goldaddy hunkered down. He's been warned for stalling. They get a stalemate for a restart.
Shockman will get the takedown as he kept the low single leg on Wallner and stood up and got the extension and the trip. And Wallner comes around and ran out of real estate there, I think another foot or two, and he probably would have had the escape to extend his lead to 4-2. But right now 3-2, a minute 15 left in the second period, 138 pounds.
Yeah, on this restart, Goldaddy attempts to sit out, and Gavin Rude able to follow him back around. Still 9-0 lead. They're down to 15 seconds to go in the third period.
Wallner gets that escape. His lead at 4-2, a minute left in the second period at 138 pounds. Again, championship semifinals at mat 2. Mat 1, consolation round of this tournament.
And that'll do it on mat number 1 between Gerard Goldaddy and Gavin Rude. Your winner by major decision is Goldaddy from Lytton HMB. They put 4 points on the board for the Lions. And now a 7-0 lead for Lytton HMB over Kindred on mat number 1.
Scramble for both wrestlers on mat 2. And we'll get a stalemate and a restart.
Another open weight at 120 pounds, so 6 more points on the board for Lytton HMB. They're up 13-0 at 120.
20 seconds left to go in the second period at 138, and Maddox Schockman had the single leg in on Wallner, was driving, but he'll come out of bounds. Restarting with 17 seconds left in the second period. Seven seconds now to go in the second period, and I don't think either wrestler going to find themselves scoring any late points here as we're on to the third at 138 pounds. Broncos have not led here in this duel, trying to take their first lead.
And Lytton HMB with that open weight class, they take a 13-0 lead in the duel. Now at 126 pounds, it's Blake Mittleiter for the Lions wrestling Brock Johnson for Kindred. And Johnson on the edge of the mat scores a 2-point goal behind, and they will be called out of bounds for a restart. Johnson leads 2-0 over Mittleiter from Lytton HMB.
It was Schockman who decided both wrestlers will start on their feet for the third period here on mat 2 at 138. Maddox Schockman trailing Carter Wallner 4-2. Wallner going for the single leg. Schockman trying to walk around. Wallner keeps it and driving. And Schockman just reaching for the ankle of Wallner to try to prevent him from coming around.
And Johnson working for a cradle on Mittleiter, has Mittleiter in a little bit of trouble.
Minute to go here in the third period, and it looked like Maddox Schockman was about to turn on Wallner and said Wallner will come over the top, won't get any points. Now comes around for 2 more. Carter Wallner extending his lead to 6-2. 47 seconds left in the final period.
Yeah, Brock Johnson hops over the top, locks up a cradle on Mittleiter. Mittleiter trying to counter, reaches over to that far leg. And Johnson not able to get leverage. Johnson wrestling up at 126 pounds for the Kindred Vikings. Now Mittleiter drops down, grabs the leg, gets 2-point reversal, ties it up 2-2.
Schockman tries to sit out here on the whistle. Wallner just needs to ride out this final 30 seconds, leading 6-2, and would tie the duel at 15 as we are at 138 pounds.
And we're tied up to start the second period, 2 apiece between Blake Mittleiter from Lytton HMB and Brock Johnson. Mittleiter starts the second period in the bottom position.
7 seconds left to go, and Carter Wallner will get the victory. The final is going to be 6-2, so Wallner defeating Maddox Schockman at 138 pounds. And 15-15 will be the duel score.
And Brock Johnson trying to get the Kindred Vikings on the board here in this duel. And locks up a spladle on Mittleiter right now. Mittleiter trying to keep that head up and counter out of it. And Johnson with a lot of pressure. Mittleiter is able to roll through. He's going to get 2-point reversal. Now he leads 4-2.
Up to 145 pounds, Mike Nelson against Braden Steffes for the Lobos. So Nelson and Steffes, duel tied at 15.
And Mittleiter at the minute 11 goal, riding on top. They're trying to dig out a wrist. Now goes up back underneath. Has a leg right in on the far side. And working for a guillotine, just trying to dig out this elbow and wrist of Brock Johnson. And Johnson not able to fight that off. Mittleiter goes guillotine, trying to ease back into it.
And Nelson will get the takedown on mat 2. Takes the lead against Steffes. 2-0. Steffes is senior, Nelson a junior. A ranked wrestler in the lineup for the Lisbon Broncos. Trying to take their first lead. Again, they trail this duel, or excuse me, they tied this duel 15-15. They fell behind early. Lisbon picking up, Lemoore picking up some early victories. The Broncos battling their way back here, looking for their first lead.
Yeah, Mittleiter still up 4-2. Started this period on the bottom, was able to score a 2-point reversal. Johnson just kind of hunkered down, not wanting to give up any position or advantage to Mittleiter, and going to the third period just down by 2.
24 seconds left in the first period at 145 pounds. Mike Nelson has a 2-0 advantage. Trying to set that chicken wing in on Steffes. Tucks the wrists in. Starts to get a turn.
And Johnson and Mittleiter. Johnson chooses both up to start the third period. And Mittleiter going in.
And Mike Nelson will get the fall at 145 over Braden Steffes. And now a lead for the Broncos, 21-15. So Nelson able to get the fall in the first period.
Yeah, Mittleiter was going into Johnson. Johnson hooks up a cradle. Referee gives him 2 points. Now Johnson working for the fall against Mittleiter. Said trying to get the Kindred Vikings on the scoreboard. He ties it up now 4-4.
Up to 152 pounds. Over on mat number 2. Blaze Ranke for Lisbon against Cale Hebel for Lemoore.
And Brock Johnson hanging on. Mittleiter is going to come out the top. Through the back door, scores 2-point reversal. Now is up 6-4 with a minute to go.
A stalemate called over on mat number 2.
Johnson broke belly down there on the far edge of the mat with Mittleiter riding over the top. He leads 6-4 with 40 seconds to go in the third period.
And Hebel kind of muscled down Ranke, but ran out of room as they went out of bounds and will reset. And Hebel shooting for the single leg, driving in on Ranke. And I think we're going to see another stalemate called.
And mat number 3 on the restart. Johnson trying to work some magic here for the Kindred Vikings. But Mittleiter goes to a leg right on Johnson. Now trying to tilt him over. Johnson going to work for reversal. He's up over the top. He has 20 seconds here to work this and tie this match up.
And we'll get another stalemate called. Stopped with 47 seconds left in the first period over on mat number 2.
Johnson trying to hip heist through on Mittleiter. Mittleiter has this wrist caught and going to give up some near fall. No near fall, but he's going to run out of time. At the end of the period, Blake Mittleiter wins by decision 6-4 over Brock Johnson from Kindred. Then HMB goes up 16-0 in the duel on mat number 1.
Still no score on mat number 2 between Ranke and Hebel. That is 152 pounds. And both wrestlers will come out of bounds. Had 2 stalemates called here in the first period. Ranke out of the whistle going for the double leg. He'll stand up, as will Hebel.
We're now climbing here to 132 pounds. Litton HMB Zach Doctor takes on Miles Theoljus from the Kindred Vikings. Theoljus wrestling up a weight class, normal 126-pounder, taking on Zach Doctor.
And Ranke tried to go for a throw, and falling was Hebel, and Ranke will come around here to get 2 for a late takedown, and that's how the first period ends. Now Ranke thought he had a throw coming, and Hebel stepped back, and Ranke kind of felt the momentum shift the other way and brings himself down and around for 2, as right out the whistle will go for the single leg to try to add to that 2-0 lead.
Miles Theoljus secures 2-point takedown on Zach Doctor, but Doctor is able to take Theoljus down, gets him hip down, scores 2-point reversal, ties it up 2-2 with 1:15 to go in the first period. A lot of these scramble positions today between the Vikings and the Lions. Lions coming out on top.
And Ranke's going to get another 2 more, and his lead at 4-0.
Doctor ties it up 2-2 with 50 seconds remaining in the first period. He's currently on top. That Steele just broke down here near side of the mat, belly down.
Ranke picking up some back points against Hebel. He's going to let up as he'll have 3 more coming his way. And it'll be 7-0 Blaze Ranke. Less than a minute to go in the second period. So Ranke scores 5 right away here, in the first half of this period, and he is going to let Hebel go. Hebel will get the point for the escape, and it's 7-1.
Yeah, 16 seconds remaining in the first period. And Zach Doctor warned for stalling. It's still a 2-2 score on mat number 1 between Doctor and Miles Theolgis.
And we are stopped over on mat number 2 with 31 seconds to go. Another stalemate. Broncos leading the duel 21-15.
The end of the first period, that's a 3-2 lead for Miles Theolgis. Looks like it is 2-2. No, it's still 2-2 tied up going into the second period. Theolgis will choose neutral.
And Ranky another takedown. His score at 9-1. And starting to get some movement on Hebel, but that will end the period. 9-1. Blaze Ranky leading Cale Hebel at 152 pounds. Hebel has the decision, and he will choose to have both wrestlers to start the final period on their feet. Down big, 9-1.
And the second period still tied up 2 apiece between Theolgis and Zach Doctor. Wrestlers both holding the center of the mat. They're working collar ties. Now Theolgis shoots in, going to try to drag out, get behind Doctor. He does for 2-point takedown. He takes the lead 4-2.
And Hebel got hit with a caution. False start caution there on the reset.
And Theolgis on top. Mat number 1 has an armbar. Hooked up, has the far wrist caught. Zach Doctor has those hips turned, trying to counter out. Theolgis working hard to get this turn.
Another takedown for Blaze Ranky. A major decision in the works here at 11-1 and a minute 17 to go on this match. And he'll get a fall. Blaze Ranky able to pin Cale Hebel here in the third period.
We do have a restart, potentially dangerous call on that armbar attempt by Miles Theolgis at 132 pounds. Mat 1, Theolgis leads 4-2. Oh, another caution on this restart. And Zach Doctor hasn't been warned for stalling by the officials.
Broncos lead now at 27-15 here against the Lobos of Lemoore Litchfield Marion. On to 160 pounds, Eli Lyons against Garrett Hebel. So results so far, we started at 106. Logan Potts for the Lobos defeating Cruz Ranky. Joey Hyde for the Lobos winning at 113 over Grayson Lyons. Noah Anderson a fall over Andre Van Eden to get the first points for the Broncos. Duffy over Caden Robertson. Waitson over Ketterling. Wallner over Shockman. Nelson over Steffes. Ranky over Hebel. And now Garrett Hebel leading Eli Lyons 2-0. Minute 20 to go, first period, 160 pounds.
At number 1, a little scramble position. And Zach Doctor not able to secure a reversal. So we go into the third period with Miles Theolgis leading 4-2. And Doctor's choice, he chooses neutral.
And Hebel will get 2 on a near fall, his lead at 4-0.
A nice high crotch and a step around by Theolgis. He goes up 6-2 on mat number 1.
Again, mat 2, championship semifinals. Mat 1, consolation semifinals.
Theolgis going to work, trying to turk this leg. He's up 6-2. Does hit the step through, has that leg turked on Doctor. Now Doctor able to fight through and now working the near edge of the mat.
Some more back points coming for Garrett Hebel. 7-0 his lead, 20 seconds left in the first period.
And the restart, minute 18 to go. Miles Theolgis leads 6-2, 132 pounds on mat number 1. In the consolation bracket.
2 more on an ear fall for Hebel, and the first period will end. Garrett Hebel 9, Eli Lyons 0.
And Theolgis with a minute to go has a 6-2 lead. Has a hammer lock on Doctor. And Doctor now gets to his feet, working some hand control. And Theolgis able to break him back down, working that edge of the mat. Now scores an escape. The 6-3 lead for Miles Theolgis with 40 seconds remaining in the third period.
And Garrett Hebel gets a reversal to start the second period and puts Lyons right into some back points. And Garrett Hebel will get the fall over Eli Lyons at 160. So 27-21, the Broncos lead against the Lobos trimmed down to 6.
And 22 seconds remaining, still 6-3 lead for Miles Theolgis. Theolgis in that situation position, was on the bottom. They get a restart back in the center of the mat. Theolgis in on another high crotch on Doctor. Doctor trying to scramble through it. Now he's going to try to gut wrench Theolgis over.
And Greenlee right away at 170 gets a takedown of Gavin Christofferson. And looking to get the fall. And Greenlee gets the victory here at 170 pounds. So the Broncos answer right back, and they lead 33-21.
And that'll do it on mat number 1 between Zach Doctor and Miles Theolgis. Miles Theolgis pulls out the win by decision. 6-3 gets the Kindred Vikings on the scoreboard. Now a 16-3 lead for Lytton HMB. They're going into 138 pounds.
Thought for a second we're going to see an open weight class, as we will not. Levi Svam will wrestle against Brady Lettenmeyer at 182 pounds. Broncos leading the duel 33-21.
In waiting, we have a little discussion here by the coaches walking over to check the lineups on mat number 1.
Svam a senior, Lettenmeyer a senior. Get into those higher weight classes where the Broncos have excelled so well this season. Svam trying to come in on the single leg. Lettenmeyer able to sit out. Svam will drive. Doesn't have control. They have not given him any points for the takedown yet for Levi Svam, as he will try to swing himself around Lettenmeyer. Tucks the head of Lettenmeyer to come around as Svam.
And we did have a couple open weight classes on mat number 1, so Kindred Vikings picking up a few more points. Now a 15-16 dual score. Vikings down by 1 point to Lytton HMB. We're at 152 pounds between Blake Kenderling and Tanner Mengi.
.47 seconds left in the first period on mat 2. Levi Svam for Lisbon. Brady Lettenmeyer from Lemoore. No score there as Svam trying again for that takedown. Comes around, and now he'll get 2. And right away he tries to put Lettenmeyer on his back. Svam will make the adjustment and gets the fall. Levi Svam, the winner at 182 pounds. 39-21 for the defending state champion and Region 1 champion Lisbon Broncos.
And Blake Kenderling has head and arm locked up on Tanner Mengi, working for the fall for the Lytton HMB Lions. He has a minute to secure this. Mengi in a lot of trouble. Kenderling hip heisted down to the mat, trying to smother over the top. Mengi attempting to chase the leg.
Gabe Lyons at 195 against Jake Kramer. And Lyons will get the takedown.
And Tanner Mengi, the 7th grader, able to kind of chase that leg, gets hips down, scores 2-point reversal. It's a 5-2 lead for Blake Ketterling. Tanner Mengi currently on top.
And Lyons is going to release Jake Kramer. And so it's Lyons and Kramer. Broncos lead 39-21. And Lyons with some elevation and another takedown of Kramer, his lead at 4-1. Broncos looking on to get on to the championship match here. It's been a while since the team not named the Lisbon Broncos has been the Region 1 dual champions.
The start of the second period, it's a 5-2 lead for Blake Ketterling. Came out with that 5-point move. Tanner Mengi gets the reversal. And we do have another discussion here by have a caution on red.
And Lyons will cut Kramer loose. Makes it 4-2.
And Ketterling working over the top. Mengi does have a leg, going to try to step around behind Blake Ketterling. And Ketterling with those long legs, able to get back in control. 2 points. So he's up now 7-2 over Tanner Mengi.
Lions almost had another 2 and right into back points, but lost his control of Kramer. Will try again, has him down here now and right on his back, and will get a fall and a victory for Gabe Lyons. Another victory via fall for the Broncos, 45-21, and Lisbon will go on to that championship match here at the Region 1 tournament as we go on to 220.
And Tanner Mengi secures a 2-point reversal on Blake Ketterling. He closing the gap a little bit here now. 7-4 lead for Blake Ketterling from Lytton HMB with 1:02 to go in the second period.
So up to 220 pounds. The Broncos leading 45-21.
And Blake Ketterling broke belly down, now warned for stalling. And Tanner Mengi riding on top, just a 7th grader, 18-13 record. Blake Ketterling, a junior, 23-17. And Ketterling working some hand control, trying to hit a stand-up here.
And Drew Anderson getting the takedown. It's Anderson against Sage Gussis from the Lisbon Broncos, from the Lemoore Lobos. And I believe 285 will be open for the Lobos, so this will be the last match as Lions will come out and take the forfeit. Less than a minute to go in the first period here at 220.
And the end of the third period on mat number 1, it's a 7-4 lead for Blake Ketterling. The wrestlers will start in the neutral position. And Mengi takes a swipe at the leg of Ketterling. Ketterling's able to backstep.
And Anderson looking for another straight fall victory, or another consecutive fall victory for the Broncos.
We do have a stoppage in time.
And Drew Anderson will get it. 51-21, Broncos lead, and I believe heavyweight will be open. So once that forfeit is official, it'll be 57-21, and Lisbon onto the Region 1 Dual Championship as Lions comes out to take the forfeit.
And a restart on mat number 1. Still a 7-4 lead for Blake Ketterling. And Tanner Mengi trying to work underneath. Goes down to the mat. Ketterling able to step around for 2 points. He's up now 9-4.
So the Broncos victorious 57-21. That is the final. They defeat Lemoore Litchfield Marion. The Broncos on to the Region 1 Dual Championship. Their opponent to be determined.
And Blake Ketterling with 45 seconds to go in this third period is up 9-4. Tanner Mengi has to make up 5 points here in the last 40 seconds. And Mengi currently on bottom. Now down to 30. Ketterling riding on top, has wrist control underneath. And not much going for Mengi. Cannot get off his belly. Now gets up to his knees with 10 seconds remaining. Still 9-4 lead for Blake Ketterling. And Ketterling out there chopping wood, tries to break down Mengi. The time's going to run out on the clock. So Blake Ketterling winner by decision, 9-4 over Tanner Mengi from Kindred. A 19-15 dual score. The Lytton HM leads are on mat number 1.
South Border Mustangs already out there warming up. They will wrestle against Oaks and the other championship semifinal. Once the semifinals are complete and the consolation rounds are complete, we'll have all of our place matches coming up.
Yeah, mat number 1, 160 pounds. Lytton HMB's Noah Alder, a junior, 15-21, taking on Gavin Niemeyer, an 8th grader from Kindred, 4-5 record. And Alder quickly with a takedown. It went to half Nelson. He leads 2-0 at the opening 20 seconds of the first period. This match, or this duel, did start at 106 pounds, where Hauser Bridwell won by decision 7-5 over Noak Swenson from Kindred. 113, Gerard Goldaddy over Gavin Rude by major decision 9-0. That put Lytton HMB up 7-0. Holter Bridwell won by a forfeit at 120 pounds for 6 more points. And then at 126, Blake Mitleiter from Lytton HMB over Brock Johnson by decision 6-4. And Kindred able to get back on the board with a Miles Seal just win by decision 6-3 over Zach Doctor at 132 pounds. 138, Riker Lakowitzer from Kindred received a forfeit at 138. And then Jack McDonald for Kindred also receiving a forfeit at 145 for the Kindred Vikings. And then Blake Ketterling for Lytton HMB won over Tanner Mengi by decision. So that's that 19-15 dual score currently between the Kindred Vikings and the Lytton HMB Lions. And Alderaan with this 2-0 lead in the first period, down to 25 seconds.
This is our coverage of the Region 1 Dual Tournament on yourliveevent.com. Again, our round 2 of the other side of the bracket about to begin with the championship semi, as well as the other consolation round of this tournament. And then our place rounds will get underway as well. A tournament that began this morning at 10:30. At 10 o'clock, has continued to roll through here.
End of the first period, it's a 2-0 lead for Noah Alderaan from Lytton HMB. And Alderaan's choice, like Niemeyer's choice, he defers. No, red defers. Both wrestlers choosing to defer. We'll get this back. There was Alderaan's choice, so it goes to Niemeyer. Niemeyer chooses top to start the second period. The attempted stand-up right away by Alderaan. And Niemeyer chasing the leg, trying to keep Alderaan from reversing this. But down to minute 47, Noah Alderaan, long legs, going to try to step around. And Alderaan still working, does steer a 2-point reversal now. It goes up 4-0. A minute 30 to go. They're in the second period, 160 pounds. And Niemeyer able to get those hips, clears the hips. It locks up a peek out. He takes Alderaan down. Alderaan able to roll through. And no change of position on the edge of the mat. They get called out of bounds for a restart. A minute 8 to go in the second period. And Niemeyer on the bottom for the Kindred Vikings on this restart. It's a 19-15 dual score at 160 pounds. We have a caution on red for just improper hand placement. On this restart right away, Niemeyer stands up. And Alderaan able to secure that ankle, returns him to the mat. Under a minute to go in the second period. And Niemeyer and Alderaan just doing a little hand fighting. Niemeyer up on his base. It takes that wrist. Wasn't able to pass it over his head. Now Alderaan trying to work a cradle over the top. And Niemeyer secures the wrist, immediately sits out. And not able to gain any advantage with 25 seconds to go. Noah Alderaan still on top of this one. He's up 4-0. And Niemeyer able to hit a sit out. Not able to break contact yet. And he'll go into the third period. He's down by a score of 4-0 to Noah Alderaan from Lytton HMB. Lytton HMB leads the duel 19-15.
Again, our final, Lisbon over Lemoore Litchfield Marion, 57-21. It's been The Broncos now in that Region 1 championship every year since 2016. That's a long stretch.
And Noah Alderman hits Niemeyer. Niemeyer tried to stand up. Noah Alderman throws him down to the mat. Working for a fall on mat number 1. Noah Alderman, he's going to get it. So Noah Alderman, your winner by fall over Gavin Niemeyer from Kindred. There's 6 points on the board now, 25-15 dual score or lead for Lytton HMB. And Kindred sends a wrestler out there. Lytton HMB looks like they're open. That was at 170, so 170 open for Lytton HMB. That's 6 points, a 25-21 dual score. Now going to 82. 82 is open for Kindred. It's a 31-21 dual score. Looks like we're at 195 pounds on mat number 1, just waiting for everything to get caught up. And also open is Lytton HMB. So this is going to come down to the heavyweights. And Kindred can win this with a tech foul. They can tie it up with the major decision. So Kindred still in this duel. It's a 27-31 score right now at the 285-pound match. It's like Hoff-Wald for Lytton HMB taking the mat.
Yeah, some extra excitement in this round of the
tournament.
tournament.
Wasn't expecting this come down here to this match at heavyweight.
I don't believe either of these heavyweights have wrestled today either. Yeah, because it was both open to start that round.
Yep, they're both fresh coming into this match. So Cole Richard, an 8th grader, 5-12 record, wrestling Aaron Hoff-Wald, a senior, 21-9. And Richard comes out fired up, tries to attack the leg of Hoff-Wald. And Richard backing out. Hoff-Wald's going to keep on top, driving that head and body down into the mat. And Hoff-Wald hooks up a cow catcher, throws Richard over. He's going to work for the fall for Lytton HMB. A minute 20 to go. Hoff-Wald in control on top. He's heavy on top. Those shoulders not up by a little bit. Referee down there sees a little bit of daylight. Cole Richard now. Hoff-Wald winner by fall. Just too much on top for Cole Richard. And that'll do it here. 37-27 dual score. Your winner in the consolation bracket are Lytton HMB Lions.
All right, so that'll do it for the top half of the bracket at round 2. We'll take a break. We'll have more coming your way next.
DJ.R. Angus at feltontel.net. Call them at 701-361-3189. The Jacobson Red Angus Annual Bull Sale, offering 52 of the region's highest quality Red Angus bulls along with 11 bred heifers. Friday, March 18th at 1 o'clock.
The Kindred Vikings Booster Club is an organization of parents and community members that supports and encourages the advancement to Kindred athletic programs, focusing on wholesome school spirit, promoting good sportsmanship, and developing high ideals of character. For more information, or if you'd like to be part of the Kindred Vikings Booster Club, send an email to kindredboosterclub@gmail.com. That's kindredboosterclub@gmail.com. Go Vikings! The Kindred School District looks to collaboratively cultivate an environment that challenges learners to reach their full potential in a student-centered, community-supported environment while building authentic relationships that promotes active engagement in learning, literacy, and life. Kindred Public Schools' mission is to educate, prepare, and maximize student potential. Kindred Public School District, student-centered, community-supported. For more info about upcoming school events and news, go online to kindred.k12.us. The friendly staff at Lemoore Drugstore reminds you from school supplies, greeting cards, or prescription requests, you can find it all at Lemoore Drugstore. They deliver any day of the week upon request and will answer any general health questions you have. Watch out for the monthly flyer for monthly sales. Let Lemoore Drugstore be your one-stop shop. Lemoore Drugstore is located in the center of Lemoore in the Bank North Mall. For more information, go to LemooreDrugstore.com. That's LemooreDrugstore.com. Lemoore Hardware carries your everyday items for plumbing, electrical, automotive, and more. Check out their latest selection of snow and grain shovels alongside Milwaukee tools. Plus, stop by Lemoore Hardware today and browse their sweet pickin' section. You'll see brand new furniture and decor. Lemoore Hardware is your community one-stop shop. For more information on all the services Lemoore Hardware offers, go online to LemooreHardware.com. That's LemooreHardware.com.
The Lisbon Public School District ensures that all students will learn, experience success, and be good citizens from elementary through high school. The school staff and community takes great pride in providing meaningful and innovative opportunities for our students who continue to maintain ACT scores above state and national averages. Watch your kids continue to grow within the Lisbon Public School District from the playing surface to the classroom. For more information, go online to lisbonpublicschools.com.
At Mobility Plus Rehabilitation, our mission is to provide exceptional physical and occupational therapy with highly skilled therapists who live in your community. Mobility Plus looks to minimize your pain and maximize mobility that quickly allows you to live the quality of life you desire. Your mobility is our top priority. To find a location near you or for more information, go online to mobilityplus.biz. That's mobilityplus.biz.
Winter is a planning season for farmers, a time when your mind is on your fields. But the shorter days doesn't mean there's less work to be done. At Sis van der Haaf, we know that lower temps won't cool your passion for production. We're continually striving to develop sugar beet varieties that thrive despite the pressures from disease and the challenges of nature. Because sharing the pride of success starts with sharing the passion to achieve it. Sis van der Haaf, a passion that grows.
Thunder Seed has over 4 generations of experience in the field. Through innovation, technology, and hard work, we put farmers first by providing high-quality products. We pride ourselves on developing quality soybean, corn, wheat, and corn silage seed for dealers and growers across our region. We are invested in being your partner throughout the full cycle of your harvest. Thunder Seed, first in the field, family-owned, and farmers first.
My roots run deep. I dream of a world where planting a seed can bring forth the food and knowledge our world needs right now. The field is my classroom, and I have the power to make a difference. I am going to feed the world someday.
Abuse can affect anyone, and each person's experience is different. Abuse is about power and control, and it is not always black and blue. A loving relationship should not be threatening, accusing, isolating, or include violence of any kind. The Abuse Resource Network provides services to start living the life you deserve. For more information, visit abuseresourcenetwork.org.
Folks, it's tax season, and the best way to teach your kids about taxes is by eating 30% of their ice cream. And the best way to learn about your tax situation is contacting Olson Accounting. They'll answer any question you have from an individual or business point of view. Let Olson Accounting set up your tax plan and eliminate any problems by visiting colsoncpa.com or call 701-683-2700. Olson Accounting of Lisbon.
From on-site farm repairs to maintaining the condition of your vehicle, trust the staff at Welton's Tire Service. They've served the Lisbon area since 1972, guaranteeing customers satisfaction and workmanship from farm equipment, tire services, and preventative vehicle maintenance. You'll find it all from affordable prices, free estimates, to their knowledgeable technicians answering any question. Welton's Tire Service is locally owned and located on Main Street in Lisbon. For information, go online to weltonstire.net or call 701-683-5136.
And welcome back to Lemoore. We're on to our second half of the bracket, round 2. Mat number 1 will be EEK and Napoleon Gackle Streeter in the consolation round, championship semifinals. Mat number 2, Oaks against South Border.
Yeah, mat number 1, Dalton Feist has a leg cradle locked up on Walker Miller. He picks up his near fall. He's up 5-0. That's Napoleon wrestling Ellen Delegate Calm on mat number 1.
So we will have after this round, we will have our 5th and 7th place matches, and then on to the championship and 3rd place with a potential challenge match still to come as Matthias Dahlstrom from Oaks against Ryland Vetter from South Border over on mat number 2.
Yeah, mat number 1. Still a 5-0 lead for Dalton Feist. Walker Miller had a great match, opening match against Matthias Dahlstrom from Oaks. Ended up losing that by 2 points.
And we're going to get a stalemate on mat number 2 as Dahlstrom and Vetter will restart. And right away, Dahlstrom going for that low single leg.
And now Feist has Miller turned over, picking up near fall during the first period with 40 seconds. And your winner by fall is Dalton Feist over Walker Miller from EEK. That's a 6-point lead for the Napoleon Imperials after 106 pounds. And the winner of this duel will wrestle for 5th place.
Dahlstrom will get the takedown and the initial points over on mat number 2 against Vetter. Got a pair of 20-match winners going at it here at 106 pounds, which I think is going to set the tone as to what kind of competition we're going to see here in the semifinal. As hitting a reversal is Ryland Vetter, and it's now 2-2.
Mat number 1 at 113 pounds is Ethan Tazaric for Ellen Delegate Calm wrestling Alexis Schneider. That's 1:35 to go here in the first period. Schneider's on top of the situation position. Tazaric has the leg tied up. Schneider just trying to step around and secure her 2 points. And they are hit with a stalemate.
This is coverage of of the Region 1 dual tournament, semifinals of the Region 2 dual tournament just getting underway. We'll try to get you an update on that. Of course, we have that as well on yourliveevent.com.
And Schneider picks up 2-point takedown on Tazaric. She leads 2-0. Napoleon leads the duel 6-0. After 106 pounds, we are at 113.
Second period underway on mat number 2 in the championship semifinals. Vetter and Dahlstrom both tied up at 2. And now Dahlstrom, as I say that, Dahlstrom will get the takedown and takes a 4-2 advantage.
And mat number 1 with 40 seconds to go. Schneider's riding on top. And working underneath the arms on Ethan Tazaric from EEK. And Tazaric able to secure that arm, puts it over his head and gets those hips cleared. They're trying to dump Schneider down to her hip.
Dahlstrom and Vetter rolled through, and Vetter looked like he was going to come loose for a reversal. As now Dahlstrom has that chicken wing in and is trying to get some back points or end this one here in the first period at 106.
Yeah, Schneider a little bit high here to close out this first period. Tazaric not able to come out the back door, so she'll hold on to a 2-0 lead going into the second at 113 pounds on mat number 1.
Dahlstrom will add on some points, his lead at 6-2. A 7th grader and an 8th grader, and now they're going to give a reversal to Vetter. 6-4, Vetter down by a pair. 39 seconds left in the second period.
In the start of our second period on mat number 1, still 2-0 lead for Alexa Schneider. She currently is on top, has a chop and purchase hooked up now. Tazarek able to stand up, scores 1 point escape. And Schneider quickly shoots in for a single, hits a low single, trying to post that leg and spin out the backside, and now she's able to just kind of arms over. It's a 4-1 lead for Alexa Schneider. She lets up Tazarek again, now 4-2.
So Vetter got some points on an air fall. He took the lead 7-6, and then Dahlstrom hit a reversal to regain the lead 8-7. Now on to the third period here at mat 2 at 106 pounds.
Yeah, Schneider in on another takedown attempt. She's going to secure that. She's up now 6-2 on Ethan Tazarek in the second period with 55 seconds remaining. And wrestlers called all the bounce. Schneider just trying to wear Tazarek down on top. And she will let him go for that 1 point escape. Now a 6-3 lead for Alexa Schneider.
And we had a stalemate call on mat 2. We're on the restart here. Again, 8-7. The lead right now for Matthias Dahlstrom for Oaks. This is the first match of the other side of the consolation championship, or excuse me, the championship semis. Winner to face Lisbon as Dahlstrom trying to set a cradle in against Vetter.
And Schneider secures another takedown. She goes up 8-3. Hit a nice double leg, stepped around the backside. She's up 8-3 on Ethan Tazarek from Ellendale Edgeley Calm as time runs out in the second period.
Dahlstrom couldn't get the back points, but does get the 2 for the takedown, extends his lead to 10-7. 50 seconds left to wrestle third period at 106, and now Dahlstrom getting another turn.
It started the third period. It's an 8-3 lead for Alexa Schneider. He's wrestling Ethan Tazarek. Now another low single by Schneider. A nice quick shot. She's able to secure that leg. And just trying to work through this takedown attempt.
Dahlstrom has Vetter on some back points. I think it's Dahlstrom's elbow that is kind of preventing the blades from Vetter to get down on the mat. He's trying to find a way to adjust without giving up his position as Vetter is putting down the bridge. 5 seconds to go here. It'll be 3 more points coming the way of Dahlstrom, so he will have a major decision coming his way as this one is over. The final is 13-7, so Oaks striking first here against the Mustangs.
Yeah, Schneider finding the advantage on her feet. She's now up 10-4 on another takedown attempt. Tazarek just up over the top, kind of has a triangle over the arm and head of Schneider. Schneider still trying to work through this and pass that leg. She comes out the backside. She'll pick up 2 points. She's up 12-4.
And we'll now move on to 113 pounds over here at mat number 2. Ben Wagner from Oaks, Jared Schilling from South Border. And right away Schilling going for the double leg. Trying to get some elevation against Wagner. We'll get him down, and Schilling will get a takedown 15 seconds into the first period here at 113 pounds.
Down to the final 20 seconds on mat number 1. It's a 12-4 lead for Alexa Schneider over Ethan Tazarek. Schneider on top, working that far side of the mat. She'll take Tazarek out of bounds for a restart with 10 seconds remaining.
Schilling has that cradle in on Wagner, and Wagner continuing to bridge himself out.
The final set, 10 seconds on the restart on 1. And your winner will be Alexa Schneider. She wins by a major decision, 12-4 over Ethan Tazarek. The Napoleon Imperials putting 4 more points up on the board. They lead 10-0 over Ellendale Edgeley Calm Thunder.
2-0 Schilling's lead. I believe he will have some back points potentially coming his way here as there's 45 seconds left. Trying to get an early fall against Ben Wagner.
The wrestlers checking into the table. I'm at number 1 at 120 pounds. This is a 2-point takedown. Looks like Jager Sand out there for EEK. Picks up a 2-point takedown. Now has this leg turked.
3 more points will come to Jared Schilling. 5-0 his lead. 9 seconds left in the first period at 113 pounds. To his feet is Wagner and Schilling the mat return as the period winds down, and Schilling leading 5-0.
Yeah, 120 has a couple of 7th graders out here battling it out between Sand and Bernard from Napoleon. And Jager Sand leads us 2-0. Has this hammer locked over the back of Bernard. He gets potentially dangerous called, so we have a restart with Jager Sand starting on top.
And Schilling will be on top to start the second period, leading 5-0 against Ben Wagner from Oaks.
And we are at 1:05 to go on the first period. Jager Sand now working underneath and trying to hit a crossface cradle. It does have it locked up. And let's go the leg, now working for a screwdriver.
Wagner came up and was put right back down by Schilling.
And Sand hits that crossface, then goes to a leg turk with the crossface, able to roll over Bernard on his back. He's got 40 seconds working for the fall for the EEK Thunder. This is Jager Sand at 120 pounds. He does pick up 3 near fall. He goes up 5-0.
And Schilling able to get a turn on Wagner. That inside shoulder is coming high for Wagner. And Schilling trying to make an adjustment here, has just under a minute to go in the second period at 113. Now looking for some extension on that arm, going knee to shoulder. A pin here for Schilling would put South Border up 6-3. As the official inside close, and there it is. Jared Schilling will pin Ben Wagner, and the South Border Mustangs will come in front here 6-3 against Oaks.
Yeah, mat number 1. It's still a 5-0 lead for Jager Sand. We do have a caution on this start at the beginning of the second period. Napoleon Imperials lead 10-0. And Sand hits a double leg. Now going to try to turn the corner with this peek out. Got caught underneath. Has Bernard on his hips. Now Bernard able to get up. Now back to his hips. Sand still trying to turn the corner and pick up his 2-point. Now secures it. He's up 7-0.
Brody Michelson will get a takedown here in the opening seconds of the 120-pound matchup. Weston Sorum from Oaks is his opponent.
And Jager Sand has a half nose and locked it up. Was able to turn Bernard over. He's going to win by fall with a 1:20 mark in the second period. Puts EEK up on the board. It's a 10-6 lead for Napoleon going into 126 pounds.
And Michelson has Sorum in that cradle. And it will be a fall. Brody Michelson will get the win here. A fall coming 40 seconds into the 120-pound matchup, and 6 more for the Mustangs. South Border now leading 12-3. And the Mustangs looking to match up against the Broncos again in the Region 1 championship matchup coming up later on this afternoon.
126 pound between Tazarek and Lebrand from Napoleon. Lebrand comes out with a headlock on Tazarek. Has Tazarek down on the mat, shoulders not up by just a little bit. You're going to win by fall. Scott Carblin, the official, slaps the mat. So your winner is Christopher Lebrand from Napoleon. Moves the dual score 16-6 in favor of Napoleon Imperials at 126 pounds.
Underway over at mat number 2, 126 pounds. Joe Keller from South Border, Blaine Wald from Oaks. South Border leading 12-3, back-to-back falls after falling behind 3-0.
We do have an open weight at 132. Another 6 points on the board for Napoleon. Napoleon trying to get into this 5th place match. They lead 22-6. And Esslinger will go out at 138. He also picks up a forfeit. And now a 28-6 lead for Napoleon. And going into 145.
Keller and Wald still no score. 50 seconds left in the first period at mat number 2. Again, that is the other semifinal of this Region 1 dual tournament.
What's that? Tazaric.
Keller, a freshman. Wald, a senior.
Mistakes happen.
And both wrestlers will come out of bounds. We'll get a restart here at 126 pounds.
And mat number 145 is Chernlin for EK, wrestled Mason Weigel from Napoleon. So Max Chernlin, a sophomore, 16-11. Mason Weigel, a sophomore, 15-13. And Weigel out with a 2-point takedown. A minute 25 to go in the first period.
10 seconds now to go in the first period here at 126 on mat 2. And we have not seen any scoring yet come the way for the Mustangs. Is coming for the takedown is Wald, and he got it, but time expired. So Blaine Wald just a split second behind on that takedown of Keller.
And Weigel had a cradle locked up. He scores 2-point near fall against Chernlin. Chernlin has a wrist secured, now lets go of it. And Weigel back to the crossface cradle.
And Keller is going to let Wald go to begin the second period. So Blaine Wald for Oaks, a 1-0 advantage.
And Weigel working a tilt on the far side. And trying to dig out that wrist and elbow. Chernlin just trying to stay base down on the mat. They get rolled out on the far edge.
And Wald came in on the single leg and was driving against Keller, but out of bounds, and they will restart.
And Mason Weigel, he has this leg turked, was trying to stretch out Chernlin. Just working that edge of the mat, not able to secure near fall at the end of the first period. He leads 4-0 going into the second.
And wrestlers out of bounds again here on mat 2. 12-3, South Border leads Oaks in the semifinals, championship semifinals of the Region 1 dual tournament.
And started the second, we started in the neutral position with that 4-0 lead for Mason Weigel. And Weigel secured a takedown and 2 near fall in that first period.
Less than a minute to go in the second period here on 126 pounds. The only points scored so far, Blaine Wald was cut loose by Keller to begin the period. Wald comes in to shoot. Keller will get control of his upper body, tries to get a leg in on the mix, is able to step back as Wald.
Yeah, Chernlin caught underneath of Weigel in this situation position. Weigel working front headlock. Now Chernlin able to get a little wrist control, stands up. And no change of position. This period started in the neutral position. Weigel still up 4-0. And we are at 145 on mat number 1.
Wald has Keller down, trying to come around. He'll get the takedown. 3-0 lead for Blaine Wald. Now hits Keller with the crossface.
And Weigel with the quarter Nelson's able to roll Chernlin over, scores 2 points for a takedown. He's up 6-0. 45 seconds now remaining in the second period.
And Wald will take a 3-0 lead now going into the final 2 minutes, and I think they both, now that Keller and Wald will be on their feet.
And your winner on mat number 1 is Weigel from Napoleon. He throws a head and arm on Chernlin. Chernlin was coming up. Weigel just slammed that head and arm, takes him to the mat. He wins by fall. Napoleon's up 34-6.
And Wald another takedown and immediately putting Keller into back points to begin the third period. Minute and a half to go. 2 more on the near fall coming for Wald. Already leads 5-0.
And we're going to 152 pounds on mat number 1. There's an open weight, so EK secures a forfeit. I believe that is Carl Chernlin, so that's a 34-12 lead now for Napoleon. Going into 160 pounds, we have Greg Fuhrer for EK.
Now a minute left to go here on mat number 2 in the third period. Wald a 5-0 lead, about to be an 8-0 lead. It'll be a pin. Blaine Wald will get the pin for Oaks, and now the Tornadoes are within 3.
Yeah, Isaiah Caruth goes out at 160. That's also open weight class for Napoleon. 6 more points, 34-18 dual score. And going into 170, we do have 2 wrestlers reporting in. So your 170-pound batch is Drew Thorpe from the EK wrestling Gage McDowell. And Thorpe right away scores a 2-point takedown. Nice double leg blast.
Mat number 2, 132 pounds. Riker Vetter for South Border. Zane Allender for Oaks. And Allender, the sophomore, Vetter, the freshman. And it looks like Allender with control. No points on the takedown. If Vetter can pop his head free, he'll get some points. Big scramble here. Someone needs to come out on top, and it's Riker Vetter who does with the takedown at a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, Drew Thorpe, the 8th grader, with 2-0 lead over Gage McDowell. He has a body lock on McDowell. McDowell and Thorpe going at it. Now secures another takedown. He has a 4-1 lead on mat number 1 with 1:22 to go in the first period.
Trying to stand up as Allender, and they'll come out of bounds. As Vetter just trying to drop back and get Allender into some back points.
McDowell able to stand up. And Thorpe having a tough time returning him to the mat. Now drops down to his legs. And able to get McDowell down. Now McDowell back up. We get a clasping call. It's a 4-1 lead for Drew Thorpe.
And Allender tried to get a reversal and rolled right through it. And Vetter put Allender on his back. I think some points coming on a near fall. And now Vetter putting Allender in that chicken wing. And a pin. Riker Vetter gets the fall against St. Allender at 132 pounds.
This match on mat number 1 now, 4-3 lead for Drew Thorpe over Gage McDowell. Thorpe secures 2 more points for a takedown, has a cradle locked up. They're trying to take McDowell over and going head in the hole. Now Thorpe up 6-3, and they got called out of bounds for a restart with 12 seconds remaining in the first period.
18-9, the lead for South Border over Oaks. 138 pounds, Grant Wagner against Brody Hoffman. Dahlstrom for Oaks started out this duel with a win at 106. Schilling from South Border won at 113. Michelson at 120 got a win. 126 Wald from Oaks. Blaine Wald from Oaks. 132 Riker Vetter from South Border. And now Grant Wagner versus Hoffman, and it's Brody Hoffman with the takedown.
At the start of the second period, it's a 6-3 lead for Drew Thorpe over Gage McDowell. Thorpe's choice, he chooses neutral to start the second. A 34-18 dual score or lead right now for the Napoleon Imperials at 170.
And now 2-1 is it was a takedown for Hoffman, and Wagner gets the escape with a minute to go in the first period.
Had a big scramble here between Thorpe and McDowell. McDowell's able to catch Thorpe, puts him on his back on the edge of the mat. Now Thorpe, just the 8th grader for EK. Trying to do some damage control on the edge of the mat, get out of bounds.
Less than a minute to go here in the first period on mat number 2. Hoffman 2, Wagner 1.
McDowell with that head and arm still staying in bounds, working for foul. He's minute 16, he'll win by foul. Big points for the Napoleon Imperials. And they go up 40-18 in the duel over EK.
Restart over on mat number 2. Again, those are the championship semifinals of this Region 1 duel. Hoffman 4, Wagner 1.
Gonna move us to 182 pounds. A wrestler for EK reporting in. Now Napoleon's A wrestler making his way over to the scorer's table. It takes
17 seconds to go. Back over on mat number 2 in the first period. And Hoffman will get 2 more points. Gattles on a quick near fall. 6-1 the lead for Brody Hoffman. Final 5 seconds of the first period just about to wrap up. Hoffman leading Wagner from Oaks.
At 182 on mat 1, Bennett Geisler for EEK wrestling Eric Salazar. Salazar Jr. for the Napoleon Imperials, 11-16 record. And Geisler, an 8th grader, 3-6 record for EEK. And Geisler, high crotch, elevates it, takes Salazar down for 2-point takedown.
Second period beginning. Hoffman be on top of Wagner. He does lead 6-1.
And wrestlers called out on the edge of the mat. Minute 14 to go. Geisler leads 2-0.
Minute and a half now left to go in the second period at mat 2. Hoffman coming around the side of Wagner. Wagner able to stand up and a quick mat return for Hoffman.
Now Salazar scores an escape. It's a 2-1 lead for Geisler from EEK. They're in the first period with 47 seconds remaining. 40-18 lead for the Imperials in this duel on mat 1.
Wagner got to his feet briefly. Hoffman another mat return. It's been Wagner has been able to get up, but Hoffman's just been so quick to get him right back down into his base and try to work him over. Here comes Wagner again. This time he'll free the hands and gets the escape. 6-2. Grant Wagner from Oaks down by 4. 47 seconds left in the second period at 138 pounds.
Yeah, on the restart here with 25 seconds to go, still a 2-1 lead for Geisler from EEK over Salazar at 182. And Salazar shoots in for a double. Geisler stuffs ahead, gets around for 2 points. He's up now 4-1 as time's expiring here in the first period.
.20 seconds left to go in the second period here at mat 2. Hoffman 6, Wagner 2.
And recap your duel on mat number 1 at 106 pounds. Opening up, Dalton Feist for the Napoleon Imperials wins by fall over Walker Miller. And 113, Alexis Schneider for Napoleon over Ethan Tazarek of EEK. Major decision 12-4. 120, Jager Sand over Brennan Bernard from Napoleon by fall. And 126, Christopher Liebrand over Ethan McBride from EEK by fall in 14 seconds. 132, Bryce Schneider for Napoleon receives a forfeit. 138, Daxton Esslinger, Napoleon, also receives a forfeit. 145, Mason Wagnall, Napoleon over Max Jernlin from EEK by fall in 327. 152, Greg Fear for EEK receives a forfeit. 160, Isaiah Cruz for EEK also receiving a forfeit. And 170, Gage McDowell for the Napoleon Imperials throws that head and arm, pins Drew Thorpe, wins by fall in 246. And that brings us currently to where we're at with a 5-1 lead for EEK here in this match at 182.
Brody Hoffman right off the whistle was down to start the third period. Got an escape right off the whistle, leads 8-2. Minute 20 left to go in the final period at 138 pounds. South Porter trying to add to their 18-9 lead as Wagner able to hit a reversal, makes it 8-4. And he is some near fall points away from tying or taking a lead, and he has about a minute to try to do it here. So sometime, but Wagner, time not on his side here right now against Brody Hoffman.
Hey, Geisler now with a 7-1 lead, increasing his lead, just trying to answer back here to the Napoleon Imperials. Napoleon with a 40-18 dual score. They're in the second period, 45 seconds remaining.
And Hoffman comes around. He'll hit another reversal, 10-4 his lead. 32 seconds and counting left in the third period.
The Geisler keeping Salazar broke belly down on the mat with 20 seconds to go. He has a 7-1 lead. Right now it's win by decision. He'd pick up 3 points, but we still have another period to go. Down to 15 seconds.
17 seconds left to wrestle, and right now it is Hoffman obviously fighting for the 6, but if he can get a turn and doesn't get a pin, he'll get some bonus points on a major decision. And Wagner fighting that off is not letting Hoffman get those hands together as the final few seconds will close out, and Wagner will fall to Hoffman by a final of 10-4.
Yeah, I think if I added everything up right, this is a pivotal match in this duel. If Napoleon can come out on top, they'd secure the win.
21-9, South Border with the lead.
Just depends on what we got matchups here for 95, 220 and heavyweight.
South Border trying to wrestle Lisbon yet again for the Region 1 championship, which would be about a 2 o'clock, I believe, or 3 o'clock start time here this afternoon at Lemoore. Up to 145 pounds. Case Hollander for Oaks. Carson Glassman from South Border.
And Salazar secures a 1-point escape. It's a 7-2 lead for Geisler from EEK. They're a minute 23 to go. Salazar down by 5. Salazar in on a single leg. And Geisler will step around, score 2 points. He's up 9-2.
Glassman and Hollander will both come out of bounds. But it is Glassman with the lead. Does lead this one 2-0. Did get the takedown before going out of bounds. So on the restart, he'll be on top. As to his base is Case Hollander. Glassman's got that leg wrapped around Hollander's as he secures him back down to the mat. Minute to go now in the first period at 145 pounds.
It's now a 12-3 lead for Bennett Geisler from EEK on mat number 1. They're in the third period with 38 seconds remaining. And Geisler has a major decision with this 9-point lead. And Salazar able to get 1 point for an escape. Going to try to hit a big throw here. Now Geisler double leg elevates it, puts Salazar down on the mat.
Wrestlers come out of bounds at mat number 2, 37 seconds left in the first period. And Glassman had Hollander in a cradle and just kind of moved their way out of bounds. 27 seconds now left to go in the first period. Sit out for Hollander.
And that'll do it on mat number 1. Your winner by major decision is Bennett Geisler, the 8th grader. He wins 14-4. He puts 4 points up on the board for EEK, and now a 40-22 dual score in favor of the Imperials going into 195 pounds.
Hollander is going to drag Glassman out of bounds with him to stop time with 12 seconds to go in the first period.
You know, 195, Napoleon Imperials receive a forfeit.
Carson Glassman from South Border will get 3 points on a near fall against Hollander in the closing seconds of that period. His lead at 5-0.
And 220 sends their wrestler out for EK. That's Klusman. Klusman receives a forfeit. And that'll do it for your dual score. Napoleon Imperials advance to the 5th place match. They win 46-28 over Edgeley Ellendale Calm Thunder.
Hollander and Glassman are going to tie up over here as Glassman looking to drive against Hollander, has him down. And he'll get 2 more on a takedown and an 8-0 advantage. As again, we had a final on mat number 1, 46-28. Napoleon Gackle Streeter over Ellendale Edgeley Cullum. Back over here on mat number 2, 21-9. South Border leading Oaks. And right now it is Carson Glassman from South Border with the 8-0 advantage against Case Hollander. Again, South Border will wrestle against, South Border or Oaks winner will wrestle against Lisbon. That would be for the Region 1 championship. South Border trying to do it for, I believe, would be the 3rd year in a row that they would wrestle the Lisbon Broncos. And Glassman's going to get Hollander on his back, driving that shoulder, looking for the fall here, and a little bit of an extension against Case Hollander. 40 seconds left in the period. It'll be a pin. Carson Glaceman will get the victory. And South Border will add to their lead, and that would be 27-9. That was at 145 pounds as we are continuing on here. Thanks for joining us. Our coverage of the Region 1 Dual Tournament on YourLiveEvent.com. South Border and Oaks in the championship semifinals. Cole Stock from South Border against Ryland Wald from Oaks. That is at 152 pounds. And a takedown comes the way for Cole Stock. Stock 23-9 on the season. Wald 11-11. Oaks last year was the third place finisher. Challenged South Border for a chance to go on to state. South Border ultimately would defeat Oaks and would go on to state. Lisbon winners over New Salem Omont last year at the state dual tournament. Minute 10 and counting to go in the first period here at 152 pounds. Stock sets the cradle against Wald. Gets a little bit of elevation. Will get that inside shoulder off of his and trying to control that leg of Wald to prevent him from cradling or rocking himself out of being pinned. And it will be a pin. Cole Stock, the fall here at 152 pounds. 33-9, the advantage for South Border over Oaks. And we are on to 160. Caleb Larson against Marshall Lindgren, and it's a quick one for Lindgren at 160 pounds. A quick fall from him makes it 39-9.
In 9 minutes, we're going to go on map number 1 with 7th and 8th place, which will be Edgley, Allendale, Tullum.
And just announce that they will go pretty quickly here onto our next placing match. 39-9, Oaks and South Border, by the way, wrestling here in the final match of round number 2. Jay Snitschke against Oaks against Tate Thorpe. Jay Snitschke, excuse me, from South Border against Tate Thorpe from Oaks. Gonna up it to 170 pounds, 39-9 the score. Nitschke a takedown right away here in a 2-0 lead. Minute and a half to go in the first period. Again, our thanks to Region 1 for allowing us to come out here. Our thanks to our sponsors for making this broadcast possible. Our thanks to Lemoore AD Lucas Isaacson for helping us get the information we needed and helping us get set up here for this broadcast. Again, placing rounds will begin after this. Mat 2 will feature 7th and 8th place. As Nitschke trying to get a turn on Thorpe. .50 seconds left to go in the period here at 170 pounds. And Thorpe is really just strictly defensive, tries to go for the sit out and return back down by Nitschke. Works his way to his base. Nitschke with the cross face. Gets the roll against Thorpe. 20 seconds to go. Back points being totaled up for Jace Nitschke. Nice job by Thorpe to kind of post up on that shoulder. Heel roll back to his stomach. 3 points coming to Jace Nitschke now. And it is a 5-0 lead. And that will be the end of the first period here at 170 pounds. Thorpe will be on top. Nitschke will be on bottom here to begin the second period at 170. And 39-9, the advantage for the South Border Mustangs. Still 4 weight classes left to go. And Thorpe will work in that low single leg against Nitschke. Nitschke's going to come around and grab one of Thorpe's ankles. Both wrestlers managing to stay in bounds, but it is close here on the bottom of the mat. Just under a minute and a half to go second period at 170 pounds. Nitschke to his feet, maintaining control is Thorpe. Will get the elevation and the trip, and it was going to put Nitschke back down on the mat. Minute to go in the second period. Nitschke on his feet again. Thorpe looking for the mat return. Nitschke comes around, and Thorpe will lose him, and Nitschke will add on another one here, 6-0 his lead. They will get the 7th and 8th place match rolling on mat number 1 here fairly quick as Nitschke another takedown, an 8-0 advantage. I believe a win here for South Border, and they would lock up this duel, and it'll be on to the championship against Lisbon. 25 seconds left in the second period. And Nitschke will get a turn on Thorpe. Big bridge for Thorpe. Nitschke trying to get a little bit more elevation and control that leg of Thorpe on the way back down. 2 seconds left, 1 second. This period's final. 3 more points coming for Nitschke. And a 11-0 advantage. Chase Nitschke from South Border over Tate Thorpe for Oaks. That is 170 pounds. Both wrestlers on their feet to start this final 2 minutes. Nitschke will get behind Thorpe and has him down, a takedown 13-0. So a near fall, even if he doesn't finish him off here, would end this one on the tech falls. It's 13-0 and a minute and a half to go. Thorpe came around, looked like he had an escape coming his way. He did not. As now there's a minute 15 left to go. Again, third period here at 170 pounds. Minute to go. Nitschke with the advantage. 13-0, 57 seconds left to go in the third period. Again, 39-0, a decision, a major decision here would give 4 more the way of the South Border Mustangs. And Thorpe has avoided giving up any back points here this period. .30 seconds now left to wrestle at 170. And just announcing that they will get going on 7th and 8th place over on mat number 1. So it will be Kindred versus EEK over on mat number 1, and that would be 7th and 8th place. As 3 seconds left, we will get a restart over here on mat number 2 as Shane Nitschke will get the major decision, 13-0. And the final few seconds will come off the clock, and it will be a major decision. And 43-9, South Border leading Oaks. And we'll switch back over to our dual cam as we are just about ready to go again for 7th and 8th place over on mat number 1, continuing on to 182 pounds over on mat number 2.
I think at mat number 1, we're waiting for the officials. And once they show up, they will get this duel underway for 7th and 8th place. The North Dakota Class B Region 1 dual team tournament.
Josh Meal from Oaks wrestling against Herman Kalk from South Border at 182 over on mat number 2. So South Border on to the Region 1 championship match. They will wrestle the Lisbon Broncos. We'll have 3rd place and 3rd place in championship coming up after the 5th place and 7th and 8th place round. Again, don't forget the 3rd place winner, if they have not wrestled the runner-up, will get a chance to wrestle for the next spot onto the state tournament. As Meal had some high elevation there against Kalk, and will get a takedown.
Yeah, a little precarious there on that mat return by Meal.
Meal 25-9 on the season. Herman Kalk 18-3. $50 seconds left to go here, up to 182 pounds. Kalk on his feet. Meal looking for a mat return. Kalk is fighting him off. Needs to clear the hands, and he's able to get the escape 2-1.
And mat number 1 still in limbo, waiting for the referees to show up here at Matt's side to begin this 7th and 8th place match.
And now we are going to have some blood time over here at mat number 2. We'll use that to take a break. We'll step aside, back with more on YourLiveEvent.com.
American Farmer has been adapting to challenges in the field for generations. Columbia Grain and Agronomy is here to help on every acre with the highest quality products and expert local service. Contact the agronomy centers in Climax at 218-857-2165 or our villa at 701-343-6273. Columbia Grain and Agronomy, committed to cultivating growth through a diverse mix of products and expert knowledge. Contact them today and make the most of every acre. Call Climax at 218-857-2165 or our villa at 701-343-6273.
This is Chris from RDK Enterprises, your local precision planting dealer. We are less than 90 days until spring planting. 90 days. Are you ready? Is your maintenance plan in place? Do you have parts on hand? Are any upgrade options decided on and purchased? We can help. Spring will be here before you know it, and we will help you meet the challenge. Contact RDK Enterprises at planterdoc.com. That's planterdoc.com.
Abuse can affect anyone, and each person's experience is different. Abuse is about power and control, and it is not always black and blue. A loving relationship should not be threatening, accusing, isolating, or include violence of any kind. The Abuse Resource Network provides services to start living the life you deserve. For more information, visit abuseresourcenetwork.org.
All right, we are back here and still waiting to begin on mat number 1. Meanwhile, at mat number 2, it is a 2-1 lead for Josh Meal over Herman Kalk from South Border. 43-9 is the dual score. That is in favor of the South Border Mustangs as they are in line to wrestle Lisbon for the championship. And Herman Kalk looked like he had a takedown right into some bad points, but Meal rolls through it and they go out of bounds. Minute 42 here, our second period just underway, as now the officials making their way out over to mat number 1. And they will have the captains meeting over there on mat number 1 as 7th and 8th place just about to get underway.
Well, they got finally rousted the officials from that hospitality room. They're back out here getting ready for 7th and 8th place match on mat 1.
And Kalk has Meal turned. We'll have 3 on a near fall. As Meal able to get to his feet. Kalk keeping control, had one leg, drives forward. Now if Meal can pop loose, he'll get some points on a reversal. The 3 will go to the table for the near fall. So Calc leads 4-2. Minute 5 left to go in the second period at 182 pounds.
So these placing round matches, they'll start at 113 pounds, so we're underway. Mat number 1, 113. Gavin Rude out for the Kindred Vikings, wrestling Jager Sand at 113 pounds. Sand right away out the door, picks up a 2-point takedown. He's up 2-0, looks like he has a little headgear problem. The referee will stop that, let him fix his headgear, and we'll get back to action on mat number 1.
4-4, Meal will pick up points on a reversal. 27 seconds left in the second period. Calc 4, Meal 4. And 3 on an ear fall as Meal regains the lead 7-4. 17 seconds left in the second period. That is 182 pounds over on mat number 2.
A minute 20 to go. Jager Sand maintains that 2-0 lead. They're trying to work a leg Turk. Does have that leg of Rude's now tied up. And Sand getting a little bit high. Now comes back with a cradle. He has Rude cradled up.
And the second period will end on mat number 2, and Meal leads 7-4. And as the period ended, we'll get stopped for some blood time.
And Jager Sand, your winner by fall over Gavin Rude at 113 pounds, puts EK up by a score of 6-0 going into 120. And now for the Kindred Vikings, we have Brock Johnson wrestling 120 pounds. And Johnson taking on Carson Henningsen from EK. Johnson with the quick 2-point takedown, working a chicken wing. Actually an arm bar, has that far wrist. Now goes, doubles it up. And Johnson thinking about ending this one early. Both arms doubled up, trying to walk it around.
And we are going to resume our match over here on mat number 2. Meal 10, Calc 4. It will be neutral position to start these final 2 minutes of 182 pounds.
And Johnson has a double arm bar, is going to sit through those shoulders of Henningsen, not up by much. And he's going to win by fall. This is Brock Johnson, threw that double arm bar on. Picks up 6 points for the Kindred Vikings.
(43-9), South Border leading Oaks. Minute 25 left to go to 182 pounds. Josh Meal looking to be the third victory for the Oaks Tornadoes as he will bring down Herman Calc. We'll add on 2 more for a takedown. It is 12-4. And Calc able to belly out pretty quick, but Meal with control of the upper body will swing around on the other side and had the Nelson in. Now had Calc on his back briefly.
And Miles Seal just comes out for the Kindred Vikings. Throw Ethan McBride right over to his back. He's up 5-0. A minute 35 to go in this first period.
And Josh Meal will get the pin. He is victorious at 182 pounds for the Oaks Tornadoes. 43-15 now the dual score.
And Miles Seal just answers back here with the fall over Ethan McBride. Another 6 points on the board for the Vikings. They're up now 12-6 in the duel. Brings us to 132.
Up to 195 pounds over on mat number 2. And 43-15 the score.
And 132, there is an open weight. So Kindred, 6 more points on the board. They're up 18-6. And 145 also open for the Thunder.
Meyer from South Border against Potasic from Oaks. And 2-0 advantage for Potasic. He's got a chain wrestling there with Meyer. And Meyer, if he can free the head, would have a takedown. Instead, Potasic's going to roll right through it and has him on his back. At a fall end, and Potasic will get the win. But Aaron Meyer put up a good fight against Potasic in what was a quick start to that match. And 6 more points comes the way of the Oaks Tornadoes now. 21-43.
And Matt, number 1, 145 pounds. We had open weights at 32 and 38. The Kindred Vikings lead 24-6 over EEK. The match right now is Max Chernlin wrestling Jeremy Knight. And Chernlin has a 2-0 lead with 1:25 to go in the first period.
This is coverage of the Region 1 Dual Tournament here on YourLiveEvent.com. Schumacher from South Border against Klein from Oaks. That's 220 over on mat number 2. And it's Schumacher, who's 19-1 on the year, gets the takedown against Klein.
And under a minute to go in the first period. It's a 2-0 lead for Chernlin. He's currently on top, has a chicken wing hooked up. Goes back, looks like a 2-on-1 underneath. Chernlin a little indecisive, goes to the ankle, now back up, working around the top of the head.
And Schumacher has some near fall points coming, trying to end this one with a fall, and he does. Daniel Schumacher, the pin of Max Klein. 49-21, South Border leads.
Mr. Daniel Schumacher has received his 100th win.
And for Daniel Schumacher, that is his 100th victory. So Schumacher, his 100th career win. Congratulations to him, a wrestler we've seen a lot of throughout the coverage of Region 1 the last few years on YourLiveEvent.com.
Enter their first period. It's a 2-1 lead for Max Chernlin over Jeremy Knight. And Chernlin elects to choose the bottom position.
And we'll move on to heavyweights. Here between Oaks and South Border. 49-21 the score. Jaden Hinkle from Oaks, Shane Nitschke from South Border. So Shane Nitschke wrestling at a heavyweight here against Jaden Hinkle.
And Matt won a 3-1 score. Chernlin up in this one 3-1 and picks up an escape. No, Knight that doubles up on Chernlin, trying to get around the backside. Scores 2 points for a takedown. Now tie it up at 3. The second period with 1:10 to go in the second period.
No score between Hinkle and Nitschke here in the first period. 45 seconds to go. Nitschke wrestled a lot of heavyweight last year, getting moved around here to wrestle against Jaden Hinkle from Oaks. As South Border will move on to the championship, they will wrestle against the Lisbon Broncos.
And still tied up in the second period, 40 seconds on the clock. And Jeremy Knight from the Kindred Vikings riding on top. Just has that back ankle. Spiked on Chernlin, now working a crossface. And Chernlin not able to stand up, has the outside leg posted, just not able to get any more leverage on it.
And Nitschke will get the takedown as the period expires. Shane Nitschke 2, Jaden Hinkle 0.
And time expires in the second period. It's still tied up 3-3. 145 pounds on mat number 1. I believe it's Knight's choice. And he chooses bottom to start the third period.
Nitschke will be on top here to begin the second period at heavyweight. And Nitschke will get a turn against Hinkle. The official coming in. A little bit of daylight there on that shoulder as Hinkle continuing to move his legs around, and it will be a victory for Nitschke. And 55-21, South Border defeating Oaks. So South Border on to the championship duel. They will wrestle against the Lisbon Broncos to be the region champion. Now, as of now, both of those teams would be moving on to the state tournament, the state dual tournament, but there is a chance of a challenge to come.
And Jeremy Knight scores a 2-point reversal. He's up 5-3 over Max Chernlin. A little camera shake up there. Fans leaving the stands. Almost lost our camera. And Joel Morgan with the good save for us. And Knight over the top, working for a foul. Down to 45 seconds to go in the third period. That right shoulder turns up. Then he's winner by fall for the Kindred Vikings. That's 6 more points on the board. Now up 30-6. That brings us to 152 pounds. It's like Greg Fear out there for the EEK Thunder.
Coming up shortly on mat 2. Linton
They must have the wrong wrestler out. And Fear comes out with a headlock. Big head and arm, scoring near fall, and now is going to work for the pin. And Chernlin smothering over the top. And down to 1:35 to go. And that's tight, and that winner by fall is Greg Fear for the EK Thunder. Puts 6 points on this. Now a 30-12 dual score. And move us to 160 pounds. And 160, Isaiah Caruth reporting in for the EK Thunder. And this is your 7th and 8th place match between the Thunder and the Kindred Vikings.
So our championship match is set. It will be South Border against Lisbon. Again, as of right now, those two teams would be the regional representative onto the state, the regional representatives onto state, but now it's going to be a matter of how the third place match finishes, and if the winner of third place will get a chance to challenge. And again, that challenge has been taken up every year, so I would imagine this year would not be any different should that opportunity present itself.
And Isaiah Caruth quickly with the 2-point takedown, first 15 seconds. He's wrestling Gavin Niemeyer for the Kindred Vikings. This is at 170 pounds. Excuse me. You got the wrong one up there, Drew Thorpe. So we got a 30-18 dual score. So this is 170 between Niemeyer and Thorpe. Thorpe, the 8th grader. They're working that hammer lock. And try to pass the wrist in that baseball bat position. Now goes over the head. Normally you get that arm, hand and wrist in that baseball bat position. You stretch it out. So Thorpe's up 2-0. That dual score now 30-18 on mat number 170 pounds. This is for 7th and 8th place. And Thorpe has it secured behind the back. He rolls him over, and he's going to win by fall. But Drew Thorpe secures the victory by pin over Gavin Niemeyer. Now 30-24. There's still a couple weight classes to go. 182 coming up. And wrestlers report in for this 182-pound bat. Kindred's up 30-24. And Tyson Johnson for the Kindred Vikings, a sophomore, 9-11, wrestling Bennett Geisler for EEK, an 8th grader, 3-6 record. This duel started at 113 pounds. So still anybody's duel at this point here at 182. And Johnson shoots in. Hey, Geisler, nice sprawl, able to walk away from that back to the center of the mat. And Johnson shoots high crotch. Geisler, heavy hips in the mat. And Johnson not able to power through on it. Geisler gets back up to his feet. Johnson back in on a double leg. And Johnson working an over-under. Down to 35 seconds to go in the first period. Still scoreless at 182 pounds. The team's wrestling for 7th and 8th place. The 2023 North Dakota Class B Region 1 Dual Team Tournament. We do have a stall warning given by the official. Johnson going heavy on the collar tie. That's a little bit of a snap down. Now goes underneath for a high crotch. And Geisler's countered this whole period. Now goes, attacks the leg of Johnson here at the end of the period. Down to 2 seconds. Time runs out on the clock. And just as time expires, he grabs the leg. The officials will confer. That is no takedown. So Tyson Johnson and Bennett Geisler go into the second period scoreless. And Geisler defers. And ends up on the bottom. Look, I thought he gave it a defer. Ends up in the bottom position to start the second period. Johnson heavy on top. Be cautioned. So off the whistle, the Geisler kind of knee slides out of there. Now tripods up on Johnson. The knee slides again up to his feet. Johnson trying to mat return him. Going with that forward leg trip, gets Bennett Geisler down to the mat. And Geisler able to stand back up. Now Johnson breaks him back down. Down a minute 30 to go in the second period. And Geisler back up to his feet. Johnson pushing on him. They go out of bounds for a restart. Johnson warned for stalling after pushing Geisler out of bounds. We're still scoreless. Second period, minute 22 to go. 182 pounds. This duel started at 113. These placing round duels will start at 113 pounds. And Geisler, another knee slide again, trying to stand up. Outside leg stand up, gets up to his feet. Johnson has to take him down to the mat. He's been warned. Now Geisler broke back down here in the edge of the mat, near edge. And down to 50 seconds. Now 51 seconds to go in the second period. Restart, Geisler in the bottom position. Important period for Geisler to try to put some points on the board. He's in the bottom position. Johnson just kind of rodeo riding in the back, staying behind the arms. Hasn't been a threat on top as far as turning Geisler. Geisler stands up, tries to turn his hip. Johnson's able to head and arm him, takes him down to the mat, shoulders down. Picks up near fall. So Johnson wins the scramble on that. Able to take Geisler down. He's working for a fall, heavy on top. Right shoulder up just a little bit. Matt Towel Tapper's out there, 15 seconds to go, and he's going to win by fall. This Tyson Johnson for the Kindred Vikings. That's 36-24 lead for the Vikings going into 195 pounds. So Tyson Johnson coming up the big pin over the 8th grader Bennett Geisler from EEK. They're trying to put this duel out of reach. Here at 95, so 95. The EK now sending out Ivan Caruth. And Ivan Caruth will take the forfeit at 195. We're going to go to 220. That's a 36-30 dual score. Going to come down to this match. EK has a chance to tie it up. They win by fall. Anything less, Kindred secures the victory. I believe both teams are open at heavyweight. Or actually, you know what? I think Kindred does have a heavyweight. They still have 106 to wrestle. Rodney Wolf wrestling up to take on Noah Klusman. Wolf a sophomore, 17-11 record. Noah Klusman a senior, 25-7. Klusman has a cradle locked up, secures 2 points for a takedown. Wolf in a little bit of trouble. Klusman's going to use those long legs, powers over Rodney Wolf. Now bottom knee in the side, going to stabilize it. Wolf's able to roll out. He scrambles over the top on Klusman. Rodney Wolf, reversal, near fall. So this should tie it up. Rodney Wolf in position to work for the foul. Klusman scrambles through, not going to give up. Now Klusman rolls through, has a Peterson working on Wolf. Now this one's wild in the first minute. It's a 6-5. We'll have to see if we can keep up here. 6-5 lead for Klusman. Down to 40 seconds in the first period. 11 points scored within that first minute. And now Wolf ties it up 6-6 with 20 seconds to go in this first period. And Wolf attacks the leg. Nice low single. He's going to try to come out the back door and score at the end of the first. He picks up 2 points. He goes up 8-6 over Noah Klusman. Rodney Wolf goes up 8-6. 2 minutes on the clock here in the second period. Klusman decides to start on the bottom position. Klusman off the whistle, tries a switch. Now he's going to take a little. I thought he's going to go hand control and try to scoot those hips out. Wolf able to take Klusman back. Regains hand control on top. And Klusman another sit out. Now Wolf secures an armbar on the near side. Tries to walk around, had that far wrist caught. And Klusman on bottom. He grabs the outside leg of Rodney Wolf. He's going to try to roll. Wolf. And Wolf has a leg turn. Klusman's trying to roll through. He's going to give up near fall. Got a 1 count. Able to roll through. 2-point reversal for Noah Klusman. We're tied up 8-8 in the second period with a minute remaining. Wolf did pick up a count on that near fall, but Klusman able to roll through. Now has a cradle locked up on Rodney Wolf. Uses those legs. Wolf trying to counter. And Klusman's going to lock this up. Picks up 2 near fall. He's up 10-8. With 45 seconds to go, has a half Nelson locked up on the far side. He almost went full Nelson. Reaches now to grab the wrist. So a 10-8 lead for Noah Klusman. The second period, under 30 seconds to go. Rodney Wolf on bottom, broke belly down, trying to catch his breath. And towel tapper now out on the mat. We got 10 seconds to go in this second period. And Klusman with another cradle, but he is high. Trying to go suicide cradle and roll over the top. Time will run out on the clock. We're going to go into the third period with a 2-point lead for Noah Klusman over Rodney Wolf.
And our fifth place match just underway here. We're at 113 pounds. Gerald Goldaddy, a takedown of Alexis Snyder to begin the first period here at 113 pounds. So both mats back and running here on the place round of this tournament.
Well, Rodney Wolf attacking the leg of Noah Klusman. Went high crotch. Klusman just a little too heavy on top. Has Wolf broke belly down. We do get a stalemate and a restart back in the center of the match with 1:43 to go.
So our fifth place and championship match is underway out here at the Lemoore High School gym. Goldaddy, the 2-0 lead. 1 minute left to go in the first period at 113 pounds.
Well, Wolf trying to get it done for the Kindred Vikings and tie this one up. Had a couple leg attacks in this third period. Right now, Klusman not doing much, just countering. Another stalemate. 1:17 on this restart. At this point, who has the most left in their gas tank for this final minute? Noah Klusman leads 10-8. Now Wolf tacks the leg again. Klusman, underhooks, drags Rodney Wolf by. He picks up 2 points for a takedown. Now in command of this. He's up 12-8.
Final 25 seconds of the first period over at mat number 1. Make that mat number 2. Goldaddy has a 2-0 lead against Schneider as the fifth place match just underway. Schneider able to stand up, and we'll get 2 for a reversal in the closing 10 seconds. And now we'll get a mat return against Goldaddy. He'll belly out, and it's 2-2 with 4 seconds left to wrestle in the first period at 1:13.
Yeah, we're under 30 seconds to go. Klusman with this 12-8 lead, they still haven't put up that 2 points on the board for Klusman. And the referees, the officials going over there to get that score fixed.
Snyder begins the second period on top and had a Nelson in on Goldaddy. He was able to fend that off as he remains bellied out. 1:40 to go second period. Again, 113 pounds is where this placing round will begin. Championship and third place matches will begin once these two duels have completed.
The Vikings and the Thunder locked in this battle for 7th and 8th place. Rodney Wolf able to get to his feet. He takes Klusman down to his back. Wolf with the escape. Klusman's going to try to roll through. Fireworks to end this third period. And still no change of position. Looks like this one will go final with a 12-8 win by decision for Noah Klusman over Rodney Wolf. That moves the duel 36-33, just separated by 3 points going into heavyweight.
One minute left to go in the second period at 1:13, and Schneider was getting a turn against Goldaddy and almost lost Goldaddy and was able to regain control.
And the Kindred Vikings have a heavyweight they send out there. They pick up that 6 points. So they're at 42-33. They'll win this duel. They'll take 7th place, North Dakota Class B Region 1. 7th place over the EK Thunder. We will have 106-pound match between Miller and Swenson.
And Schneider had a turn against Goldaddy. Goldaddy will roll through, gets 2 for a reversal, and has her on her back. 20 seconds left to go. So he'll take the lead 4-2. We are in the second period at 1:13. He'll have 2 more coming on a near fall, so that was a 4-point move. And down to the final 5 seconds. Snyder will get to her base, and now they'll come out of bounds with 1 second left. And I think they're discussing if there will be points given to Schneider in those closing seconds. We'll see what they decide on. Okay, they're going to give Snyder the escape, and that would make it 6-3 with 1 second. So that would put them both on their feet for this final second to run out this final period.
Yeah, mat number 1, 106-pound match between Swenson and Miller. Miller in an elbow pass to Fireman's. He's up 2-0 on Noak Swenson from Kindred. They're down to 1:15 to go in the first period.
Actually, looking back on this, the scoreboard flipped the period ahead. It will be 1 second left in the second period. And now no time left, so now they'll make decisions on the third. The decision went to Alexis Snyder. She opts to be neutral to begin the final 2 minutes. Now just some questions on the scoreboard. Gerald Goldaddy from Lytton HMB, Alexis Snyder from Napoleon Gackle Streeter. This is the 5th place match here at the Region 1 duel.
And mat number 1, 45 seconds to go in the first period. Still a 2-0 lead for Walker Miller over Noak Swenson. 45 seconds remaining in that first period. Dual score now 42-33. Kindred Vikings take 7th place, North Dakota Class B Region 1.
And Snyder looking like she establishes control. She will, and will get 2 for the takedown and immediately puts Goldaddy on his back for some near fall points. Trying to set it in a cradle and get some elevation. Didn't have the best approach on that reversal. Will now get him down for some more back points. She will have 2 coming her way. That would make it 7-6. Alexis Snyder would take the lead.
Yeah, Swenson hit a stand-up on the edge of the mat. And Miller drops down, takes the leg. Now he's able to take Swenson over to his back, picking up near fall. Still will end this period up 5-0 going into the second.
47 seconds left to go, and Snyder looking to end this one with a fall. And she does. Alexis Snyder defeats Gerald Goldaddy, gets the win at 113. So Napoleon Gackle Streeter will score first. They lead 6-0.
The start of the second period, they went neutral. Swenson picks up 2-point takedown. Nice leg pass by Swenson. Elevates it, comes out the back door for 2 points. He now down 5-2 to Walker Miller from EEK.
Again, we're on to the placing round of this Region 1 dual tournament, and I'm wondering if once mat 1 is cleared up, if they will begin the 3rd place or the championship match, just kind of roll right into it. I guess they're going to roll right into that next match. It's just a matter if they will put the championship or the 3rd place there, as we've seen some mat assignments change. Of course, not a big deal when you're only looking at 2 mats here in this main gym. Holter Bridwell from Linton HMB against Christopher Lebrand from Napoleon Gackle Streeter, getting underway at mat number 2. That is 120 pounds.
And mat number 1, just recap this duel. Jager Sand for the EK Thunder at 113 pounds opens up with a win by fall over Gavin Rude. 120 Brock Johnson for Kindred over Carson Henningsen of EK by fall in 52 seconds. 126 Miles Steele just a Kindred over Ethan McBride for EK by fall in 29 seconds. 132 Fisher Johnson receives a forfeit. 138 Jack McDonald for Kindred also receives a forfeit. 145 Tanner Mengi for Kindred over Max Chernlin by fall at 5:19. And 152 Greg Fearer for EK over Jeremy Knight by Kindred by fall in 27 seconds. 170 pounds Isaiah Kruth for EK receives a forfeit. 170 Drew Thorpe over Gavin Niemeyer by fall in 1:25. 182 Tyson Johnson for Kindred over Bennett Geisler by fall at the 4-minute mark. 195 Ivan Cruz steps on the mat for the first time today, receives a forfeit at 195 for EK. 220 in a battle between Wolf and Klusman, kind of the decider of the duel. And Noah Klusman ends up winning by decision 12-8. But Rodney Wolf not giving up any bonus points or the pin, so it kept the Vikings out front going into the 285-pound match, where Cole Richard for the Kindred Vikings receives a forfeit, and that secures the duel and brings us to 106, where Walker Miller now leads 10-2 over Noak Swenson of Kindred.
Holter Bridwell, it was a hard-fought takedown, but he will bring down Christopher Lebrand to score first. 10 seconds left to go in the first period at 120. Napoleon Gackle Streeter does have a 6-0 advantage against Linton HMB. Again, that is the 5th place match of this Region 1 dual tournament.
And start of the third period, still a 10-2 score. Walker Miller's up 10-2. Swenson and Miller start this third period on their feet.
And Bridwell Lee Brand just deferred to Bridwell, who chooses neutral position to begin period number 2.
And Miller trying to stay away from Swenson. Goes into an elbow pass, now drops down the leg, working the fireman's. It worked for him in the first period. He goes back to it. And Swenson trying to get those hips up. And has a quarter Nelson. Now Miller's going to roll through. And Miller locks the leg up on the far side. Has Swenson going over to his back with a half Nelson. And Miller with a minute to go, still working for this fall on Swenson. Swenson's just trying to get that arm free. He does get it free, gets on top. After that 3-point near fall, it's a 15-4 score.
Still 2-0 Holter Bridwell. Him and Leibrandt went out of bounds.
The score table just behind a little bit. Should be a 15-4 score between Swenson and Miller.
Looking at the scores table, I think they wanted some time added here on mat 2, which they will get.
And Swenson still on top. Miller working reversal. Just stands up and hits a standing switch. Has Swenson on his hips. And Swenson in position, one of those spots where you just got to get it up and go to your belly and do a little damage control.
.31 seconds left to go here in the second period at 1:20. Bridwell still that 2-0 lead, and he goes right for the double leg. Both wrestlers got to sprawl out, and now Bridwell able to get himself through for the 2 more points on this takedown. Now leads 4-0.
And time expires in the third period. Your winner by a major decision is Walker Miller over Nowak Swenson, 17-4. And that'll do it for our duel. Your 7th place winners are the Kindred Vikings. They win 42-37 over the EEK Thunder. That was on mat number 1.
So Kindred will finish in 7th place, still deciding 5th place. As over here on mat number 2, this is still to be decided. Bridwell 4, Christopher Leibrandt 0. And they did just announce mat number 1 will have the 3rd place match. They will roll right that one into about 10 minutes. So they will just roll right into the next round of competition.
Yep, coming up in about 10 minutes on mat number 1, 3rd place.
Bridwell's lead at 5-0. Minute 40 to go in the period. As Leibrandt on the single leg needs to clear the head to make it 7-0. And he'll come back behind 7-0 now, the lead. Again, just onto our second weight class here in the in the 5th place match. Oaks and Lemoore are going to wrestle for 3rd place. That is coming up here shortly. And again, the winner of that could challenge the runner-up have they not wrestled, did not come out of their side of the bracket for a chance to be another representative out of this region onto state. Bridwell's lead at 7-0, a minute 10 left to go in the 3rd period here at 120 pounds.
Central Cass and Pembina County.
So Central Cass and Pembina County are wrestling for the Region 2 championship, which we have also on yourliveevent.com. As Bridwell has that arm bar in, and we're going to get a whistle on potentially dangerous. He did not get any back points there with 50 seconds left to wrestle in this matchup here at 120 pounds. .44 seconds left to go. Again, 6-0. Use the advantage for Napoleon Gackle Streeter. Alexis Snyder opened things up with a victory. Thanks for joining our coverage here of the Region 1 Dual Tournament on yourliveevent.com. Ten seconds left to go. Bridwell will get the major decision. And we'll put Linton on the scoreboard here. And there will be some points coming. Let's see what they're going to add on here at the end of this period. 7-2 will be the final. So it will be just 3 coming for Linton HMB. So now they trail 6-3, and we're moving on to our next weight class. So Lemoore and Oaks going to wrestle for the 3rd place coming up on mat number 1. Well, the championship will be on mat number 2. That will be South Border and Lisbon, which is the matchup that we've seen now the last couple years here in Region 1. Aiden Shea from Linton HMB against Bryce Schneider from Napoleon. That is 126 pounds. It was Shea, or rather Schneider right away going for that double leg against Shea. Shea sprawling out. Trying to get himself free, and we're going to get a whistle on a stalemate. The official had blown the whistle for the stoppage on the stalemate, but so used to 2 mats going is you need to get the extra attention of both Shea and Snyder, as we're just used to seeing both mats going, but again, a stoppage over there on mat number 1. Shooting was Shea. Schneider sprawling out. Shea has one hand behind both legs of Schneider. If he can get to his feet and drive, which he does, he should get himself 2 points. Schneider able to grab onto one of Shea's ankles last second, so that's preventing any scoring from happening right now, and I think they're going to be hit with another stalemate. And that's exactly what happens. They're stopped with 37 seconds left to wrestle in the first period.
Shea did a nice job sticking with that double leg. Schneider, great leg pass.
And it's Schneider to score first. He'll get 2 on the takedown. Shea comes to his feet, and potentially dangerous is the hand of Schneider running a little high there on Shea. 21 seconds left to go in the first period. Five seconds left to go. Getting some near fall points added up as Shea got the reversal and right into a near fall. It's a nice 4-point move to close out the period. Aiden Shea will go in front 4-2 as a fresh new period about to begin. Schneider defers, goes to Shea. He will choose to be up to begin the second period. Region 1 dual action on yourliveevent.com. This is the 5th place match. I believe both of these teams wrestled last year for 7th place. So an improvement from last season. As getting away is Schneider. That will make it 4-3. Schneider got away and Shea went right for him. Shoots on the single leg. Now tries to switch into a double. Extending out is Schneider to grab the ankle. And they just announced to clear mat number 1, which means the 3rd place match is about to begin. What we're going to do is we're going to take a quick break to get things set up for our next matches, and we'll be right back.
Growers, here at Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, we are your water management contractors. We can help you with tile drainage plans, surface drainage plans, or both. Remember, water management is a lifetime investment. Call Chad at 701-430-0182 to get your water problem solved. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. 701-430-0182, helping farmers grow.
And we are right back here, back to our dual cam as the third place match about to begin on mat number 1. Back over here on mat number 2, which is, that's mat number 1 here, which is going to be the fifth place match, or mat 2, which is the fifth place match. It is 5-4. Schneider trying to get a fall here against Shea. So this is mat number 2. 6-3. Napoleon Gackle Streeter leading Linton.
We are ready to go on mat number 1 for third place. Region North Dakota Class B Region 1 Duals. This is for third place. Lemoore Lobos versus the Oaks Tornadoes. The Oaks Tornadoes were victorious in the regular season. They wrestled Lemoore on the 12th of January. They won 42-33 in that duel.
Schneider takes an 8-4 lead against Shea going into the third period here at 126 pounds.
Little break here on mat number 1, and we're going to announce the seniors from the Lobos. We didn't get parents' night, so we're going to do it right now so they get a little recognition.
So now they're announcing they'll do a bit of a parents' night, a presentation for the Lobos wrestlers, because I think they lost theirs due to weather. So they will announce their seniors. We will come back here and focus over on mat number 2, and now there is blood time. So let's going to use that. We're going to take a break. We'll be back on YourLiveEvent.com.
Take a good look at Hillsboro. You probably know that the people are friendly, and you know about the quality of healthcare available at Sanford Medical Center. Maybe you've been to the Hillsboro Sports Complex to cheer on the Burros. Look at the businesses on Hillsboro's Main Street. The Hillsboro Economic Development Corporation provides financial help to local child care providers, and they're interested in supporting local businesses. For more information, contact the Hillsboro Economic Development Corporation at growhillsboroND.com.
Wallach Johnson Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals celebrating over 40 years of service. As an experienced independent insurance agency, they have access to highly rated insurance companies and can shop around to find you an affordable solution for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. Visit them at one of their locations in Lisbon, Gwinner, or Rutland and get a free quote started today. For more information, go to nd-insure.com.
Blood time ends over on mat number 2, which is the fifth place matchup. Bryce Schneider 10, Aiden Shea 4. Final 53 seconds to go at 126 pounds. As you can see over on mat number 1, they are getting ready for the third place match. Again, third place winner can challenge the second place team if they have not wrestled them. So still, for both of these teams wrestling for third place, a trip to state very much in play if you're able to get that win. Well, you talk about, it's always an old coach's adage, you control what you can control, and as cliche as it sounds, here's that situation where all you have to do is win and you put yourself back potentially in the running for state.
Yeah, depending on that outcome, the championship duel here and also third place. Lisbon defeated Lemoore earlier. So if Lisbon would win that championship duel and Lemoore wins here, they could potentially challenge South Border, and then vice versa. South Border wins championship, and then Oaks wins this third and fourth place duel. They could challenge Lisbon.
Final few seconds here, and Schneider will win this one 10-5. So Bryce Schneider from Napoleon victorious here on this one, and he will tag on 3 more. That is 9-3, Napoleon Gackle Streeter.
We're going to start at 113 pounds on mat number 1. This duel could have implications for who goes to state, depending on the outcome of that championship duel.
Looks like we're going to have an open weight class at 132. Not seen a wrestler make their way yet for Napoleon Gackle-Streeter. Yep, it will be open at 132.
Yeah, 113. Looks like we have Hyde and Wagner going out there. Joey Hyde had a cradle locked up. Wagner's able to wrestle through this with a high crotch. Locks up on a double on Joey Hyde. And Hyde, just the bigger wrestler here, able to step around for a 2-point takedown. He's up 2-0 with a minute 30 to go in the first period for third place on mat number 1.
Mittleiter, by the way, taking that open weight class at 132 for Napoleon Gackle-Streeter. So Linton and Napoleon now tied up at 9 for 5th place. We move on to 138 pounds.
And Hyde exposes the shoulders of Wagner. He goes up 4-0.
Daxton Ensinger for Napoleon against Zach Doctor from Linton HMB, 138 pounds. That is underway here at mat number 1. Excuse me, mat number 2.
And Joey Hyde heavy on top with Wagner. And now goes armbar. And walking around the head, has that far wrist caught. He's going to score some near fall, and working for the fall on mat number 1 is Joey Hyde. Trying to put the Lobos up here early. And Wagner with that big bridge, able to get out of it. Wagner knows what's at stake for his Oaks Tornadoes. And Hyde has a 7-0 lead.
Daxton Ensinger gets the takedown here against Doctor and has him in a cradle, collecting back points and will get the fall. Daxton Ensinger gets the fall here at 138 pounds.
With 5 seconds, Hyde slaps on a cradle. Wagner, right shoulder up just a little bit. He'll manage to get into the second period. He's down 10-0 to Joey Hyde.
So 145, and I'm thinking we're going to see a double forfeit. Double forfeit coming at 145. Okay, that's Linton HMB and Napoleon for 5th place. Double forfeit 145. 152 will be an open weight class for Linton HMB.
The start of the second period, Joey Hyde hits a Granby roll, stands up, 1-point escape, now goes double under, actually has an over-under. Hyde does a smart thing, just drops down to the legs. Now Hyde has those arms trapped behind his back. He picks up 2 points for a takedown and near fall. We'll have an opportunity to work for the fall on Wagner. Right now he does have a tech fall secured. Wagner's trying to get out of bounds. He does a smart thing. He's going to save a point for his Oaks Tornadoes. A little more Lobos will put 5 points on the board with that tech fall. Joey Hyde over Ben Wagner from Oaks.
So we had some open weight classes over here on mat number 2. Well, now to get you caught up to where we're at. So we had Mason Weigel took the open weight class at 152. Blake Kettering at 160. Noah Alderin at 170, now up to 182 pounds. It's like that we're up to 170. So 152, 160 were the open weight classes. Alderin at 170 against Gage McDowell from Napoleon. That is 170. So we are resuming our wrestling. 21-15 is the dual score.
Well, Moore takes a 5-0 lead after that 113-pound match. On the mat right now is Weston Sorum for the Oaks Tornado, taking on Jaden Paul. And Paul, an 8th grader with a 6-7 record. Sorum, a 7th grader for Oaks with at 1-4. He's in a double leg. They go out of bounds. Well, Weston Sorum had a double leg locked up on Paul. Paul gut wrenches over. Sorum able to recover on the edge of the mat. The official is going to discuss this one, whether he had control.
Alderin's going to get a takedown as the wrestlers will come out of bounds. So Noah Alderin scores first with 1:13 left in the first period. And I'm thinking looking like we have some blood time over here on mat number 2. And that is what we have going on here right now. So some blood time over on mat 2.
Well, Weston Sorum does get that takedown on the edge of the mat. Official awards him 2 points with 1:22 to go in this first period. And Paul off the whistle trying to knee slide out. They go out of bounds for a restart. This duel on mat number 1 is for 3rd place. Winner of this trying to position himself for a challenge match or challenge duel, depending on the outcome of the championship match. They're down a minute to go in the first period. It's 2-0 lead for Weston Sorum over Jaden Paul from Lemoore. Paul rolling through, able to clear those hips a second time for a 2-point reversal. Now ties it up 2-2 with 50 seconds to go in the first period.
Blood time ends over here at mat number 2. And Alderin on top, and McDowell got up, and he has a big mat return, but they come out of bounds. 1:06 to go in the first period at 170 pounds.
120-pound match. Weston Sorum on the bottom. It fights the hands of Paul. Now Paul has a half Nelson locked up with 25 seconds to go. And Paul's going to try to step around and run it. Sorum defends that, just a 7th grader, able to stay base down. And Paul just a tornado on top, transitions from a half to a cradle to a butcher, now back to a cradle.
Less than a minute to go first period over on mat number 2. And McDowell to his feet and controlling the leg is Alderin. Nice job walking him back in bounce. We'll trip him up and we'll come back on top of him here on the mat return. And to his base now is McDowell. 2-0 Alderin's lead. 21-15 advantage Napoleon here in this 5th place match.
We're tied up at 2 apiece on mat number 1. Started the second period. Weston Sorum's on the bottom. He did a nice job at the end of that first period, not giving up any near fall as Paul working pinning combinations. Sorum stands up, now broke back down to the mat by Paul. And back to his feet. So Jaden Paul breaks him down once again. The wrestlers go out of bounds for a restart. Weston Sorum still on the bottom, 7th grader.
Alderin begins on this restart. Had McDowell get to his feet, is able to gain control of his leg. If McDowell comes around, he'll get 2 on a reversal. Nice job, Gage McDowell will tie up the match at 3 seconds left. Not a lot of time to add any more points there as a 170-pound match now tied at 2 between Linton's Noah Alderin and Gage McDowell from Napoleon.
And Weston Sorum able to stand up, now tripods up, hits a double leg on Paul. And powers into it. Paul gut wrenches around. Now Sorum goes for the head and arm. Secures a 2-point reversal. He's up 4-2 over Jaden Paul. A minute to go in the second period.
And Alderin gets a takedown against McDowell and puts him right onto his back. 5-2 his lead, and rolling out is McDowell. Nice job with him to power through for a reversal. So 8-4 Alderin's lead. And blood time coming up here on mat number 2.
And Jaden Paul hits a Peterson. He's going to pick up a 2-point reversal and 2 near fall. Now's that arm of Weston Sorum stretched out. He's going to work for the fall for the Lemoore Lobos. And Scott Cardwell, the official, slaps the mat. Your winners, Jaden Paul by fall. 120 pounds. Lemoore Lobos go up 11-0 over the Oaks Tornadoes.
Still blood time happening over on mat number 2 between Napoleon and Linton.
They're underway, 126 pounds on mat number 1. Lemoore Lobos taking the lead now, 11-0 after the 120-pound match, winning it by fall. And Jace Duffy for Lemoore Lobos, a sophomore, 15-11, wrestling Blaine Wald for Oaks, a senior, 13-12. Wald secures a 2-point takedowns opening 15 seconds of the match. And Duffy stands up, grabs the head of Blaine Wald, throws him down for a reversal. He ties it up 2-2.
Eight to 4, Alderman's lead over McDowell. 1:15 to go in the second period. McDowell was hit with a takedown and then some back points, and then right away hit a reversal. Cut that deficit to 4, now trying to make up some points as caution issued against McDowell.
And Blaine Wald with the escape on the edge of the mat goes ahead now 3-2 after that reversal by Duffy. 45 seconds to go in this first period. Winner of this duel takes third place, North Dakota Class B Region 1.
And Alderman able to hit a reversal against McDowell.
And Wald hits a high crotch, able to elevate that leg. And then Duffy elevators Wald over his head, out of bounds for a restart.
Under 30 seconds left in the second period here at 170. Alderman 10, McDowell 4.
And Blaine Wald still up 3-2. Jace Duffy working an over-under. Now go double overs on the edge of the mat. The wrestlers break apart as time expires in the first period. It's a 3-2 lead for Blaine Wald over Jace Duffy.
Ten seconds left to go, second period here at 170. Alderman 10, Gage McDowell 4. McDowell to his feet. Alderman the mat return, and the period ends.
The start of the second period. And Blaine Wald able to score an escape. He's now at 4-2. He scores that escape within the first 4 seconds.
The official's going to grant Gage McDowell a point. And that will make it 10-5. I believe it was on that hard mat return.
Duffy and Wald on their feet, working the near center of the mat. Now Duffy drops down. It's a high crotch. Wald counters. Duffy's trying to elevate. Has Wald going to his hip. He's going to score a 2-point takedown. He ties it up 4-4.
And Alderman will get another takedown and has McDowell right into back points. McDowell bellies out, not before a 3-point near fall. And it is 12, make that 15-5 as McDowell gets the escape 15-6.
And we're tied up on mat number 1. Now Duffy will let Wald go for that 1-point escape. It's a 5-4 lead for Blaine Wald in the second period, under a minute to go.
And McDowell needing to make up some points. Shoots on Alderman. He'll sprawl out. And no points awarded on a takedown, but he does have control against McDowell. And now he'll get 2 for the takedown, so 17-6 the score.
And Wald shoots in, has Duffy going to his hip. Scores 2 points for a takedown, getting near fall. You got at least a count, maybe 2. Blaine Wald working for the fall now against Jace Duffy.
25 seconds left to go. Another 2-point near fall. Alderman's lead 19-6.
And Wald picks up 3 near fall. Duffy picks up a reversal 10-6. Going here at the last 10 seconds of the second period with Jace Duffy riding on top for the Lobos.
And McDowell hits a reversal and we'll have him on his back down 17-6. Gage McDowell comes from behind to get the fall. And now we have stoppage over there at the mat. (27-15) the dual score. And McDowell a little slow to get up.
In the third period, a minute 45 to go. Still 10-6 score. Now Duffy goes 5-point move, takes Wald down. Has Wald going to his back. Wald's trying to roll through. Duffy's working for the fall, has near fall. Jace Duffy explodes here for the 5-pointer, working for the foul, and he was going to win by a pin for the Lamore Lobos. At 126 pounds, the Lobos go up 17-0 unanswered by the Oaks Tornadoes.
And we'll have an open weight class, and more points coming the way of Linton HMB.
They're going into 132 pounds on mat number 1. You got a scramble here between the wrestlers on the mat. Allender steers a takedown now, goes right into a cradle. Allender trying to get his Oaks Tornadoes on the board. That's a reversal by Dustin Ketterling. And Ketterling reverses it, ties it up 2-2. He has his own cradle going suicide over the top with Allender. Ketterling working for the fall against Allender. Allender shoulder up just a little bit. Allender trying to bridge out of that. The official has a good look at it. Ketterling has this locked up tight. Allender's not going anywhere. And now he does, able to push that elbow free. It's a 5-4 score. Now Allender throws Ketterling over. It's a back and forth battle, 45 seconds to go. Allender has Ketterling flattened out over the top, chest on chest, making a tee. And he's going to win by foul for the Oaks Tornadoes. So Zane Allender finally answers back after 17 unanswered points by Lamore Lobos. Wins by foul over Dustin Ketterling.
So we did have an unsportsmanlike points taken away from Linton on mat number 2, and now there's some open weight classes, so we're waiting for those to kind of get caught up with all the scoring before we update you on the score. But points were taken away again for unsportsmanlike. That came in that matchup between Gage McDowell and Nolan Aldrin. So now we're up to heavyweights. 39-20 is the score, 39-26.
The fireworks going on mat number 1 after the end of that match. It's 138 pounds between Maddox Schockman from Lamore taking on Grant Wagner. Lamore Lobos have a 17-6 lead. Oaks able to answer back with that pin by Allender at 132 pounds. And we are scoreless in the first period with 1:20 to go.
So 39-26 the score. That will be in favor of Napoleon. And now we're up to 106 pounds, and that will wrap things up. So Napoleon will finish in 5th place in this tournament, and 106-pounders will wrap up this duel. And I would imagine it'll be about a 10-minute break or so, and then they'll get into the championship match over on that mat. So mat number 2 will feature the championship. Right now it's Hauser Bridwell against Dalton Feist. Feist will get the takedown and has the lead 2-0.
We're locked in a battle, 138 on mat number 1. Still scoreless with 40 seconds to go. Both wrestlers are working inside and collar ties, just trading position and hand fighting. Now Maddox Schockman shoots in, doubles up on Wagner, has us going to the mat. Wagner's able to get those hips back behind him. And Schockman backs out, now reshoots. Has a fireman's locked up. Wagner able to grab this back ankle. The wrestlers will go out of bounds for a restart. Still scoreless with 11 seconds to go in the first period. Towel tappers out there.
5-0 Dalton Feist. Getting a turn on Hauser Bridwell. And this is 106 pounds. Feist, a state place winner last year. Looking to close out this duel with another win for Napoleon, who's leading 39-26 on the last weight class. So they will be 5th place finishers here in this tournament. And the period will end. Feist will get 3 more on the near fall, 8-0 his lead.
In the second period, we now have a 1-point escape for Maddox Schachman, so he's up 1-0 over Grant Wagner. Maddox Schachman, a sophomore, 13-12 record. Grant Wagner for Oaks Tornadoes, a senior, 21-14. Lemoore leads the duel 17-6. The winner of this duel places third and positions himself for a possible challenge, making their way to the state tournament.
Feist will get another takedown and immediately into back points. I believe that's a 5-point move for Feist, 13-0 his lead. One more turn, and this will end on a tech fall.
And Grant Wagner now secures a 2-point takedown. It's a 2-1 lead for Wagner. Or excuse me, a 3-0 lead for Wagner with has an escape and the takedown. Now working a crossface on Maddox Schachman. Goes to the cradle, head to knee, has it locked up. Going hip to hip, trying to step over. And Schachman goes to hip, he goes head and arm, working for the fall on mat number 1.
And Dalton Feist will get the win. And that is 6 more for Napoleon Gackle Streeter. 45-26. They will take 5th place here at this dual tournament.
And Grant Wagner for the Oaks Tornadoes secures the fall over Maddox Schachman. It moves Oaks within 5. A little more Lobos, now 17-12. The Oaks Tornadoes picking up 2 pins in a row. 132 and 138, now up to 145 pounds. Braden Steffes for the Moore Lobos, a senior, 8-6, wrestling Case Hollander, sophomore, 17-13 record. Case Hollander's brother able to get able to get Oaks on the board with that 6-point fall at 132 pounds.
And the South Border Mustangs and the Lisbon Broncos warming up for their matchup for the championship over on mat number 2.
We start these placing round duels at 113 pounds. We worked our way up to 145 in the 3rd place duel between Lemoore Lobos and the Oaks Tornadoes. They're scoreless in the first minute of this match between Steffes and Hollander. Oh, Steffes, high crotch shot on Case Hollander. Hollander is sprawling, but able to secure with the double as Steffes takes Hollander down to the mat. Secures 2-point takedown. He's up 2-0 with 30 seconds to go on mat number 1.
And just announced championship match will begin in 10 minutes.
Steffes up 2-0 with 10 seconds to go in the first period on mat number 1 over Case Hollander. Now Hollander, nice little sit through, gets up to his feet for a 1-point escape at the end of the period. The 2-1 lead for Braden Steffes going into the second period. And we're going neutral to start the second. And Hollander going to the work of the head on Steffes. A couple of head taps. Now pulls him in with the collar tie. And Steffes drops down. Another high crotch has Hollander going over to his hip. Goes to the head. Secures 2-point takedown. Hollander able to get belly down. It's a 4-1 lead for Braden Steffes over Case Hollander of Oaks. And Steffes does have that far leg turked. And trying to crossface and then drag that chin and shoulder back over to the mat. In Case Hollander doing some hand fighting underneath. And now Steffes does have that shoulder. He's going to drag over Allender. He picks up a count. Now Steffes going over, trying to walk over the top. With 49 seconds to go, he has a 4-1 lead over Case Allender. Allender tripods up, tries a Granby roll through there. And Steffes takes him right back down to the mat. Lemoore Lobos lead this one by a score of 17-12. They dueled each other on the 12th of January. Oaks came out on top of that one, 42-33. And down to 10 seconds. And Braden Steffes maintains his 4-1 lead over Case Allender going into the third period. And it is Allender's choice. Allward looks over at his bench, and they tell him to choose the bottom position to start the third. Right now, Braden Steffes leads 4-1 for the Lemoore Lobos. And Steffes going spladle on Allender. Allender trying to keep that head up and counter. Steffes goes down to his hip. Allender's going to try to wrestle through on this. As Steffes just stretches out Allender's arm. I think the best he can hope for is just a stalemate. Now Allender arms over, pulls out. Gets a 2-point reversal. And Braden Steffes has a 4-3 lead. Case Allender on top. And down to a minute to go in the third period. Braden Steffes on bottom leads 4-3 over Case Allender. Has not been warned for stalling, but not much movement out of him. And tying up those hands of Case Allender. Now Allender goes forearm in the back of the neck of Steffes. And down to 35 seconds remaining in this third period. Still 4-3 lead for Braden Steffes. The referee gives green a stalling, so Steffes now warned for stalling. Has to be careful here. Social action or attempt to at least get to his base and then to his feet. 30 seconds, still enough time for another stall warning. That could tie this up. And now Steffes steps up. That might be enough to keep that stall warning away, down to 5 seconds. Allender going with the crossface hard over the top, locks it up. And time will run out on the clock. And your winner here by decision is Braden Steffes, 4-3 over Case Allender from Oaks. Moves that dual score 20-12 in favor of the Lemoore Lobos. And right away into action at 152 pounds. And Cale Hebo going out for the Lemoore Lobos. And Hebo, a sophomore, 14-7 record, wrestling Rylan Wald from Oaks, a junior, 11-11. Now Hebo going spladle right away on Wald. Wald able to roll through. Hebo kind of looking at the ref, wondering if he has 2-point takedown, but he's not in position at this point to secure that takedown. He may get a stalemate, and now does. He is awarded 2 points. And Wald's going to try to come around, secure his reversal. And he leads 2-0 with 1:05 to go in the first period. Still plenty of duel to go between the Oaks Tornadoes and Lemoore Lobos. Winner of this places third and positions himself for a possible challenge depending on the outcome of that championship duel between the South Border Mustangs and the Lisbon Broncos. Now Hebel drags over Rylan Wald. He's still up 2-0, picks up 3 near fall. He goes up 5-0 with 30 seconds to go in the first period. Well, Hebel looking for some more near fall, has a tilt hook hooked up on the edge of the mat. The wrestlers go out of bounds for a restart. Hebel lead this one 5-0. You got a caution on green, so Hebel warned with a caution, just a false start. The restart, Rylan Wald attempts an outside leg stand-up. Hebel grabs the ankle, takes him back down to the mat. He'll ride him out here in this first period. He takes a 5-0 lead into the second. Lamore Lobos have a 20-12 lead in this duel. Trying to position themselves into that third place challenge match.
And handshakes being exchanged on mat number 2. That will be the championship match between the South Border Mustangs and the Lisbon Broncos. They will start at 113 pounds, so we're just about set to go with what could be our final 2 matches here of the day.
Hebel and Wald still 5-0 lead. Right now, Rylan Wald has that inside leg tied up. Hebel picks up a 2-point reversal. He goes up 7-0, has a crossface and trying to turk over Rylan Wald and get some near fall.
So the Broncos and South Border Mustangs exchanging handshakes, and they look like they're just about ready to go here for the Region 1 Dual Championship. Again, the winner of the third place match will have that opportunity to challenge depending on who is the champion of Region 1.
Yeah, under a minute to go in the second period. It's a 10-0 lead for Cale Hebel. He has Rylan Wald stretched out in the center of the mat now. Working a half Nelson, has those shoulders of Rylan Wald. Almost flattened out Wald with a high bridge. He has 40 seconds to hold him off. But Hebel just heavy on top is going to keep forcing those shoulders down lower to the mat. And Hebel reverses half. Now steps across with 20 seconds to go to secure the fall for the Lamore Lobos. Hebel takes a peek at the clock.
And Jared Schilling and Grayson Lyons will begin here at 113 pounds, and we are ready to go as the Region 1 Championship dual match underway. Schilling goes to shoot on the double leg, sprawling out his Lyons, and they both walk back up to their feet. This has been a 3 years running now between these two for the championship of Region 1.
And that ends the second period with a Cale Hebel lead 13-0 over Rylan Wald. It is Hebel's choice. He chooses top. So Hebel trying to secure some bonus points with that 13-0 lead. Wants to get the fall here on Rylan Wald.
Minute 15 left in the first period here. Again, between Lyons and Schilling. 113 pounds for the Region 1 Championship, or in the Region 1 Championship duel.
And Rylan Wald belly down, now able to get back up to his base. And Hebel goes leg ride. Sticks in a half. Nelson on that far side going to drag over Wald.
Jared Schilling's going to get the takedown right away, or get the takedown here against Lyons to score first. 40 seconds left to go in the first period. Lyons was up to his base. Schilling will bring him down and extend him, looking to put in a pinning combination.
And Garrett Hebel picks up his 3 near fall, now readjusts. He'll win by tech fall, 16-0 over Rylan Wald. So Rylan Wald able to get belly down.
And Schilling's going to have Lyons on his back. 13 seconds left to go in the period, and he will try again to Schilling. Shoulder running a little high on his. Final 5 seconds of the period. There'll be points coming on a near fall. There'll be 3 coming on a near fall. They will give them to the scorers table. 5-0 the lead for Schilling.
Yeah, duel on mat number 1. Lemoore takes a 25-12 lead over the Oaks Tornadoes. Garrett Hebel, 160 pounds, 2-time state champion, returning state runner-up on the mat, taking on Tate Thorpe for the Oaks Tornadoes.
$5-0 Schilling's lead, or second period beginning. Schilling on top against Lions. Again, that is the first match of the Region 1 Dual Championship over on mat number 2.
And Garrett Hebel drops down high crotch fireman's. Thorpe's able to counter out of that. Just stood back up in the center of the mat with 1:15 to go in the first period. And Hebel has a body lock on Thorpe, just trying to elevate. Now has his leg locked up. It forces him down to the mat for a 2-point takedown.
And Lions looking to hit a reversal. And he'll get 2 for the reversal. Grayson Lyons makes it 5-2 against Schilling, and they are brought out of bounds.
And Hebel locks up a cradle on Tate. Thorpe's going to take him back with 39 seconds to go. He's working for the foul for the Lemoore Lobos. Trying to increase this lead. They lead 25-12.
Minute left to go in the second period at 1:13 over on mat number 2.
You have 20 seconds to go with that Garrett Hebel cradle. The Tate Thorpe bridged out. Now Hebel goes belly down. Those shoulders of Thorpe now just up a little bit. Official Scott Carlton gets down there, takes a look. Tower tapper out there with 5 seconds to go. And Garrett Hebel's going to run out of time in the first period. He's up 5-0.
Lyons looking to put Schilling on his back. Has his arm tucked under the head, trying to free up his legs to drive. Lyons will free him up. Trying to find that right angle right now is Grayson Lyons. And the freshman trying once again to come around.
And start of the second period, Garrett Hebel starts on the bottom. Thorpe trying to return him down to the mat. Garrett Hebel, 2-point reversal.
So Lyons will get points on the near fall. He'll get 2 on the near fall. They gave him incorrectly on the scoreboard. He'll get points on the near fall as the period expires. And then we're going to see some blood time coming for Grayson Lyons.
Garrett Hebel leads 7-0 over Tate Thorpe from Oaks. Thorpe currently on his belly over on that far side of the mat. And Hebel just working a leg trick, trying to come over, reverse crossface, and drag over Thorpe. And Thorpe able to get back to his base. Now Hebel digging out that arm and wrist. And a minute to go in that second period. Lemoore Lobos lead 25-12. This duel started at 113 pounds with Joy Hyde winning by tech fall over Ben Wagner. Now Garrett Hebel has a cradle locked up again, goes belly down in the mat. At 120, Jaden Powell for Lemoore defeated Weston Sorn by fall on 322. Jace Duffy for Lemoore at 126 over Blaine Wald by fall at 415. Put 17 unanswered points up on the board for the Lemoore Lobos before Zane Allender from Oaks over Dustin Ketterling by fall, minute 23. Then 138, Grant Wagner for Oaks over Maddox Shockman by fall, 339. 145, Braden Steffes and Lemoore Lobos answered back with a decision over Case Allender, 4-3. And Cale Hebel wins by tech foul over Rylan Wald for the Lemoore Lobos. And we're here at 160 pounds where Garrett Hebel has a 10-0 lead and picking up more near fall at the end of the second period.
Second period begins on mat number 2. 5-4, Schilling leads Lyons, and Schilling came up trying to get an escape, and Lyons will get the elevation and gets him over But Lions still, or rather Schilling still around the front of Lions.
Here we're into the third period. And Thorpe holding off Hebel. Hebel leads 12-0. We do have an inadvertent whistle. Kind of a false start, inadvertent whistle situation on mat 1.
Lions trying to set Schilling into a cradle as Schilling was trying to come up off that whistle on the restart. Schilling comes around the front. Lions able to stick with him. Minute 10 to go in the second period here on mat number 2, 113 pounds. Again, the first match of this Region 1 dual championship.
And Garrett Hebel, they're working over the top of Tate Thorpe. Thorpe still able to maintain his base against Hebel. Hebel up 12-0 with a minute 22 to go in the third period.
Schilling able to get away, 6-4, 45 seconds left in the second period.
Now Hebel with 2 points near fall. It's a 14-0 lead. Garrett Hebel picking up bonus points either with a tech fall here or a pin.
"20 seconds left in the second period. Schilling leads 6-4. Strike that, we are in the third period. I thought we were in the second, but we are in the third. It is 6-4, and a stalemate's going to be called. So Lions down by 2, needs a takedown.
And Garrett Hebel on top has a hammerlock across the back. And Thorpe able to hold off Hebel down to 25 seconds to go. And Thorpe able to roll through. So Thorpe rolls through on Hebel. And down to 14 seconds to go. It's a 14-0 lead for Hebel.
And Jared Schilling will get the win, a 6-4 decision, and the Mustangs on the scoreboard first. They lead 3-0.
And that'll do it on mat number 1. That's a 14-0 win by major decision for Garrett Hebel over Tate Thorpe. The dual score now 29-12 in favor of Lemoore Lobos. They're going to 170 pounds.
Up to 120 here on mat 2. Brody Michelson from South Border, Noah Anderson from Lisbon. And Anderson kind of willing Michelson down to the mat. Michelson trying to find his base. Minute 27 here, this first period just underway, and Anderson kind of gave up the upper body a little bit to try to free himself to come around. He's going to walk himself around Michelson, but Michelson just hanging on to that leg.
And Brock Wendell for Lemoore comes out, secures a 2-point takedown. He's up 2-0. It has a wrist locked up underneath. Lemoore leads us on 29-12.
Both wrestlers will come out of bounds, and it will be a restart. Now Anderson comes from behind, and Noah Anderson the takedown, 2-0 his lead.
And Brock Wendell trying to bulldog over Carter Potasic. And Potasic returns a favor. Ryan Wendell rolls through, no change of position. And Wendell working now for near fall. He's going to jump over the top, slaps on a half Nelson. Well, Wendell has those shoulders exposed to Carter Potasic. Working for the fall is Brock Wendell for Lemoore Lobos. They're down with 45 seconds to go.
Anderson's going to put it in the chicken wing and try to turn Brody Michelson. 25 seconds to go in the first period.
Your winner by fall on mat number 1 is Brock Wendell for Lemoore Lobos. Wins by fall over Carter Potasic. 6 more points up on the score for the Lobos. Lobos on the roll here. They lead 35-12. Tornadoes haven't had much of an answer today for the home-standing Lemoore Lobos inside the Lobo den.
And Anderson put Michelson in that cradle, and the officials are discussing if there will be points coming for Noah Anderson. I believe they're going to try to give him some on the near fall. See what officially comes over. They'll give him 2 on the near fall.
And Matt 1, Brady Lettmeyer for Lemoore Lobos. The senior, 12-18 record, wrestling Joshua Meal from Oaks, a junior, 25-9 record. Emil trying to answer back here for Oaks.
Second period beginning over here, and Noah Anderson with a 4-0 lead over Brody Michelson. Michelson will be on top to begin the period, and the wrestlers will come out of bounds. Again, that is the Region 1 Dual Championship going on at mat number 2.
And Joshua Meal takes down Brady Lettmeyer. A nice elevation on that single leg, takes him down for 2-point takedown. 1:10 to go in the first period.
It was a reversal for Anderson. His lead now extended to 6-0. Broncos are down 3-0. So a chance at least with a decision or a major decision. Anderson would put him in tie or in front. A pinfall would give the Broncos their first lead.
And Josh Meal has an armbar hooked up, caught the far arm. He's going to drag this one over the top. Lettmeyer just trying to hold belly down on the mat. And Meal kind of walks around the world. Back to the over top, right in the hips. And now Meal drags over the shoulders of Brady Lettmeyer. They're exposed. He's going to pick up near foul at the end of the first period. Meal's up 2-0 with these near foul. He's going to go up 5-0.
Anderson leads 6-0, 25 seconds left in the second period here at 1:20. Hit a quick reversal to start this period as Noah Anderson has not been able to add on any more points.
Here we go, start of the second period. Joshua Meals up 5-0 over Brady Lettmeyer. Lettmeyer senior with a 12-9 record. And Josh Meal a junior for the Oaks Tornadoes, 25-9.
And we're going to have an end to the second period. The decision, I believe, Michelson will have the decision, and he will choose to be on top of Noah Anderson, trailing 6-0.
And Lettmeyer and Meal, still 5-0 score. Wrestlers locked up on their feet in the center of the mat. Lettmeyer first period scores a 2-point takedown, now drops down to a double. Also had 3 near fall in the first period.
Another reversal for Anderson. Leads 8-0, and he's going to put Michelson into a cradle, has him on his back. Counting up points on the near fall. Anderson looking at a better position for a pin to put Lisbon in front, and he'll get it. Noah Anderson the win. Anderson wins 120, and the Broncos are in front 6-3.
And Meal stands up with Lettmeyer, takes him back to the center of the mat. Has to return him safely. Lettmeyer drops down to a leg pass. And Meal kind of catches him with that leg cradle. And Lettmeyer has to watch it here on this leg on the leg pass. Lettmeyer
.126 over on mat number 2. Caden Robertson against Joe Keller from South Porter. 6-3 Lisbon's lead.
We get a restart on mat number 1. No change of position, so wrestlers still on their feet with 10 seconds remaining in the second period. Just a big scramble between Lettmeyer and Meal. Lettmeyer tried to work through a leg pass. He got potentially dangerous for a restart with 2 seconds left. Now time runs out.
Restart over on mat number 1. Keller with the arm behind the head of Robertson. Robertson dropped levels, maybe seeing if there's a chance for him to go for one of the legs of Keller, but Keller will release and step back. The two wrestlers just kind of fighting for position here early, a minute to go in the first period, and it's Robertson who comes to shoot, and Keller who will step back on him. They'll come out of bounds on a restart.
And Josh Mule scores the escape in the third period. He's up 6-0 over Brady Lettmeyer. Both wrestlers stood up back in that center of the mat. And Mule drops down, change level. Going to take Lettmeyer down. Gets his 2 points on the edge of the mat. Working for a foul now is Josh Mule for the Oaks Tornadoes.
.30 seconds left in the first period on mat number 2. No score between Watt Robertson from Lisbon and Keller from South Border.
And Josh Mule does secure those near falls. Still working the edge of the mat. Ref still has not called them out of bounds. Mule up over the top with reverse half.
Keller almost had Robertson down. Is going to try to walk himself around here, but time will expire. Time was on the side of Caden Robertson in that instance, as the first period at 1:26 will end scoreless.
And Mule still has those feet in bounds. They're working for the foul with 30 seconds to go on Brady Lettmeyer. Mule leads us 8-0. He's going to win by foul for the Oaks Tornadoes. Put 6 points on the board, 35-18. Going into 195 pounds.
Second period beginning over on mat number 2. Robertson and Keller, no score. They are out of bounds. And it'll be neutral position on the restart just 15 seconds into the second period. Lisbon leads the duel 6-3. Again, this is the Region 1 Dual Championship.
And coming out 195 pounds is Max Klein for the Oaks Tornadoes. He's wrestling Jake Kramer for Lemoore Lobos. Kramer, sophomore, 8-10 record. Klein for Oaks, a freshman, 7-9. Klein's going to step around here. And Kramer able to hold on. They scramble. Kramer ends up on top. He has Klein going to his back, working for the fall for the Lemoore Lobos. He's going to win by fall. This is Jake Kramer. Putting 6 more points on Oaks Tornado with a commanding lead going into 2:20. Now up 41-18.
And Caden Robertson will get the first takedown here on mat number 2. 2-0 his advantage against Keller. 45 seconds left in the second period. So far it's been dogfights all the way through here between South Border and Lisbon. No surprise there.
And wrestlers reporting in 2:20. I believe that was an open weight. Also 285. So more conceding both 220 and 285. It's a 41-30 dual score going at 106 pounds. This will be the final match of this duel.
And Robertson will get Keller on his back with time left. Is there enough for the fall? There's not, but a 3-point near fall. And Robertson scores 5 this period, and he will take a 5-0 lead going into period number 3.
And Matthias Dahlstrom comes out here, scores a takedown on Logan Potts. No, Potts has nothing to do with that. He's going to step up. Goes head and arm on Dahlstrom, takes him straight to his back. It ties it up 2-2. Logan Potts wins by fall for the Lemoore Lobos, puts an exclamation point on this dual win. They will take third place. North Dakota Class B Region 1. The South Border positions himself now for a possible challenge for second place, depending on the outcome of this duel on mat number 2.
5-0. Caden Robertson with the lead over Joe Keller. Minute and a half to wrestle, and an escape coming for Keller, now 5-1. So Keller's going to look for a big-time move here, and he will come around, but there was a whistle. And it's going to be blood time. Now we're going to have a stoppage here in period number 3. We'll take a break.
It looked like Robertson took a shot to the mouth.
Yeah, the clock's moving. I don't I don't remember there being other injury time here in this match. We'll have some stoppage here. We're going to take a break. In the meantime, we'll be back on yourliveevent.com.
The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters is a group of parents, coaches, and community members whose mission is to enrich the Lisbon High School athletic community by providing financial support for Lisbon High School athletic programs and events. If you are interested in getting involved, they invite you to join the Bronco Athletic Booster Group on Facebook to learn more.
And out of that injury time, it was Keller who got the takedown, and he is going to release Robertson to make it 6-3 with less than a minute to go. And Robertson has the leg of Keller, and they just managed to stay in bounds. 47-30 was the final. Lemoore will finish in third place. Lemoore lost to Lisbon. So if Lisbon wins this, Lemoore will have a chance to challenge. 35 seconds left to go, 6-3. Robertson's lead, and we're going to get two. He'll get two on the takedown, 8-3, and there's some much-needed insurance. With 29 seconds left, those 2 points really change the dynamic of what Keller needs to do.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those amazing differences between a takedown and not a takedown. He had his hands on his knees. As soon as he put it around his waist, on Keller's waist, he scores that 2-point takedown.
So now Robertson just trying to burn off these final 20 seconds. .14 seconds left to go. Broncos lead the duel 6-3. And now Keller will hit a reversal, but he'll run out of time. So that will make it 8-5, but the decision goes to Caden Robertson. And the Broncos will get three more, 9-3. So 9-3 Lisbon's lead. If you're Lemoore right now, you are becoming big-time Broncos fans, knowing that you can have a chance to go to state if Lisbon is the Region 1 dual champion.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this crowd reacts over there. Lemoore Lobos and the Broncos sitting side by side on the far side of the gymnasium.
Vetter for South Porter and Wadeson for Lisbon.
And Vetter returning state qualifier for South Porter. And Cashton Wadeson, state place winner last year, third place. Wrestled 120 pounds.
Wadeson's placed the last couple seasons, and he's one of those wrestlers. He's continued to go up a weight class every year, or at least bounce between the same weight classes every year, and he's continued to show success even if he's moved up. As he'll lock up around the front of Vetter. Minute left to go in the period. I think Wadeson's big thing last year was always seemed to be wrestling from behind and found ways to come back.
Yeah, he'd find himself down 4 or 5 points in a match and going into that third period and just found a way to win.
Inside of the final minute here to go, 132 pounds. And both wrestlers tied up here with 34 seconds to go. I think I haven't seen a lot of movement. We're going to maybe getting a whistle here in a second or two. And we'll get that stalemate.
I always like in that position the wrestler on top. If they attack the head, Wadeson just seemed to content to get that stalemate.
Wadeson last year against New Salem Almont, they didn't get the win. He didn't get the win in his match, but he had a late comeback. I think he scored 3 or 4 points late and prevented the major decision in a dual championship for state where every point counted. Last year, a few wrestlers weighing in a little heavy for Lisbon going into that New Salem Almont matchup. As the final few seconds, if Wadeson can get around, he'll get some points, and he had control going to the bottom of the mat against Vetter, but they'll give no points, and I think that's the right call.
Yeah, that was just a chess match last year between the Holsteins and the Broncos in that championship duel for the Class B title.
that was against Vetter. I think Vetter went a little early as Waitson immediately trying to get up to his feet, and Vetter looking for the big mat return.
Yeah, Wade's a nice hit by Stout. Puts himself in position. Now he's going to step over.
Minute 44 to go here in the second period. Wadeson can get an arm and his head out, and he would have that reversal. Instead, it'll just be a stalemate. Every weight class is going to really matter here between these two teams, because you look at up and down their lineup, and they just match up so well at so many weight classes and so many full weight classes between these two teams. As Wadeson to his feet will get the point for the escape right away, tries to turn that into a move against Vetter.
Yeah, the regular season duel, it was just a matter of overtime victories for the Lisbon Broncos that it helped them to that win. Those matches are 50-50 matches going into today.
And Wadeson, they have not given him two. Well, Vetter has that 2-on-1 on the leg. Now Wadeson will come around and get two. He has a 3-0 lead with just inside of a minute to go in the second period here at 132 pounds. To his base is Vetter. Wadeson trying to expose that. Vetter comes up, gets the escape, and it's 3-1. 39 seconds and counting left in the second period. Again, the other mat silent right now. The only matchup here is the dual championship. You can see our final here on the screen. Lemoore defeating Oaks 47-30. That means Lemoore can challenge with a win for Lisbon.
And Wadeson with the snap down went right into Vetter. Vetter didn't react. And now Wadeson looking to score at the end of the second period.
9 seconds left for Wadeson, and he has not established that control quite yet.
Wadeson has to step over. Vetter doing a good job countering.
There we go, two for Wadeson, and then the period will end. He'll get those two in the closing seconds. 5-1 now, the lead for Wadeson. Broncos have won every region championship since 2016. As Vetter right away tries to sit out to begin the third period, and Wadeson will reel him back in.
Yeah, Wadeson did a good job chasing him down. Vetter, nice sit out.
Wadeson getting back points. And a fall. Wadeson will get the win here in the third period. Defeats Riker Vetter. And the Broncos extending their lead now 15-3.
And one of those matchup right now between Brody Hoffman and Carter Wallner, that did go into sudden victory overtime with Wallner winning. I believe it was a 5-3 decision.
So another meeting between these two, Hoffman and Wallner. Again, you don't want to look ahead to next week, but that's a potential coming up moving forward. Oaks next Saturday for the individual tournament. We'll have an audio-only broadcast of that here on yourliveevent.com. Lisbon leads 15-3 for the Region 1 Dual Championship.
Yeah, I think one of the weight classes to watch for that tournament will be 106. Be an interesting weight class. A lot of quality wrestlers in Region 1 at 106 pounds.
Hoffman has tried to change level several times against Wallner as we approach a minute to go in the first period here at 138 pounds. 23-8 is Hoffman on the year. Hoffman a sophomore, Wallner a senior.
Yeah, both wrestlers not wanting to commit, fully commit to a takedown.
.33 seconds and counting left in the first period. 15-3 dual score in favor of the Lisbon Broncos. Now someone hasn't gone for that big move yet here in this match. Ten seconds left to go. And that'll be end of the first period, no score. Decision to Wallner, he'll defer. And I believe Hoffman wants to be down.
Yeah, the only meaningful attack on that came out with about a half second left by Hoffman on that leg attack by Wallner to close out the period.
And coming up immediately was Hoffman, and Wallner able to keep him under control as Hoffman was a step away from a reversal right off the whistle. 15 seconds, just over 15 seconds into the second period.
That was a good first move by Brody Hoffman, trying to catch Wallner off guard. Rolls through. Wallner able just to get back up on top.
Minute 25 to go in the second period. Still no score.
And Wallner trying to turk Hoffman over, has his leg tied up in a crossface, just trying to stretch it out and drag him over.
And this potentially could be our last duel of the day, depending on the outcome here.
And Wallner continues to work this leg turk, the crossface, and try to stretch out Brody Hoffman.
Inside of a minute now to wrestle. I almost get that feeling, Brent, that as we'll get a stalemate, his first points are going to win it.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what you're looking at here. Wallner looks good on top, able to control Hoffman. We'll see on the restart.
Hoffman right away coming to his feet. Wallner wrapping around that leg, and Hoffman just keeps pushing forward.
Yeah, Hoffman not wanting to give up, has hand control. Wallner a little bit high. He does have a head cradle locked up on Brody Hoffman.
20 seconds left to go in the second period. Still scoreless at 138 pounds. Southporter looking to try to get some points back here, down 15-3.
And Wallner's going, trying to spladle, reaches across the far hip, underneath the leg.
And that will end the second period. Still scoreless.
Wallner's choice, he's going to choose bottom. I think neither wrestler's been warned for stalling. Hoffman's going to let him go. He wants to win this one on his feet against Carter Wallner.
So 1-0, Wallner's advantage. And Wallner going for the single leg, sprawling out. Hoffman now trying to return.
Yeah, it's a 50-50 call. Hoffman could have tried to ride him and see if he got a turn. If that didn't work out, the first 30 seconds, he could have let Hoffman go, or could have let Wallner go.
Under a minute and a half to go here in the final period, 138 pounds. This is coverage of the Region 1 Dual Tournament on YourLiveEvent.com, coming to you live from Lemoore High School. The Lobos, the host Lobos, third place finishers right now. We'll get a chance, potentially a chance to challenge for state.
Hoffman, they got committed to that shot, but Wallner's able to counter with an underhook, stands them both back up.
57 seconds to go, and there comes Hoffman. And Wallner able to grab an ankle. Hoffman's got that leg wrapped around.
Yeah, Hoffman went to that high crotch, tried to dump Wallner. Wallner stepping around, hooking the ankle. Some of these is just that kind of attention to detail. You see Wallner trying to hook that ankle of Hoffman.
.25 seconds left to go in the third period. Carter Wallner a 1-0 lead, and he'll get the takedown there, 3-0 lead. Tried to roll Hoffman. Hoffman on his feet. Wallner will try again.
Yeah, Brody Hoffman kind of throwing the kitchen sink out there, not able to secure a reversal.
And it will end 3-0 Carter Wallner the win. 18-3 Broncos advantage.
Yeah, Carter Wallner, probably one of the most poised and calm wrestlers on the Broncos wrestling team.
Well, that last takedown he got, just patience, just stuck with it and saw his opportunity and drove forward.
Yep, he's wrestles nice and smooth, and when he has to explode, he's right there able to match Hoffman move for move.
Moving on to 145 pounds. Mike Nelson for Lisbon. Carson Glaseman from South Border. And the Mustangs need to get some offense, get some points here back on the board. They won right out of the gate. Jared Schilling over Grayson Lyons, a 6-4 decision. Otherwise, it's been all Broncos ever since then. As 2 points coming for Nelson. Trying to set the cradle with 1:15, a lot of time to go here in this first period.
Yeah, Nelson trying to scoot on the mat. And Glaseman gets out of bounds for a restart.
1 minute, 12 seconds left, first period here, 145 pounds. Again, the dual championship here for Region 1. And Glaseman went before the whistle. And right away on the whistle, puts his hands right on Nelson's. Nelson started working him back towards the mat.
Yeah, a minute to go. Mike Nelson riding on top. He's in the lead 2-0.
18-3, Broncos lead the duel. And Nelson with the extension of the arm of Glaseman and trying to drive him as he has that chicken wing in. And a fall. Mike Nelson gets the pin, 24-3 Broncos.
And Mike Nelson, nice work on top, stretches the arm out, picks up the fall. Nelson not in the lineup when the two teams met regular season. Comes up with 6 big points for the Broncos.
And I'm not seeing a wrestler for South Border, and there we go. I was going to say, I don't think South Border has any open weight classes.
Yeah, South Border looking to bump up a couple wrestlers.
Yeah, 24-3, the lead.
They won't send Lindgren out, so Lindgren won't step on the mat at 52 against Ranke.
And Blaze Ranke against Aiden Birch. And Ranke the takedown and immediately into back points. And a fall. Blaze Ranke gets the pin, 30-3 Broncos.
Well, the Mustangs doing a little gamesmanship. A bump up. Marshall Lindgren against Eli Lyons.
Down 30-3. The Mustangs looking to get some points here right now. And a quick takedown. Lindgren able to take down Lyons.
And Marshall Lindgren, returning state champ at 145 pounds.
Yeah, and he's going to cut Lyons loose with 1.5 minutes to go in the first period. Wouldn't be surprised, I think, if we see someone get bumped up at heavyweight for South Border, looking down the roster of who they had.
Yeah, that is a possibility, putting Shane Nitschke up there.
And Nitschke already wrestled heavyweight once today. Wrestled heavyweight all year last year.
Both teams very solid in the upper weights this year.
That'd be a question of who they would put out at 220 against Anderson, I think would be the question that comes there. Is Lindgren turning for some back points? I believe it will be 3 on that to make it 7-1. 47 seconds left in the first period here at 160. And Lemoore, big-time Broncos fans here right now, knowing if the Broncos win, they'll get a chance to challenge the Mustangs. 29 seconds to go, first period.
One thing with Lindgren, he has that left hand heavily taped with a wrist guard on it.
Another takedown, 9-2, Marshall Lindgren's lead. He's not lost this season, 28-0. Final 5 seconds here of the period. I don't think Lindgren will have any time to tag on more points, as it's a 9-2 lead. The South Border Mustangs down right now, 30-3. And South Border and Lisbon meeting 3 years ago now for the championship, the dual championship. Lindgren up, gets the escape. 10-2 his lead. So Lindgren again getting bumped here, wrestling at 160. And we'll get behind Lyons and adds 2 more to the takedown, or 2 more to his score. 12-2 with that takedown.
Yeah, it does. I do think that's affecting Lindgren, is that hand that's taped up. He's just not able to grip.
Trying to come around, we'll swap positions with Eli Lyons. Minute 15 to go in the second period. Again, 12-2, Marshall Lindgren's lead. 30-3, the Broncos lead here in the duel.
Yeah, Lindgren attempted to release. Lyons found a little opening, went inside cradle, but Lyons able to get belly down.
Lyons comes away, 12-3.
Yeah, one thing, you cannot stand in front of Marshall Lindgren. You have to keep moving, work some angles on him, because he will just double leg blast you and take you down to the mat.
40 seconds to go in the second period. Another takedown for him, 14-3. South Border looking for their first victory since 113 to open up the duel. Jared Schilling, a 6-4 decision over Grayson Lyons. Otherwise, the Broncos have had wins from Noah Anderson, Caden Robertson, Cash Wadeson, Carter Wallner, Mike Nelson, and Blaze Ranke. 10 seconds to go on the period.
Yeah, Lyons warned for stalling, not able to build his base.
And that'll be it on to the third period. Lions on top to begin this final 2 minutes. Down 14-3. And Lindgren to his feet. Comes around. Lions able to control that leg, dropping levels and keeping control. Minute 42 and counting. We are in the third period here at 160, and Lindgren will come around. 2 on the reversal, 16-3 his advantage. That's been a fight for Lions this entire match. I mean, bringing Lindgren all the way into the third period is no easy task. Down 16-3, but Lindgren is tough. As Lindgren will now get the turn. Looking to go knee to shoulder. And near fall points beat it added up. And bridging through is Lyons trying to come around.
Yeah, Lyons trying to get belly down, just give up the tech fall here to Marshall Lindgren.
And he will, 18-3, Lindgren gets the win. And now 30-8 the score.
And Bowden Greenlee steps on the mat for the Lisbon Broncos.
Now he'll wrestle against Cole Nitschke. Nitschke right away going for that single leg. Got a no fear there against Greenlee.
Yeah, Cole Nitschke, I don't know if he wasn't supposed to do it. Didn't know he wasn't supposed to do that on Greenlee, but he did it. And
Greenlee trying to come around. Nitschke giving him a hard time here. Now he will Greenlee will get the takedown and immediately into back points. And we'll get a stoppage for blood. And we'll have some blood time here. We'll step aside. We'll be back with more coverage of the Region 1 tournament on YourLiveEvent.com.
Good luck wish to all athletes competing today.
Honesty, loyalty, integrity. At Bank North, we've remained true to these values for generations. They shape the way we do business, work with customers, and support our communities. We've been here for more than a century, helping people grow farms and businesses, finance homes, and pursue their dreams. It's values-based banking, and it's all about working together to strengthen the common threads that bind us together. Bank North, always true.
Emery Vistos Implement has been family owned and operated since 1935. Located in Oaks, North Dakota, they sell CarQuest automotive parts and numerous lines of agriculture parts, from edible bean equipment to air compressors and pressure washers. Plus, you'll have to stop by and check out their Ariat clothing selection at Emery Vistos Implement. Anything you need is under one roof. Stop in just south.
And Bowden Greenlee, as the match resumes, gets the turn and will get the pin over Kolnichki. And Lisbon's lead now 36-8. 36-8 at 182 pounds. And we'll see who the Mustangs sent out. And that will be an open weight class. So 42-8. So at 195 pounds, we'll have 195, 220 left.
Yeah, I think that's the duel. I think Lisbon will lock this up, regardless of the outcome of the next matches. I might be wrong.
So I'd imagine then, no surprises, we will see that challenge from Lemoore. Will challenge South Border for that spot onto state.
Yeah, the closest South Border can get is to 32 points.
Gabe Lyons against Daniel Schumacher.
Yeah, these two have gone head-to-head. I believe Gabe Lyons leads this one 1-0 as far as head-to-head matchup with Schumacher. They were to meet up in that Central Cass Letterman's tournament, but Lyons went down with an ankle injury, not able to wrestle it.
I think going back to that Letterman's tournament, the Broncos didn't feel like they had their best performance in that tournament, and you look at the turnaround that they had. It seems every year there's been, for Lisbon, they lost to South Border 2 years ago in regular season dual competition. They lost to Valley City the year after that, and it kind of became a turning point for them. They didn't wrestle as well as they wanted to. They didn't win the Letterman tournament, and that's kind of been a turning point, it seems, for them the last few weeks.
Yeah, sometimes you maybe you're a little bit overconfident, get a little complacent, in your preparation for some of these matches or tournaments, and the Broncos able to get that wake-up call at Central Cass and buckle down.
Lyons this time coming in to shoot. It seems like Schumacher's kind of been the one to make the first move, as he will sprawl out on Lyons, trying to extend himself out. 10 seconds left in the first period here at 195, and we'll get a stalemate and we'll get a restart.
Gabe Lyons settling for second place at the East-West tournament. Had a great match against Braden Seltzler from Velva.
And now the wrestlers will come out of bounds with 1 second left in the first period. And a quick whistle to start and then stop.
I think these wrestlers ranked 3 and 4 Indy Wrestle's latest rankings.
Minute 47 here, our period just underway. Broncos again a commanding 42-8 lead against the South Border Mustangs. And it's Lions with the leg of Schumacher. Schumacher went under the arm of Lions, and neither one really with control. Maybe if Lions can pop up that head.
Yeah, Lions has to finish this fireman's carry. Has Schumacher going to his back. If he can secure that head, he's going to pick up some near fall. The Lions just needs to work for the takedown.
And Lions will get it. We got 3 points out of that.
Sometimes you just have to tell yourself, take down first, then near fall.
Schumacher up. Lions looking for some more elevation on that ankle and gets him back down to the mat. 44 seconds to go, second period here at 195. And Schumacher the escape, 3-1 the score. 30 seconds to go, second period. So the Broncos well on their way to winning another Region 1 dual championship and going back onto state to try to defend their state title. Schumacher coming to shoot and walks himself back up. Wrestlers will stay in bounds, 5 seconds to go in the second period.
Yeah, Lions needed to circle back in on that. He took a couple steps back. Avoids that stall warning going into the third period.
And on to the third, 3-1 the lead for Gabe Lyons. And Schumacher on his feet, gets away, gets the escape, makes it 3-2. So now it becomes a 1-point match with 1:47 to go.
Yeah, Gabe Lyons needed a little bit more of that ride on Schumacher. 10 seconds into the third period, he stands up for the escape.
Minute and a half now to go.
Lions credit, he's still trying to attack. Went down for high crotch fireman's. That was defended by Schumacher and then reshot.
And they're out of bounds. 1:16 left here, third period. South Border in Lisbon, kind of been a yearly tradition now here at this dual tournament. Inside of a minute now to wrestle. Schumacher knows it's on him. He's got to make that one big move. Takedown pulls you in front.
Yeah, snap downs by Schumacher, elbow pass by Lyons. Both wrestlers circling in. Lyons now with that fireman's high crotch. He's going to double it up on Schumacher, elevates it, takes him down to the mat.
Nice takedown by Lyons. 5-2, gets some insurance, 27 seconds left. $20 seconds now to go. Lions looking to get the Broncos their 45th point. He will lose Schumacher there, and it's 5-3. So it's back on Schumacher. He needs at least two to put sudden decision overtime, and it's Lions who comes out to be the aggressor, gets the single leg. 2 seconds left. He's going to keep moving, and Lions rolls over as the Schumacher, and it will end 5-3. Lions wins this decision.
Yeah, Gabe Lyons did the smart thing, dropped down to the leg. No reason to tie up. He didn't have a stall. He could have just backed up out of that.
And this was one we had questioned what would happen at 220 pounds. Drew Anderson against Shane Nitschke. And Nitschke the takedown right into back points against Anderson.
Yeah, Nitschke quite the specimen for the Mustangs. Has Anderson and working for the fall. That shoulder up just by a little bit.
Look at this season for Drew Anderson. It's been obviously newer to wrestling. It's been a big one for him. And having that 220-pounder, a big spot for Lisbon, as it will be Shane Nitschke to get the fall, and it makes it 45-14.
Yeah, Drew Anderson, undersized, 220-pounder. Might raise in more down by than 195 pounds, maybe even under 195.
So that will put us on to heavyweight, and I don't know if the Mustangs will send someone out there. It doesn't look like it. So Lions will take the open weight class. And the same will go here. Now that Southporter has to face a challenge for their spot onto state, they're going to save some wrestlers for that. 57-14, congratulations to the Lisbon Broncos as they are the Region 1 dual champion. That is the final. We'll have a challenge match, but first we're going to take a timeout. We'll be back on YourLiveEvent.com.
Or go online to VistoImplement.com. That's VistoImplement.com.
Growers, here at Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, we are your water management contractors. We can help you with tile drainage plans, surface drainage plans, or both. Remember, water management is a lifetime investment. Call Chad at 701-430-0182 to get your water problems solved. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. 701-430-0182, helping farmers grow.
The American farmer has been adapting to challenges in the field for generations. Columbia Grain and Agronomy is here to help on every acre with the highest quality products and expert local service. Contact the agronomy centers in Climax at 218-857-2165 or our villa at 701-343-6273. Columbia Grain and Agronomy, committed to cultivating growth through a diverse mix of products and expert knowledge. Contact them today and make the most of every acre. Call Climax at 218-857-2165 or our villa at 701-343-6273.
It's time to take down planting with Green Iron Equipment. Our sales team will match you up with the best machinery for an undefeated season. Our service department will help you escape any setbacks or downtime. We've got all the right parts to beat the competition. Use Green Iron Equipment to help pin down your data in the John Deere Operations Center. Good luck to all teams from Green Iron Equipment.
Have you adjusted your crop insurance policy to reflect the increase in commodity prices and input costs? Hi, this is Bethany Rentz, crop insurance agent with IRE Insurance. We want to partner with you to provide you a comprehensive policy structure to protect your farm's revenue and preserve your equity. Give us a call today to set up a time to meet with an IRE Insurance agent prior to March 15th. For contact information, please visit our website at ireins.com.
You're protected and appreciated at IRE.
IRE Insurance is an equal opportunity provider.
Jacobson Red Angus Annual Bull Sale, Friday, March 18th at the ranch near Hitterdall, Minnesota. 52 of the region's highest quality Red Angus bulls, along with 11 head of April calving heifers. The sale will be broadcast on DV Auction, and you can request a catalog today by emailing gjrangus@feltontel.net. Call them at 701-361-3189. The Jacobson Red Angus Annual Bull Sale, offering 52 of the region's highest quality Red Angus bulls, along with 11 bred heifers. Friday, March 18th at 1 o'clock.
The Kindred Vikings Booster Club is an organization of parents and community members that supports and encourages the advancement to Kindred athletic programs, focusing on wholesome school spirit, promoting good sportsmanship, and developing high ideals of character. For more information, or if you'd like to be part of the Kindred Vikings Booster Club, send an email to kindredboosterclub@gmail.com. That's kindredboosterclub@gmail.com. Go Vikings! The Kindred Public School District looks to collaboratively cultivate an environment that challenges learners to reach their full potential in a student-centered, community-supported environment while building authentic relationships that promotes active engagement in learning, literacy, and life. Kindred Public Schools' mission is to educate, prepare, and maximize student potential. Kindred Public School District, student-centered, community-supported. For more info about upcoming school events and news, go online to kindred.k12.us. The friendly staff at Lemoore Drugstore reminds you from school supplies, greeting cards, or prescription requests, you can find it all at Lemoore Drugstore. They deliver any day of the week upon request and will answer any general health questions you have. Watch out for the monthly flyer for monthly sales. Let Lemoore Drugstore be your one-stop shop. Lemoore Drugstore is located in the center of Lemoore in the Bank North Mall. For more information, go to LemooreDrugstore.com. That's LemooreDrugstore.com. Lemoore Hardware carries your everyday items for plumbing, electrical, automotive, and more. Check out their latest selection of snow and grain shovels alongside Milwaukee tools. Plus, stop by Lemoore Hardware today and browse their sweet pickin' section. You'll see brand new furniture and decor. Lemoore Hardware is your community one-stop shop. For more information on all the services Lemoore Hardware offers, go online to LemooreHardware.com. That's LemooreHardware.com.
The Lisbon Public School District ensures that all students will learn, experience success, and be good citizens from elementary through high school. The school staff and community takes great pride in providing meaningful and innovative opportunities for our students who continue to maintain ACT scores above state and national averages. Watch your kids continue to grow within the Lisbon Public School District from the playing surface to the classroom. For more information, go online to lisbonpublicschools.com.
And welcome back here. We're talking about the Broncos' 57-14 win over South Border, another dual championship out of Region 1. Caden Robertson joining us. First off, congratulations. You guys, Region 1 dual champions yet again. What's that feeling like?
It's pretty good to beat South Border again.
I said, you guys in South Border, you see each other. Obviously, you're in Region 1. You see each other there. You see each other in just about every tournament that you guys face. What's it like having a rival like that?
It doesn't get old seeing them every time, just trying to beat them up.
You face Joseph Keller in this championship here. You get the 8-5 decision. What worked well for you in that matchup?
Just using my head to wrestle, as you can see, but yep, that's about it, just smart wrestling.
You guys get this victory. You guys get a sizable victory. When you guys started jumping out to that early lead, how much weight did that kind of take off your guys' shoulder, knowing that you guys had a good points-wise, a good lead against South Border?
Well, it felt good. Didn't make us stress as much. It did lift the weight off our chests and stuff.
And now looking forward here the next week, a week from today, it'll be a trip out to Oaks. You guys will wrestle individually trying to qualify for state. But what is the next week going to look like for you individually to prepare for next week?
Keep weight close. That's about it.
All right. Well, congratulations here on this victory, and we'll get some of your teammates on here to join us as well.
At Mobility Plus Rehabilitation, our mission is to provide exceptional physical and occupational therapy with highly skilled therapists who live in your community. Mobility Plus looks to minimize your pain and maximize mobility that quickly allows you to live the quality of life you desire. Your mobility is our top priority. To find a location near you or for more information, go online to mobilityplus.biz. That's mobilityplus.biz.
And we are back here on our postgame. Levi's Fem, our latest guest here. Region 1 dual champions. I don't think it probably ever gets old for you to hear that.
No, it doesn't. It's always a blast every year.
Going into this year, you guys had a close one with South Border regular season. You guys see South Border so much. What was the different feeling coming into the building today to wrestle for this dual tournament?
It wasn't too much. We're just prepared. We're always ready for the next duel. We just take it one step at a time, one match at a time. And, I mean, never get too up, never get too low. We pick each other up every time. So.
And you're coming to the end of your time here as a Bronco wrestler. Obviously, you have next week, and then you have the state tournament. But what have you done differently going into this year, knowing that that time is kind of winding down for you?
This year especially, I've been waking up early, going to the gym. Me and a couple teammates hit the gym pretty early every morning, and then after practice, we'll just stay there, talk a while, get everything in the right places for it. So.
The Mustangs didn't send anyone out there to wrestle you there in that matchup. You took the forfeit, which I know you'll take that win, but were you kind of hoping to have an opponent coming out there to wrestle in that championship?
Yeah, me and Nitschke always have pretty good matches, so that would have been one to look forward to.
Well, things work out for you. You could have that matchup coming your way a week from today in Oaks. I'm sure you're looking forward to that. Finally, what is this next week going to look like for you, knowing that you got to come back and it's late in the year. You don't want to go too hard. You got to get ready for next Saturday. What's the next week look like?
Well, it's always a fun week at practice next week because it's the individual side, so we usually are going over some of the bigger moves, kind of the individual-based things, and it's always fun just to open up that side of wrestling. So.
All right, well, congratulations here on this victory. I'll let you get back with your teammates and celebrate, and we'll get Coach on with us. All right, we'll get Rich Lucina to join us here on our postgame as we're talking about a 57-14 win for the Lisbon Broncos over the South Border Mustangs. We'll also have that challenge match coming your way here in just a little bit, as it's going to be a challenge for Lemoore. They're going to challenge South Border for that next chance coming on to state. But before that, we'll talk to Coach Lucina here just about how this season is gone so far. Coach, it feels like every year it's you and South Border. Every year seems to have been a different story. What was the different story for this matchup today?
Our young guys really just stepped up today. Starting off, our 13-pounder Grayson gave a heck of a fight there at 13, fought off his back, came back, ended up losing a tight decision. 120, Noah got a big pin for us there. Those freshmen of ours are really something kind of special. Caden Robertson, he got a call, we had a little bit going on in the practice room last night, a couple illnesses, and so we had to call Caden. He showed up out of nowhere, and that was his third time against Joseph Keller, and he finally beat him his third time. We said third time's a charm. I mean, that was such a big start to the duel just to come out there, and then we're with our seniors, they lead this team real well, and I think they put the finishing touches on. So.
And another wrestler that comes to mind watching him wrestle today, Drew Anderson, 220-pounder, kind of a little bit underweight probably at 220, and a little bit newer to wrestling too, and he's been a big part of your team this year.
Yeah, Drew's really stepped up. Not many probably know, but he had a pretty wicked accident when he was a young kid, so he's a few years behind on the wrestling aspects. But he's got a great attitude. He always wants to get better. The Lemoore duel, that was the first time he's wrestled that boy last year and this year, and always came up on the wrong end. But today he went out there and he showed how much he's improving. He really kind of stepped it up for us. So
it seems like every year you guys have had a turning point, and it was losing a South Border regular season 2 years ago, probably Valley City that one time. This year, Letterman tournament, you guys probably didn't feel you wrestled as good as you can, and it's been a little bit different for you guys since then.
A lot of it's just understanding how lucky we are to be able to compete. We had a few kids get banged up in football that didn't get back, and we had a couple of kids get banged up in the first few weeks of practice, and it took a month to get back. And just understanding that that's all it takes. It's just that little bit. So we're lucky to have a chance to compete. We feel lucky that we get to go out on the mat and raise a little heck and see how things pan out when it's all said and done. So.
All right, Coach. Well, congratulations on another Region 1 championship and another trip onto state, and we'll see you again coming up next week already in Oaks.
Sounds good, Joe. Thank you guys for all the coverage for wrestling. I got family all over California, and they watch everything. You guys are rock stars. We appreciate you. So.
Absolutely. Well, it's been fun for us as well. So
thank you, Joe.
Talking to Rich Lucina, head coach of the Lisbon Broncos. Our challenge match is already underway. We'll have that coming up here next on YourLiveEvent.com.
And each person's experience is different. Abuse is about power and control, and it is not always black and blue. A loving relationship should not be threatening, accusing, isolating, or include violence of any kind. The Abuse Resource Network provides services to start living the life you deserve. For more information, visit abuseresourcenetwork.org.
Growers, here at Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, we are your water management contractors. We can help you with tile drainage plans, surface drainage plans, or both. Remember, water management is a lifetime investment. Call Chad at 701-430-0182 to get your water problem solved. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. 701-430-0182, helping farmers grow.
And our challenge match already underway. We'll have to get an update on our scoreboard here, but it is South Border 6, Lemoore Litchfield Marion 6. Right now, 132 pounds. Riker Vetter from South Border against Dustin Ketterling for the Lobos. So that is who is wrestling right now. So a 6-6 score here. And again, this is for a trip on to state. We had to get a chance to talk to some of our Broncos wrestlers as Brent Dick rejoined us here on the broadcast. As 4-0 in the lead here right now for Riker Vetter for South Border. And not that the Lobos have not been a good wrestling team all year, but surprises how strong they looked against Oaks, who's also a very talented wrestling team.
Yeah, Lemoore Lobos seemed poised, at the beginning of the season, bring back those 10 state qualifiers to kind of make some noise and some moves in North Dakota Class B wrestling, and they were able to do that here today with that convincing win over Oaks.
So South Border and Lemoore Litchfield Marion all tied up at 6. Again, this is for a spot onto state. Vetter with the lead 4-0, and he'll get a fall, and it will be South Border now taking the 12-6 advantage.
Yeah, teams kind of throwing haymakers at each other with these pins. Had 3 pins first 3 matches for this 12-6 score.
So our congratulations again to Lisbon for winning. Congratulations to South Border for being runners-up. Congratulations to Lemoore for wrestling here. Again, someone else is going to go on to state. We will congratulate them when all is said and done, but I have a feeling we're in for a battle here between these two.
Yeah, another year of Region 1 duels, another challenge match. Their chance to go to the state Class B wrestling tournament, 16th to the 18th of February.
Hoffman wrestling against Maddox Shockman. Hoffman already with the 2-point advantage as those wrestlers will come out of bounds. So 12-6 the lead for the South Border Mustangs. Hoffman with that 2-0 lead. Now, last year, South Border got challenged by Oaks. South Border came out strong against Oaks and sealed that one up seemingly pretty early on the schedule. As an escape for Shockman will make it 2-1.
Yeah, Lemoore could make this duel interesting just looking at how they wrestled against Oaks. They seem fired up and ready to go here inside the Lobo Den, wrestling in their home gym.
Yeah, and I think there's never a doubt that a team's going to challenge if they can, but I think a little bit extra for the Lobos, knowing that they are wrestling at home, as another takedown. And Hoffman's lead now at 4-1. Keller got the win at 120 over Jaden Paul. It was Jace Duffy over Brody Michelson, and now Riker Vetter over Dustin Ketterling, and Brody Hoffman leading Maddox Shockman by a score of 4-1. 30 seconds left to go in the first period at 138 pounds.
Yeah, restart. Yeah, the first move, Shockman kind of knee slides around. A little bit of a hip heist. Here Hoffman's going to roll through on a tilt. It looked like we had a full Nelson, so we have a technical violation on Brody Hoffman.
Seven seconds left to go in the first period. And the period will end. It'll be 4-2. Advantage for Hoffman. Kind of a week away from today will be the individual tournament. That will be held at Oaks. We'll have that for you audio only on yourliveevent.com. Have an audio only broadcast of state. Second period already underway. South Border again with the 12-6 lead. This is for the final spot of the region coming out of state. Region 2 didn't get a chance to see the final results. It was Central Cass wrestling. Central Cass wrestling there against Pembina County North. Central Cass with the win, 46-33. So Central Cass and Pembina County North will be the representatives out of Region 2, with Central Cass being the champion second year in a row.
Hoffman working a takedown, has that leg elevated, trying to treetop it now. Able to trip Schachman down to the mat for a 2-point takedown. He leads 7-2 with a minute remaining in the second period. And Schachman 1-point escape. No, 7-3 lead for Hoffman.
Yeah, it was just kind of right out the gate. Fall. Now we're looking at this one at least on pace to be a decision right now, but Hoffman with that 7-3 lead.
Yeah, seems teams kind of settled down here in this 138-pound match.
And 2 more for Hoffman and a 9-3 advantage.
Schachman will do everything he can to keep this just to a decision here going into the third period. He's down by 6 points.
Again, these were those little things, those chances to shave points away from your opponent. Obviously, Schachman came into this wanting to get the win, but yeah, he will maybe try to get himself a couple more points to just keep closing in on that deficit.
Yeah, he's down by 6, now down by 5, 9-4.
Hoffman 23-8 on the season. Schachman 13-12.
Yeah, Hoffman trying to think bonus points. And Schachman did have a Peterson hooked up at the end of that second period, so that may have crossed Brody Hoffman's mind.
Hoffman comes to the single, into the double, another takedown, 11-4. Now we're into that major decision territory. As Schachman to his base. If you are the Lobos and you're looking at a way to get your team to state, as there comes the escape, that makes it 11-5. You're going to have to steal a weight class. You're going to have to steal one of the tougher weight classes from the South Border.
Yep, they're going to have to keep from giving up the pins and then, like you said, steal a weight class.
Coming around is Hoffman. Was he out? He was, so the points, he won't get the points. And that could be a big break the way of Maddox Schachman right now. As now Hoffman goes for the double leg. And he'll get the takedown, and now 13-5.
Yeah, right now Hoffman has a major decision, up by 8 points. We'll see if Schachman's able to get up and knock this back down to 7 points and just decision.
So there'll be the escape. It's 13-6. 27 seconds to go if you're Schachman. I mean, really nothing to lose by coming up here and trying to get one big move in. And they'll come out of bounds in the reset. Probably not the worst thing to happen if you're Maddox Schachman.
And Coach Hoffman instructing his wrestler, he says, hey, pick it up here. We want that bonus point.
Ten seconds to go. Schachman warned for the stall.
Time ran out.
And they're going to discuss if Hoffman gets 2 or not. They will get the 2, and there's the bonus points.
Yeah, so Brody Hoffman picks up a 4-point major decision.
So 16-6. Glazeman from South Border. Braden Steffes from Lemoore, 145 pounds. Started this one at 120.
This, I would think would be one of those matches you're talking about. If Lemoore could come away with a victory here, even a major decision, might help tip the scales just a little bit more to their favor.
Yeah, you're wrestling a guy who's got 25 wins on the year. Steph is 8-6 on the season, a winning record. But yeah, might be one of those ones.
And Glaceman kind of figure four around the body. Steph is trying to scramble through it. They're going to go right on the edge of the mat.
Yeah, Steffes was trying to kind of redirect Glaceman there a little bit towards the center of the mat to try to keep him in bounds because he knew he had some momentum, but it's one of those, it's kind of hard. You either got to tame him in to keep your control or send him the way you want him to go.
Yeah, an unfortunate part, they're right on the edge of the mat.
Yeah, he had to take what he gave him. As Steffes comes to shoot, has the single leg. Glaceman kind of reaching back for the ankle, some elevation from Steffes.
Yeah, Steffes had some nice leg attacks. Once again, they're wrestling that edge of the mat.
And they'll come out of bounds.
Down to 15 seconds in this first period. A lot of action, no points scored.
I say a lot of action, a lot of stoppage, a lot of resets, and yeah, still no score. Again, and if you're Steffes, I know it's cliche, but you want to make this as short a match as possible, and that means more, a scoreless period, maybe a scoreless second period. Make it a 2-minute match. Second period begins. Steffes will be on top.
Glaceman working for the escape. Nice hip by Sterone.
And he'll take the 1-0 lead. 16-6, the dual score. Again, this is for the region's final spot onto state.
Another leg attack by Steffes. Arm drag into a single leg.
Steffes it hasn't gotten points, but he's kind of showed no fear. He's been afraid to be overly aggressive or to make a move as there's going to be a whistle and a stoppage.
Yeah, Steffes definitely hungry here to pick up a takedown. Wrestlers, just working hand control after those exchanges. Now Glaceman with the leg attack of his own has Steffes over the top in that forklift position. Steffes is going to grab onto an ankle.
Yeah, he's just going to grab on for whatever he can get right now to try to take away an ability to drive.
Glaceman able to get Steffes down on his hip. In good position to score here with Steffes on his hip.
If you're Steffes right now, you're hoping for a stalemate, but you're going to have to give up that takedown. I think that's the safer bet is concede to those 2 points as opposed to getting put on your back.
Yeah, I think Steffes kind of stopped his attack there when he had that ankle. He should have kept on wrestling through that. Instead, Glaceman able to take him down now with up 3-0.
30 seconds left to go in the second period. And we'll have a stoppage here. Period number 2 at 145 pounds, 16-6. South Border leads.
I don't know if that was a stall warning on Green. He did raise that right hand. Looked like he gave him a stall warning.
And we'll get the caution. Now Steffes to his feet, comes away, gets the escape. 3-1 the score, and right away Glaceman aggressive after that escape.
Yeah, Steffes able to score here as time winds down in the second period, gets him on the board.
And Steffes And Glazeman will come out of bounds.
Yeah, action there carried out of bounds, but no change of position.
Final 2 minutes, and talk about making this a short match. Steph is down by 2. An escape puts you right back in by 1.
Yep, Steph is starting on the bottom position. 15 seconds to go. Glazeman has a hard crossface. Steph stands up, working some hand control, drug back down.
Minute 17 and counting left here in the final period. Steph is down by 2. Glazeman just trying to ride out this win and make it 19-6 against South Porter, being challenged for that second place and a spot on the state.
Yeah, Steph is not able to gain any wrist control or hand control. Glazeman on top, has him broke belly down with under a minute to go. Steph was right on the edge of the mat. And Glazeman able to keep him in bounds with 40 seconds remaining. And down to the last 20 seconds. And Glazeman for South Borders up 3-1. Steph is not an answer right now, just belly down on the mat with 15 seconds to go.
This is 145 pounds. We started at 120. And that will do it, a 3-1 decision.
And Carson Glazeman just wore down Braden Steffes. Didn't have any gas left in the tank that last 30 seconds.
And 19-6 now the dual score.
A matchup at 152, Marshall Lindgren and Cale Hebel. Lindgren with a quick 2-point takedown.
Yeah, Lindgren has not lost this season, 28-0. Hebel 14-7.
And Hebel, a little Granby roll out. Lindgren's able to take him back down, belly down, and locks up an armbar over the top.
So a 2-0 score with about a minute left in the first period here at 152. And a week from today, we'll be out in Oaks for the individual tournament. And then less than a week from that, beginning Thursday, we'll be at the state tournament at the Fargo Dome.
Yeah, things starting to wind down in a hurry. Each match becoming more important as we close in on that Region 1 individual tournament.
And Lindgren rolling on Hebel. Hebel thought about popping around to try to get a reversal, but Lindgren right away able to adjust. .35 seconds and counting left to go. Lindgren with that Nelson. He's going to release, but he's going to continue to drive Hebel towards the mat. And final 5 seconds of the first period here at 152 pounds. And that will come to an end. Marshall Lindgren a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, one thing I want to What the thought is just a 2-0 lead for Marshall Lindgren going into the second period. Normally a very explosive wrestler.
Now I think we're going to have some blood time here. Yeah, we're going to have a stoppage. Blood time, we'll step aside and we'll take a break. This is coverage of the Region 1 tournament here on YourLiveEvent.com.
Take a good look at Hillsboro. You probably know that the people are friendly, and you know about the quality of healthcare available at Sanford Medical Center. Maybe you've been to the Hillsboro Sports Complex to cheer on the Burros. Look at the businesses on Hillsboro's Main Street. The Hillsboro Economic Development Corporation provides financial help to local child care providers, and they're interested in supporting local businesses. For more information, contact the Hillsboro Economic Development Corporation at growhillsborond.com.
Wallach Johnson Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals celebrating over 40 years of service. As an experienced independent insurance agency, they have access to highly rated insurance companies and can shop around to find you an affordable solution for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. Visit them at one of their locations in Lisbon, Gwinner, or Rutland and get a free quote started today. For more information, go to nd-insure.com.
And Lindgren got a takedown, and the wrestlers went out of bounds, coming out of blood time here. So Marshall Lindgren's lead now at 4-0 here against Cale Hebel. It is a 152-pound match here of the challenge match. Again, this is third-place finisher Lemoore against second-place finisher South Border for the dual spot on to another dual spot on to state out of this region.
And Marshall Lindgren with this 4-0 lead. Cale Hebel, I got those hips up over the top. And working inside on that leg.
Now a minute to go here in the second period. So again, congratulations to Lisbon, Region 1 dual champions. They are on to state as Lindgren trying to get a turn on Hebel. Getting some near fall points. And now wants to come around and adjust. We'll get 3 on the near fall, so 7-0 his lead.
In the second period with 35 seconds to go, that is a 7-0 lead for Marshall Lindgren. Has Hebel's shoulders exposed again, picking up more near fall.
And Lindgren will get the fall, and 25-6. 6 more coming for the Mustangs. So 25-6, and now up to 160. Kolnitzki against Garrett Hebel. .28-0 is Hebel on the season, and right away we'll get a takedown.
I think that might be Cole Stock out there for South Border. And Hebel has a 2-point takedown with 1:20 to go in that first period.
You're right, it is Cole Stock out there. Yep, they changed on track wrestling. Cole Stock against Garrett Hebel, and Hebel the 2-0 lead. Minute 14 left, first period here at 160. Again, started this true second challenge match. That began at 120. So we still have 70, 82, 95, 20, heavyweight, 106, and 113 left to decide the spot, the second representative out of the region for state.
And Hebel has a chicken wing tilt hooked up. He's going to pick up his near fall. Still hasn't broke that hold. An official holding that 3 near fall, waiting to award those to Garrett Hebel.
And Hebel tried again, and he'll get 3 for the near fall, and then 2 coming out of reversal.
Yeah, Stock hits that counter on the armbar, sits up, rolls through, puts Garrett Hebel on his belly.
So now it's 5-2, 22 seconds left in the first period here at 160. And he'll release. It is 6-2. And first period ends. Hebel leads 6-2. Dual score 25-6. South Border leads.
Yeah, looks like we're going to go to a little blood time here on mat number 1.
So blood time. We will take a break. Back with more on YourLiveEvent.com.
The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters is a group of parents, coaches, and community members whose mission is to enrich the Lisbon High School athletic community by providing financial support for Lisbon High School athletic programs and events. If you are interested in getting involved, they invite you to join the Bronco Athletic Booster Group on Facebook to learn more. The Lisbon Athletic Boosters send a good luck wish to all athletes competing today.
And second period underway. 160 pounds, and Garrett Hebel a 6-2 lead over Cole Stock. Stock up to his feet. Hebel getting behind him here, trying to pull him back and bounce, and now down for a tough mat return there.
Yeah, nice hard mat return by Garrett Hebel. Wrestlers go out of bounds for a restart. A minute 34 to go. We're in the second period. Hebel leads 6-2.
And 25-6. South Border leads the duel. And Stock gets up, gets away for the escape, 6-3, cuts his deficit in half. You know, we said maybe for Lemoore you want to steal a weight class. Well, if you're South Border, I mean, you can make your job a whole lot easier if you return the favor. Cole Stock right now down 6-3, a minute left in the second period, but he can keep this score the same going into that final 2 minutes.
Yeah, right now just challenging Garrett Hebel on the feet. Hebel seems a little bit frustrated.
44 seconds now to go in the second period. Wrestlers at the edge of the circle coming in to shoot with Stock, and that was the move he's been setting up the whole time. Unfortunately, they're going to come out of bounds. He takes a big look at the clock there, sees he's got 33 seconds left in the second period.
Yeah, hit a nice duck under the high crotch. And Hebel and Stock go sliding out of bounds for a restart.
$12 seconds left to go in the second period. And going to shoot is Stock. Hebel will follow him out of bounds, and there'll be no time left onto the third period. Garrett Hebel 6, Cole Stock 3.
Yeah, Hebel looks over for a little guy that chooses the bottom position to start the second. Stock will let him up for that 1-point escape.
So now 7-3 going into the final 2 minutes here at 160.
Yeah, South Border coaches liked what they saw out of Cole Stock working on his feet against Garrett Hebel, so they tell him to let him go and try to wrestle this one on their feet in this third period.
Hebel's not lost this season, 28-0. State champion in 20 and 21. Minute 25 to go here in this period. Hebel just trying to tuck in Stock to get him on his back.
Yeah, Stock just able to keep Hebel from advancing, and they get a restart.
Just over a minute now to wrestle.
If you're Lemoore, this is probably the outcome that you want. don't want is you're looking for more points from your two-time state champion and state runner-up from last year, Garrett Hebel.
And Stock went to shoot. Hebel had him, but ran out of bounds. Again, talk about making this a short match. Your Stock, you're down by 4. There's just 44 seconds left.
Yeah, Stock able to kind of run out the clock on Garrett Hebel down to 30 seconds. It's a 7-3 lead for Garrett.
.24 seconds. Hebel comes to shoot. Stock will lock up the upper body, and they will come out of bounds.
You see, final 15 seconds. Hebel still trying to leg attack, tried a little elbow pass. Now a snap down.
And that will do it, a 7-3 decision. Hebel will get some points for the Lobos, makes it 25-9.
Yeah, both wrestlers not giving up on their feet. A couple leg attacks and reshots, closing out that match.
And that'll move us up here to 170. And have not seen anyone yet at the table.
So that is Herman Koch for the Mustangs.
And Brock Wendell will come in for the Lobos. And 25-9, the dual score. Wendell coming for the double A. Kalk will back off. Wendell will tie up with Kalk. Will try to drop levels for the leg. Kalk kind of holding him up tight, up high, and they'll come out of bounds.
It's a battle of seniors on the mat right now. Herman Kalk, a senior, 18-13 record. Brock Wendell, a senior for Lemoore Lobos, 23-9.
And Kalk looking for the takedown, and Wendell kind of muscles him back the other way, and now it's Kalk who will slide through for 2.
Yeah, Wendell tried to work a little bit of magic, but Kalk able to get back up on top. Maintains control, working an armbar.
It kind of looked like feats of strength. It was who can get the most upper body movement on that one. I don't think there's any legs involved on either side.
Yeah, that was just sheer will, sheer muscle.
Wendell came up. Kalk thought he could set him down on his back. His back to on his feet again is Wendell.
Yeah, Wendell kind of he's one of these scramble wrestlers. He find himself in a lot of odd positions. You know, either he'll come out on top or he ends up on the short end of the stick. But we'll look for an entertaining match nonetheless here with 30 seconds to go in the first period.
2-1 the score. We're at 170 pounds. Kalk trying to come around, and he'll get a takedown. 4-1 his lead.
And Kalk immediately goes to that inside cradle, has Wendell broke tip down on the mat with under 10 seconds to go.
And that's how the period will end. A nice job by Herman Kalk to close out with a 4-1 lead. He's done a good job kind of sticking fluid with his movements.
Yeah, Herman Kalk has just continued to wrestle through. You know, looking for openings. Wendell kind of going to one move and then stopping right now in that first period.
And Kalk muscles down Wendell. And they're going to towel up some back points. Good mat awareness from Kalk. You can see him tucking in Wendell there a little bit.
Yeah, Wendell took his shot on the edge of the mat, but Kalk falls right down on top of him.
6-1 Kalk's lead. He'll have 2 coming his way soon. Make that 3.
The left shoulder up just by a little bit. Official has a good look at it.
And they'll get a reset. 3 more coming to Herman Kalk, and it's 9-1.
And blood time on that one.
Blood time. We're going to take a break. We'll be back on YourLiveEvent.com.
Honesty, loyalty, integrity. At Bank North, we've remained true to these values for generations. They shape the way we do business, work with customers, and support our communities. We've been here for more than a century, helping people grow farms and businesses, finance homes, and pursue their dreams. It's values-based banking, and it's all about working together to strengthen the common threads that bind us together. Bank North, always true.
And we are back here, a short blood time as it's 9-1. Herman Kalk with the lead over Brock Wendell in the challenge, 170-pound of the challenge match. Again, Lemoore losing in the semifinals to Lisbon. Lisbon going on to beat South Border. Did an impressive showing by Lemoore against Oaks.
Yeah, that regular season duel saw the Oaks Tornadoes defeat Lemoore 42-33. And Oaks kind of flexed their muscle here in their home gym during today's duels.
And Kalk will surrender that point to Wendell. Makes it 9-2. And Wendell coming out strong for takedown. Oh, he didn't get awarded any points. They'll come out of bounds. We'll see what the officials say. They will give him the 2.
Yeah, it's one of these matches. Wendell's a wrestler that he's down 9-1, but I won't count him out of any match. You know, some of the other leads you'll see 9-1 lead. You think, yeah, he's got it locked up, but not here with Brock Wendell.
And you feel like there was a lot of the explosiveness that Wendell just showed is what he does, is what has led him to have 23 wins this season.
And Wendell does have a cradle. Well, now gives up on that cradle. And now more blood time on that one.
Herman Kalk not happy about that blood time as we're going to take another break. We'll be back on YourLiveEvent.com.
Emery Visto's Implement has been family owned and operated since 1935. Located in Oaks, North Dakota, they sell CarQuest automotive parts and numerous lines of agriculture parts, from edible bean equipment to air compressors and pressure washers. Plus, you'll have to stop by and check out their Ariat clothing selection at Emery Visto's Implement. Anything you need is under one roof. Stop in just south of Oaks on Highway 1 or go online to VistoImplement.com. That's VistoImplement.com.
Growers, here at Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, we are your water management contractors. We can help you with tile drainage plans, surface drainage plans, or both. Remember, water management is a lifetime investment. Call Chad at 701-430-0182 to get your water problem solved. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. 701-430-0182, helping farmers grow.
There you go. Blood time ends as there's 25 seconds left in the second period. And it's been a battle between Herman Kalk and Brock Wendell at 170. Wendell down 9-4 on top here with 17 seconds left to go.
Yeah, Wendell has a leg ride that's potentially dangerous. They go down to the mat.
Seven seconds to go in the second period. And then we'll end Herman Kalk leading 9-4 against Brock Wendell.
At the start of this day, I did not think that we'd be here with a challenge duel. in Region 1, but here we are. The South Border leads 25-9 over Lemoore.
And final period underway, and Wendell will get away, makes it 9-5.
And now Wendell chipping away at that lead. It was 9-1 in the second period. Oh, Kalk with a 4-point. Wendell's going to go big move over the top. He still has a chance at this. Kalk's able to hold him down.
And Kalk will get the takedown immediately into back points.
Yeah, Brock Wendell. Herman Kalk's going to win by fall. The South Border Mustangs puts them up 31-9. Hey, Brock Wendell was just down by 4 points. Could have kind of played that one out. He went for the big move, I think, just a little bit too early in that match.
I'll move on to 182. Again, I don't imagine there being open weight classes as we move up.
I think Lemoore may be open at heavyweight. That'd be the only one.
So now we move on to 182 pounds. Again, 31-9 in favor of the South Border Mustangs. Jace Nitschke from South Border, Brayton Lettenmeyer from Lemoore.
And Nitschke doubles up on Letmeyer, takes him down to the mat for a 2-point takedown. I did check on that Region 3 duels. It was Northern Lights and Kenmare Bull Bells in the finals. That's out in Region 3.
That was a region you kind of look at as maybe being a toss-up a little bit.
It was.
But we talked this morning. I think that was probably those two were about of the 4 or 5 teams we thought from that region would have a shot of wrestling in that championship.
Yeah, Northern Lights this year kind of short a wrestler with Alvy Henderson not in the lineup. And Alvy Henderson last year state champion at 106 pounds.
As blood time here for Brady Lettenmeyer. We'll take another break. This is coverage of the Region 1 Dual Tournament on YourLiveEvent.com.
The American farmer has been adapting to challenges in the field for generations. Columbia Grain and Agronomy is here to help on every acre with the highest quality products and expert local service. Contact the agronomy centers in Climax at 218-857-2165 or our villa at 701-343-6273. Columbia Grain and Agronomy, committed to cultivating growth through a diverse mix of products and expert knowledge. Contact them today and make the most of every acre. Call Climax at 218-857-2165 or our villa at 701-343-6273.
And blood time ends here as we resume. And Jace Nitschke looking for a fall. He will get it. He'll pin Brady Lettenmeyer.
Yeah, Nitschke went with that suicide cradle, rolled over. Had Letmeyer rolled over the top. He wins by fall.
It's now 37-9 the score. As we move on to 195 pounds. Daniel Schumacher against Jake Kramer. So Schumacher for South Border, Kramer for Lemoore Litchfield Marion. And Schumacher on the double leg.
Yeah, Schumacher sets that up with a snap down and powers through on this double leg.
And he's going to cut Kramer loose, makes it 2-1. And low single leg for Schumacher this time, driving forward on Kramer. Will take a 4-1 advantage.
And under a minute to go, the first period, Daniel Schumacher is up 4-1.
And Schumacher's going to let him loose here again. That would make it 4-2. I think they shorted him on a escape point, the official scoreboard here. And another takedown for Schumacher.
And now leads 6-2. The official score. Here in the first period, under 15 seconds to go. We're at 195 pounds. They started this duel at 120.
And 6-2 will be the final here at the end of the first period at 195 pounds.
Schumacher just whips Kramer down, has him on his back, and working for the fall is Daniel Schumacher against Jake Kramer.
And Schumacher's going to get it. That is 43-9.
Now we'll see what happens here if we send wrestlers out for these last couple matches.
Yeah, it is. South Border has locked it up here, but where do you go with 220, 285, 106, 113? And it looks like we're going to go open. Open at 220.
And coaches are looking it over. I think they're just going to double forfeit. And Coach Hebo wants to wrestle it, so we are going to send out a wrestler.
So 49-9 the score. Logan Potts will take 106. I'll make it 49-15. And they will send someone, Will Lamore, at 113. And I don't see anyone making their way from South Border, so Joey Hyde will take the forfeit. 49-21 will be the final once he officially comes out there and takes the forfeit. So South Border able to defend their spot as the runner-up here in the region, as they will finish 49-21. We'll take a break. We'll come back to wrap things up here on YourLiveEvent.com.
It's time to take down planting with Green Iron Equipment. Our sales team will match you up with the best machinery for an undefeated season. Our service department will help you escape any setbacks or downtime. We've got all the right parts to beat the competition. Use Green Iron Equipment to help pin down your data in the John Deere Operations Center. Good luck to all teams from Green Iron Equipment.
Have you adjusted your crop insurance policy to reflect the increase in commodity prices and input costs? Hi, this is Bethany Rentz, crop insurance agent with Irie Insurance. We want to partner with you to provide you a comprehensive policy structure to protect your farm's revenue and preserve your equity. Give us a call today to set up a time to meet with an Irie Insurance agent prior to March 15th. For contact information, please visit our website at irieins.com.
You're protected and appreciated at Irie.
Irie Insurance is an equal opportunity provider.
Jacobson Red Angus Annual Bull Sale, Friday, March 18th at the ranch near Hitterdall, Minnesota. 52 of the region's highest quality Red Angus bulls, along with 11 head of April calving heifers. The sale will be broadcast on DV Auction, and you can request a catalog today by emailing gjrangus@feltontel.net. Call them at 701-361-3189. The Jacobson Red Angus Annual Bull Sale, offering 52 of the region's highest quality Red Angus bulls, along with 11 bred heifers. Friday, March 18th at 1 o'clock.
And welcome back here. South Border defends their second spot on to state 49-21 over Lemoore Litchfield Marion. We're back here to wrap things up, and we'll give out some of our post-game accolades here on our Bank North post-match show. Bank North offers the perfect sync for your busy life with their online banking and mobile app. Wherever you go, take Bank North along and handle your banking requests. Sponsor of our Bank North post-match show. And we're going to look just at our championship match where the Lisbon Broncos, 57-14 winners, again, region champions yet again over South Border. And first, our RDK Enterprises feature wrestler of the match, and that's going to go to Caden Robertson, who we had a chance to talk to before the challenge match, 126-pounder. Coach Lucina said it. He was kind of a last-minute addition on today. Faces Joseph Keller, who's a tough wrestler, gets an 8-5 decision. That was a big match for the Broncos.
Yeah, that was a big match for the Broncos and for Caden Robertson. Not a regular starter or regular in the lineup. Like you said, just kind of a last-minute fill-in, comes in, picks up that decision, 8-5, and puts the Broncos out in front, I believe, at that time, 9-3.
So that will be the RDK Enterprises featured wrestler of that matchup, and then taking a look over here at our Enbridge Energy wrestler of the matchup, and there's a lot to choose from coming up on both sides. We're going to look at Marshall Lindgren, had a tech fall over Eli Lyons, 18-3, and Marshall Lindgren, a very tough wrestler, battling an injury, and to get that tech fall against a guy like Eli Lyons, no short order, so he is the RDK Enterprises, the Enbridge Energy wrestler of the match. So that will do it for our broadcast here today. Join us again a week from today. We'll come to you live from Oaks as we will have the individual tournament coming up next. Thanks for being with us here on YourLiveEvent.com.